minutes. We're going to wait a little bit longer so more people can arrive, and we're waiting for a couple more welcome speakers, and so probably about 9:45 we'll get going. If Rachel, you're able to let our online audience know as well, that would be great. Thank you. In the meantime, we have refreshments over on this side, so feel free to help yourself.
screaming at everybody. Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and try to get started now. If everybody could come in and find a seat, and the panelists for the welcome speakers to come sit down. That would be Chris and Joanne, Aaron, Lillian. Thank you. And it's a little tricky back here, guys, so be very careful, because there's a little ledge. I can't see our Rachel back there. Rachel, is our online audience on now? Okay. So I couldn't wait to say this, and it was like, live from New York, it's the Native Edge, everybody! It's like, yeah! So I'm Yvette Fielder, and I'm a program director here at the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. Thank you all so much for being here. I see a lot of familiar faces. Roxanne came down. We have Kat, who we just met back there. And so thank you so much for being here in New York. I believe this is our 4th time in New York proper. We were in Brooklyn and then New York City. This is, I think, our 3rd time in New York City. So thank you so much for attending our Native Edge Institutes. And I just want to go ahead, and we have our lovely panelists here this morning. And Chris James is going to go ahead and kick us off. So thank you, and give everybody a warm welcome again. Thank you.
That was so awesome, the Saturday Night Live reference, so very amazing. Well, it's great to see everybody. I know today we have a little bit of a smaller in-person crowd. There's still lots of people traveling from all over the country to get here today. We do have an online presence, so thank you so much for tuning in. I am Chris James, President and CEO of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. What a great day we have planned here. So maybe even we have a fewer people. That just gives us more opportunity to network and talk and really have an exciting day. The Native Edge, we've been doing this program for the past 6 years. We've had over 60 plus of these institutes throughout the United States, all the way from Maine to Florida, everywhere in between, Hawaii and Alaska. So we've covered the whole country. So thousands and thousands of people have came through the Institute. You'll see through the day, and if you look at the agenda, I sort of had that like, wow, look at the caliber of speakers. Joanne and I have known each other for near 20 years, and we were just talking about some of the work we did. Lillian and I have known each other forever as well. We were both in the Obama administration. Aaron and I, as well, have both in the Obama administration have known each other for years. John Shiraka, who has been a center point in many of the Native Edges, also we've known for many years and worked in the federal government together. So the expertise you'll hear will be some of the best quality and best caliber of speakers. James Anderson, who is a rock star speaker that's going to motivate us to get us to the next level. Dakota Lewis, a world famous bull rider who's going to be here, and you'll be able to network with him and talk to him and hear about his great success and stories. So a lot of fun activities. Today's goal is to talk about finance and access to capital. So we brought in the great great experts there. MBDA is one of our proud supporters of this initiative, so we really thank MBDA for being here, for being a great partner. They've been supporting Native Edge Institutes for the past couple of years. They also support our export program, which I'm so happy to say we did over $55 million in support for our Native-owned businesses. We have over 300, 400 clients that we're working with to get goods out of the country. A lot of times we're working with those clients just to get their products out of their communities. So it's a great support from MBDA. You've been a terrific friend through all these years, Joanne, and a great partner. So thank you. Any eyes are just one of the many ways that the National Center meets our mission. We have programs going on all over. We have 9 different programs that we run, including the Reservation Economic Summit. And I have a little surprise for everybody. Everybody in attendance will receive free registration for the Reservation Economic Summit. So. In-person attendance, I'll say. In-person, let me just put a little count. Oh, if you're in the room when I say it, then that counts. In-person attendance. I'm sorry, my friends online. Hi there, online friends. But unfortunately, now, yeah, okay, you can have a okay, you can have a conversation with me later. All right. So anyway, thank you all for being here. Just a few of the programs that the National Center has to do our great work. We have 4,000 clients throughout the country. Many of you are our clients, and we really appreciate being here. Our Apex accelerators cover 30 sums. Kate, you were telling me the facts the other day. Kate Boyce, how many states do we cover, and how many communities for Apex accelerators? 33 states and 61 tribes. So an amazing program. We've had the Apex accelerators for well over 20 years, and supporting that pathway to procurement, whether you're trying to get into the federal government or you're trying to get into somebody's supply chain, a Fortune 500 supply chain, we're there to help you, and we support over 1,300 clients, active clients in that program. So such a great program that we are one of our legacy programs. We celebrate our 40 under 40. I know we have some 40 under 40 in the room. I know Lillian's a 40 under 40. Aaron, our 40 under 40 every year we celebrate achievements in the Native community of people 40 and under, and all the great work they do. So we've had close to 600 40 under 40 where we have celebrated, and some of those. Clara Pratt is a great example. Yvette and I do a podcast called The Native Edge, and we like the Native Edge words, but check out the Native Edge podcast because our upcoming episode, it comes out this week. We had a great conversation with one of our 40 under 40, Clara Pratt. She's an amazing businesswoman, amazing leader in her community. But she was in the inaugural class of the 40 under 40 in 2009. And you know, just, it was amazing to see people like that, and to see people like Lillian, to, you know, how they, their careers are just getting bigger and better, and so impactful, and the empowerment that they have and provide is just amazing. We're really here in our advocacy role. Kate Boyce has been with the National Center for over 20 years, almost 30 years, really helping us keep and have that seat at the table. A lot of times, just 2 weeks ago, Kate and I did way too many Hill visits in one day, but you know, advocating for various additional funding for various programs like the Apex Accelerator. We're advocating for an Office of Native American Affairs at the Small Business Administration. We're making sure that folks see us and make sure that we are present in Washington, D.C. So having Kate at the helm, and you'll hear a lot about what she does and about the initiatives. The National Center was proud to partner with our brother and sister organizations, 12 or 13 brother and sister organizations. We put out the economic development policy for the year. So we collaborated, we put all of our heads together and said, this is what our community needs to see around economic development. We presented that both to the White House and to Congress, and every day someone uses that document as they advocate on the Hill. Our organization has been around for over 55 years, and we will continue to grow. Every day I call the National Center a startup because we are growing and innovating. And just last week, hey, Yvette, oh, there she is. Can I announce our newest thing to this crowd? I can announce.
You're the boss.
I'm the boss. Well, we have a big announcement coming up. We were just awarded from the Bureau of Indian Affairs through the Native Act Tourism Partnership. So we will be developing a new program that Yvette will be leading, where we will be supporting tourism throughout the United States. So more to come. It's a $10 million program, so it's going to be a great program. We'll be able to take all of the work that we do in supporting our small businesses and our tribal corporations, our Alaska Native corporations, our friends in Hawaii, and then we'll be able to take that to the next level with all of what we do. So we're pretty excited about this new initiative. More to come. Hopefully I didn't spill the beads too much, but I'm sure that always, then as Lillian and I know, if I did, they'll rush a press release out very quickly. So that'll be good, all right? So anyway, I'm very excited about the initiative, and I'm just excited for the future of the National Center. But more importantly, we are here to serve you. You are our friends, you are our customers, you are our relatives, and technically, you are our bosses. You tell us what we need, because that's why we, as an organization, we want to support you as a business. We want to support you as a tribe. We want to help you get to your next level. And however we can do that, I want to figure out. So thank you those that are here today. I look forward to all the great speaking. I look forward to networking with everyone, and I look forward to our next speaker, which I don't even know who that is. So thank you so much. I'll see you around all day. I do have the agenda. It's Lillian Sparks Robinson. Let me introduce you to Lillian Sparks Robinson, board member of the National Center, and just a rock star. We're here at the Hard Rock Cafe, just all of our rock stars.
Thanks, Chris. Good morning, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Lillian Sparks Robinson. I'm a member of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, which is based out of South Dakota. However, I was born and raised in Baltimore, Maryland, which is where I continue to reside with my family. I am the I never want to say it right. The vice chair of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. But more importantly, I've been a client, I've been a friend, I've been a supporter. I've been 40 under 40 10 years ago, just to be clear, that was 10 years ago, not recently, with James Anderson and with Aaron, with others in this room as well. And so I'm pleased to be standing up here today, also as the CEO, owner, and founder of Wopula Consulting, which is a contracting firm that does government contracting as well as lobbying, advocacy, organizational leadership development, among other things. And I was thinking, wow, I've been doing Wopula since I've left the administration almost 8 years ago. And I cannot believe that I have been doing this now for this long, because when you own your own business, you spend so much time investing in not just the work that you're doing, but really learning and trying to figure out kind of day to day how to get to that next level. At least that's how I've been doing. And one of the things that I can say over the last 8 years, and I still can't believe it, is that we have to find ways to work smarter and not harder. And I think that really could be the subtitle of today's training, which is investing in capital beyond buzzwords. How can we learn what we really need to learn about financing, about capital, about all of the strategies that so many others take advantage of to make sure their businesses are successful, that they're reaching the right markets, and that they have the backing so that they're not struggling and worrying about making payroll or about how they're going to pay their invoices, that they're actually able to focus on the forecasting versus what's already behind them. And so my experience as a businesswoman as it relates to capital is that I tell everyone is how I got started was I opened up a credit card and it had a $10,000 limit. And that's what I used to really kind of base what I was going to do. I was, fortunate enough I had a husband, so we had a base salary, but we still needed to have two incomes coming in. And so I had that $10,000 credit card, and I had a mentor who became my first client, who immediately believed in me and said, I'm your first client. This is what the contract looks like. This is what you're going to do, and you'll have to make up the difference in the salary, but I know you can do that because you're going to go out there and you're going to hustle. However, if you're running into roadblocks, let me know. And so that was a privilege. That was a privilege to have someone who believed in me immediately, right away. And so many of us don't have that. And we may not have the means to take on debt immediately, but we should not be afraid to do that. When I was at the National Indian Education Association, I can't tell you how many students I came across who deferred school because they did not want to take on a student loan debt. And I don't know if they ever went back, but I tell people we can't be afraid to take on debt if it's going to propel our dreams because we'll have the means and we'll be able to pay it back. And this is coming from someone who ended up with a six-figure law school student debt that can tell you that it all works out. There will be ways to make this happen. So I was fortunate to have that built-in client. But as I began looking and hearing from other people's experiences is that we have to stop this starting from scratch mentality. We have to find ways to find out who's going to support us, who can support us immediately, who can invest in us, who can find the resources for us, and can tell us about the programs that's going to make sure our businesses are successful. And so some of the ways we have to start thinking about businesses and how we're starting them and investing in capital and learning what that really means is that we have to educate ourselves. We have to become active right here in New York City, in the stock market. We need to learn what does that look like? How do we become traders? How do we take $500 and turn it into $750? We don't have to look for that $500 to $5 million. We don't have to look for that next Apple stock, but we do have to be knowledgeable about what it is that we're putting our money into and how to make that money work for us. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to be at the U.S. Black Chambers of Commerce conference, which is happening right now in D.C. Today is day 2, and learned that 30% of white wealth is in stocks, and 4% of Black wealth is in the stock market. And we don't know what that percent of wealth looks like for Native wealth. And so we have to learn that. We have to really become, invested in learning about how money is being generated in our communities and how we're able to generate for our families as well and create generational wealth. We need to learn some smart tax strategies. The tax code is changing regularly, and your accountant may or may not be helping you with what that looks like and how to make sure you're taking advantage of that. But we have to learn that. We can't always rely on the experts. We have to learn some of this stuff for ourselves as well. We have to not be afraid of mergers and acquisitions, even as individuals. And why is that? That's because a successful business that currently exists is easier to finance than a startup that you're trying to do from yourself. And there's so many businesses out there that have no succession plan, and they might be 40 or 50 years old, and they may not have someone, a son or daughter or a nephew, niece that's willing to take on the business, and they may not want to dissolve the business. So we need to be looking for those opportunities and think of that as your next business idea. And we have to learn more about access to capital. We have to increase our understanding of what is available. We have to take advantage of those loans, of those grants. I know we have those people in this room that are going to share with us some of that information today, and we've got to do the follow-up. And when I'm saying this to you, I'm saying it to myself as well, because as a businesswoman, I'm constantly having to remind myself, have to be my own cheerleader, my own advocate about what it is that I need to be successful. So we have to, again, don't be afraid of the debt. So when you hear that these loan programs are happening, they're here and they're successful for a reason, because they work, because people are able to, again, focus on not paying, these invoices or thinking about their business going under. They're able to focus on creating that next level of income and revenue for their businesses, for themselves, and for their employees. We have to increase our own capital. We have to look at home ownership. Outside of businesses, owning a business, owning a home is one way that we create our own capital and our own wealth, and we're able to show what investment looks like. And it's not just for ourselves, it's for our families. We have to also increase the number of minority-owned banks, and in particular, Native banks. We have to be able to lend to ourselves. We have to be able to cut through the biases that exist through some of these larger banks, some of these foreign-owned banks, and find out ways that we can support ourselves. And then we also have to get rid of our own biases as well. We have to invest in each other's businesses. One of the newest ventures that I'm fortunate enough to be a part of is the Indian Fashion Collective. And that was an idea I have just watching the Native fashion scene and seeing how it has really just popped up and has taken over. I've been here to New York for New York Fashion Week, watching Native designers on the runway. But there's no community for them, and there was no way for them to come together and share about, okay, what are some of the best distribution? Where are some of the manufacturing places that produce quality garments? How do I get collaborations done? There was no way for them to network and share that type of information. And so I went to two people that I thought would be willing to invest in this idea that were Native women, and they did immediately. And so we've started the Indian Fashion Collective, and we launched that at Res. But this was a way of saying we have the resources. We may not know a ton about the fashion industry, the inside and out, but we know enough to get started, and we're smart enough to learn and find the right people and invest in each other and cut through our own biases to say we need an outsider to come in and make this work for us. That as Native women, we could do this for ourselves. And so these are just some examples and some strategies that I believe that we'll learn more about today, that we have to employ in the work that we do and that we have to share as well. I'm thrilled and excited to hear from both Joanne and from Erin. I'm so sorry I missed the reception yesterday, because private equity, I think, is one area that I'm incredibly interested in, and finding out how I can get that started so that I can pass that information on to my 10-year-old son, so that it's not here with me. And as moms, I see so many women in this room, we have a responsibility to our families, to share that, to create that generational wealth, not just in dollars, but in knowledge as well. And so thank you so much for, allowing me to continue to serve through the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. I just have to say, Chris has been incredible as our leader for the organization. Everything rises and falls with who's at the helm, and that's Chris. He has made sure that we've increased our access, increased our reach, increased our ability to meet the needs that have been identified in sessions just like the one that's today. So, thank you, Chris, for continuing to lead all of us here and doing the hard work that when we all go home, that you have to figure out what the next piece of the puzzle is to make sure that we're creating wealth and we're doing business in Indian country. So thank you to all of you, and let's get this day started.
Thank you, Lillian. That was great. And thank you, Chris. I am so honored to be here. And thank you to everyone who joined us last night. My name is Erin Andrew, and I'm a Senior Managing Director at Turning Rock. We're a women-run, minority-led, private credit structured equity firm, which is a lot to say. But let me unpack that a little bit. We provide access to capital. So we work with a lot of investors, retirement funds, teacher retirement funds, banks who invest their capital in us so we can deploy it to America's businesses for returns to help with those retirement plans. And I think it is an amazing honor to do that because some of my favorite people are entrepreneurs because y'all do the hard stuff. Let me just tell you. And it's interesting, I think back a lot. I grew up in Indiana on a farm in the 1980s, and if anyone remembers what happened in the 1980s, farming, if you were a small farm, it wasn't very promising. It was very hard on most of rural America. And I remember my dad had to get a second job because he was farming the family farm, but he had to get a second job. And he became head of economic development for our small little town. And he said, listen, like this is where we provide opportunity. And he did it because he knew, he wasn't necessarily an entrepreneur at heart, and I don't know if it's genetic, I'm not. But what I have found is I like to help. I love to help entrepreneurs. And he said, if you can unlock, if you can provide, if you can teach, if you can give resources or, open the door, that is what creates what we have in this country. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who's here because it is the hardest job, I personally think, that you do each and every day by taking that risk. I have spent a lot of time, I was at SBA for a while with Chris and John. I ran the Office of Women's Business Ownership, and what's always been incredibly interesting to me is how do we do a better job of opening more of those doors? So I started out in the government, there are a lot of programs, there are grants, there are other things, but what I really found, and an area where they're probably worse than the federal government at using acronyms and weird words, is finance. I can't tell you how many times I've had to Google words when I've been on the phone with someone on the other line who has the same job I do. But I think it's one of those places where it's easy to push folks out, and folks try to do that by making it more complicated than it should be. So I would urge everyone, don't be scared to Google. I do it every day. Because it's true. It is a place where you position to win, an opportunity, and it's important for folks, and I don't believe this, but a lot of folks believe it's important to make it so complicated so you keep everyone out, which is not the way it should be, especially when we need businesses to get access to capital to grow, to hire folks, to help raise communities. So I want to say that because there's going to be a lot going on today, and if you don't know a term or don't understand something, please do not be shy about asking, because asking equals access. When you ask, you find out, you understand, and then you know how to access what is available and what is needed. So do not be afraid of asking. And I see this with women entrepreneurs and with Native entrepreneurs. It's hard to get into that finance space. So Lillian, to your side, I think we need more women, we need more Native, private equity folks, venture capitalists. And I think that is starting to change, especially as we see more business owners, grow and need that type of capital. You want to go to folks that you trust, that you understand, that speak the same language. So I hope the numbers do not look good. I think it's less than 3%. But I think you will start to see more folks who have that access to capital and can provide it to a lot of businesses who need it. So a couple of things, like I said, I think asking equals access. So keep that in mind throughout the day, and keep that in mind whenever you're talking to your banker or a fund or anyone in finance. Don't be afraid to Google. Don't be afraid to ask. Not asking could cost a lot of money. Number two, I think about the long term and think about how do you accelerate growth. I think Lillian mentioned acquisition. I'm a huge fan of looking at acquisition to multiply growth. And I also found that there's not much research with women, Native, other businesses buying companies. But if you think about it, there is a huge gap in terms of wealth, business ownership, between a lot of minority-owned businesses and women-owned businesses. And what is the best way to close that gap? It's buying, you could buy another business. So think through that in terms of accelerating growth as well. I think it's a tool that's often overlooked. And then finally, I would just say, leverage the network. It's all about relationships, which is why it's been so hard in finance, because everyone has always looked the same for a really long time. So it's important to build relationships with each other, with other folks, build that trust, and ask the questions so you understand like what is needed for that access to capital, whether it's bank capital, whether it's private equity, venture, microloan. There's so many opportunities out there, and really understand what's best for you versus just accepting the jargon or the terms, because you want to understand how you put it into action and actually execute for your own business. So I would say, just use today. We're all here to be helpful. I commend what you're doing. It is the hardest job, but it is what makes America go. So thank you for everything you are doing. And I hope today is helpful and today and beyond. So thank you for having me.
Wow, a hard act to follow. Good morning. I'm Joanne Hill, and I serve as Director of the Office of Customer Experience at the U.S. Department of Commerce Minority Business Development Agency. First, I would like to extend a special acknowledgement and thank you to Chris James, President and CEO of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. Chris and I are really, we don't tell people, but we're really like siblings. That's he knows. Really, I started my career, and I'll talk.
10 when we met.
Exactly. 10 years old, 5th grade. Yes, but we have been knowing each other for a long time, and we've both been a part of this family of all things related to the Native business community. I was back in Atlanta. He was in North Carolina with Cherokee Nation as a part of that family at that time. But thank you, Chris, for your vision and for making the Native Edge Institute a reality. Thank you. I would also like to acknowledge and thank the National Center team and each of the panelists today that will be presenting. Just want to acknowledge that your participation will go a long way with helping the companies that are here by sharing insights, perspectives, and strategies to improve investment opportunities to benefit Native American-owned businesses. It is my personal privilege to be here today to hear firsthand. I'm interested in hearing what the venture capitalists will talk about. I will share information. We have a couple of our partners here today. I would be remiss if I did not stop and acknowledge Roxanne Nielsen, who is with the Manhattan MBDA Business Center. That center is pretty remarkable. They are also a recipient of the MBDA Capital Readiness Program grant. That's the partnership that we have with the U.S. Department of Treasury to help grow companies that are at the incubator level, where they're looking for startup funding, as well as accelerated levels where they're looking for venture capital and all types of funding in between. So Roxanne, make sure you bug her today, okay? Also, I'd like to just share a little bit about my background. Prior to joining Commerce, I've been with the agency now for just over 2 decades, but I started my career right out of college with the FDIC. And that's where I really learned about the Community Reinvestment Act and the type of issues that minority businesses face when it comes down to, on the traditional side of banking and lending, traditional bank financing. I worked for the FDIC, left them, and went to work for one of the largest minority-owned banks in America, in Atlanta. Did that for several years, and then went to work for, I learned about the Minority Supplier Development Council, et cetera, and at that time, diversity and supply chain and supplier diversity was taking a lot of traction. And so companies were starting to get contracts with both the public sector and the private sector, and they could not keep up with their cash flow. And so I ended up joining an accounts receivable corporation, one of the best in the country, by the way. They are not loan sharks. They are, I'm not going to advertise names, but they are one of the companies out of Atlanta who does, to this day, more than $1 billion in AR financing for companies that have contracts with the federal government, as well as the private sector that are looking to scale their businesses, but more importantly, to meet the cash flow needs of their business. Just wanted to share that with you. When I was early on, I was an Access to Capital team lead, and so all things related to access to capital are very near and dear to my heart. And I love the National Center, and I love this topic, and would not have missed the opportunity and privilege to be here with you. For those of you that might not be quite as familiar with MBDA, our priority as an agency, my boss likes to say we're 55 years old and 3 years young because we were codified about roughly 3 years ago into permanency. But our primary focus is centered on helping our clients to succeed through access to capital, access to contracts, and that's both public and private sector, and access to global markets. And you heard Chris talk about the National Center as one of our export centers that have done a fine job. Joanne, hi. Joanne's our director. She's over there. She's quiet giant over there. Thank you, Joanne, for all that you do. And I just wanted to make a couple of notes because you heard venture capital mentioned earlier. Reportedly, last year, venture capital funding in this country totaled over $140 billion. However, only 2.3% of that funding went to women entrepreneurs, and less than 0.5% went to African American owned businesses. I know that number is even tinier when you talk about Native American owned businesses, Chris, and that's where the opportunity lies ahead for us. And it is because of these disparities like this that MBDA launched our capital readiness program that I just mentioned. And the U.S. Treasury Department realized that we needed that. They invested $500 million with MBDA to help, that's why I said bug her, $500 million over the next 4 years. Not just in her, but 43 of her across the nation, the Manhattan MBDA Business Center partner, across the nation to help companies to secure capital, to help them with strategies and to understand, as Lillian was talking about, not being afraid, understanding what it's like to go from traditional bank financing to looking at how to make a pitch and how to start courting private equity investors and venture capitalists. Real business, and it is a game changer, and you should not be afraid. All of those funding investments don't start at 10, 25, 50, and 100 million. Some of them start at $1 million to $5 million. And so I would encourage you to begin to think bigger, think broader, and start to look at, as you look at strategies to grow and expand your business, as was indicated as well, mergers and acquisitions. If you have a growth opportunity, the one that comes to mind for me right off is when we encountered the COVID pandemic and those businesses that had to pivot and look at how they shift their business model to become a supplier for an industry that they might not have thought about, but they were able to pivot and provide a service or a product that could be used by millions. Those companies fared very well. And venture capitalists are always looking for innovation. They're looking for new ideas and companies that are thinking forward, thinking futuristic, and that have products that are universal. So I would encourage you to think broader as well. We opened our Again, historically, small and disadvantaged businesses receive less than 10% of federal contract dollars. For that reason, MBDA opened a federal procurement center back in 2021. Since then, that center has helped our clients to secure over $10 billion in federal contracts. I shared this because I want you to know that MBDA is a wonderful resource that this administration has invested in to help grow and scale and expand our clients. The traditional business centers that we have across America, we have 41 of those. Remember, we have 43 capital readiness programs. We have 41 franchise model business centers, if you will, located throughout America. And one of the things that I'm most proud of, Chris knows this, when I started with MBDA, I think we had maybe about 30 business centers and one or two other programs, if you will. Fast forward to where we are today, we have 131 programmatic investments. And our footprint is not only in about 28 states throughout the United States, but we have a presence in all 50 states and all U.S. territories. That is really remarkable for MBDA and for minority businesses. Thank you. I talked about our specialty centers. I mentioned the export centers. The other notable mention I would be remiss if I did not also acknowledge is we have 4 advanced manufacturing centers located throughout America. Why is that important? What's one of the fastest growing industries in America right now? Anybody? I heard it. That's right there. Manufacturing. Manufacturing. Anybody? Okay, so I'm not gonna give a test, I promise. But you should know this. Chips. Chips for America translates into the semiconductor industry. Folks, just trust me on this one. This is an industry that is not going away. It's going to continue to expand because America is insourcing manufacturing. We originated the semiconductor industry. We ended up outsourcing it, if you will. We're bringing it back. It is a humongous industry, and you need to help folk around you. If you have complementary synergies where you can pursue some of the contracts that are going to stem from these massive awards that are going to be let, because they're driving everything that we do on multiple levels that tie into AI. You talked about AI and other manufacturing products that are going to be innovated. It's going to be the semiconductor industry that you need to pay attention to. Get smart. Get smart. And I know that because at the Commerce Department, the Secretary of Commerce is constantly pushing, promoting, advocating, talking about all things related to industries that are driving the U.S. Competitiveness, right? And the businesses that are in this room are going to continue to help us continue to be the global leader, right? At Commerce, we love talking about diversity. We love talking about all things related to that. But on the other side of that conversation for us, it's about the economics. And what does that mean for America's competitiveness in this global economy where everybody around the globe is looking for a tiny little sliver where they can chip into market share that we have as a global leader, right? And so that's why we want to make certain we're educating, we're staying smart on burgeoning industries and how we continue to be competitive as a nation, and ensuring that we do have access to capital to make certain that our companies are able to grow and stay healthy, create jobs at the local, regional, and national levels. I would also like to acknowledge that we talked about our codification. Global markets. I would also encourage you to think about MBDA is one of 13 bureaus under the U.S. Department of Commerce. As a small agency within that umbrella of commerce, you have access to the International Trade Administration, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, another industry, right? All things related to broadband, okay? CHIPS, the National Institute of Standards and Technologies, that's where CHIPS is housed. They're responsible for all things related to that manufacturing that I just talked about. So that's, that's the kind of thing that you should know and that you get to learn by being here today, right? That's another sister agency of MBDAs. I have colleagues that I can pick up the phone now and say, hey, here's what's going on, here's what we're doing, here's what we'd like, you to be a part of, right? We also have the Economic Development Administration. That's a sister agency to MBDA. What do? They work with your city, all of your municipals, your county, when you're looking at grants and opportunities to help grow and create jobs and all things related to workforce development. That's commerce, all things commerce. The big shoulders of commerce, another one that you should know about. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. This weather that we saw here today and yesterday, when you turn on your TV, that's NOAA. They provide that information for the news anchors to be able to provide you with updates on what's the weather going to be like, where's the next hurricane going to be, when, anything, all things related to weather, all things related to oceans, all things related to our fisheries, all that great seafood that we love. That's NOAA. And when you talk about all things that we sell as a nation internationally and those products, that's the International Trade Administration. And I could go on and on and on with, the value and what the U.S. Department of Commerce brings and what MBDA is a part of as a family member under that umbrella. And so I would encourage you to, as you're thinking about access to capital, you're thinking about how do I grow my business and what kind of part, I love the idea that was put forward about acquisitions, mergers and acquisitions, a wonderful growth strategy. Don't take that for granted because oftentimes think broad because when you acquire that business, you're acquiring clients that business has. You're also acquiring expertise that you might not have had. You might be acquiring bonding capacity, right? Because oftentimes they have bonding. They could help you to grow your business because they're strengthening the bonding that you can have as an organization because you've got stronger assets and you've got more clients. And so think about that as you look at growing and expanding your business through mergers and acquisitions. And I would also encourage you, there were a couple other notable mentions, investing. Yes. Think about how you invest early on. Teach your kids. Start them out investing. Buy them a piece of stock. Instead of that Nintendo, or that other fancy game, consider buying them a stock, even if it's a small treasury. We used to call them savings bonds, right? You're not going to make a ton of money off of that, but it's a psychological piece, teaching them about investing, right? But that stock market's doing good this week, real good. You do want to teach them about stocks, teach them about investing in stocks because that is where wealth is at. Home ownership, investing smart, starting young, right? Incrementally so they understand that they have a future. And I get that student loan business too. I had one of those. At Emory University in Atlanta, I got a mortgage finishing that program there, that MBA program. But it was wonderful. You are absolutely right. It is absolutely worth the investment, and you will not regret it. And I'll be around today if you want to bounce some ideas off of me related to debt, equity, or venture capital. I have a lot of friends in this role when you work at headquarters, and I see my friend from Exim Bank, Eric, it's great to see you. You meet a lot of people when you're in these roles, and a lot of contacts. It is all about relationships in my role. That's a lot of what I handle, are all things related to partnerships, or we call them collaborators, and through memorandums of understanding, and all of that good stuff. So with that, I want to thank you for the privilege and honor to be here with you today, and it was well worth me taking that train trip and getting in about 1 a.m. this morning.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, question for Lillian online. How do people get involved in the fashion industry? What was it? Oh,
Sure.
Fashion Collective.
Absolutely. So we'll be launching our website incredibly soon. The Indigenous Fashion Collective.com. I need to, right, here's an example of needing more. We haven't launched the website yet, but if we could get anyone who's interested, and we'll send them an email and add them to our listserv. We are having a gala. Sorry, Chris, he's probably cringing like, don't be plugging your stuff. But we are going to have a gala October 12th through 14th in LA. We have some incredible partners that we'll be announcing, so we're really excited about that.
Wonderful. Great.
They can reach out to the National Center and we can connect.
Yes, we will connect with the person online. Any other questions, actually? Any question? Yes.
So something that was mentioned repeatedly was the mergers and acquisitions.
Our online audience can hear it.
One thing that I picked up on was the merger and acquisitions. If you're new to that concept, where would you suggest we start to create those relationships to get into those businesses that are ready to pass along what they've built? Like, what would you recommend us to start doing to get to that capacity to?
Okay.
Sure. So a couple of things about getting smart. The Association of Mergers and Acquisitions is a network. We talked about relationships. It's all about relationships, and as you begin to source potential partners or industry partners that you might look for, being a member of, I can't promote saying go join that organization, but get smart and get engaged, kind of like what we're talking about here with the National Center. You know, those relationships are critical, and get smart about other networks that may be around you that have those type opportunities. Are you here in New York?
I am out of Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Okay, you're in Wisconsin. Okay, well, let's follow up.
Yeah.
Let's follow up. I look forward.
Great. Okay, Lillian, yes.
Sorry, it's indigenousfashioncollective.com, indigenousfashioncollective.com, and you can join our listserv now through that website.
Wonderful. Any other?
And on the mergers and acquisitions piece, I just want to say, I think if you haven't accessed, obviously, the National Center, the SBA resources, if you're looking for financing and acquisition, those SBA 7A loans are a great resource because they have longer terms, 10-year terms, no prepayment penalties. So you can, it's a great way. I think about 40% of those loans writ large are used for acquisitions. But I would say make sure you don't want to acquire too early and you don't want to acquire too small because there's an infrastructure piece. So you want to make sure you're at a place where you feel comfortable, where you can kind of merge the two. And then I think the final point, in terms of finding a really good target, I used to do M&A advisory, so everyone is like, where do you find these businesses? But it is all relationships. So if you have mentor-protege relationships, supply chain relationships, working with someone is the best way to look under the hood of a business. I can't tell you how many times things can go wrong in an acquisition if you don't know what's under that hood. And you can't always believe what you're sold because someone's selling the business because they want to retire and someone's helping them sell the business, and there's a fee associated with that. So they are going to, it's kind of like marriage. It's like the best thing at the very beginning, and then you're like, okay, you got to work through a lot. But I would say it's like, it's even harder with a business because, it's like, so you want to know what you're buying and have trust in what you're getting because you're in it for the long haul, like similar to marriage.
Wonderful. I'm going to hand this over to Kaya Jackson. She's our business development specialist and doing an awesome job. And she's going to make another announcement. But Chris, I think you had a question or something.
Well, I just want to say, too, on access to capital, I think that's a great idea to look at 7A. The National Center will also be launching, hopefully this fall, our Native Edge Finance. It's a Native Community Development Financial Institution, CDFI. Lillian is on the board, another board. Lillian and I are on the board of Native Edge Finance, so we'll be launching this fall. We'll have a small pool of capital to lend out, so more to come on that, but it'll be Native Edge Finance. Of course, we love the Native Edge term at the National Center, so so that'll be launching this year.
Thank you. Yay, thank you. We don't have any more questions for our panel. Let's give them a good hand. And next we have Mr. James Anderson of James Training Company in Old Southern Barbecue. So if you guys could give another hand for James.
All right, everybody stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, this is business. Let's go, we gotta have some energy. Here we go, clap your hands. Stand up, please, there we go. Clap your hands, clap your hands. Put your hands up in the air, repeat after me. I feel happy. I feel healthy.
I feel healthy.
I feel terrific.
I feel
We
terrific.
can do a lot better than that. Come on, let's go. You too online. Get off your phones online. Let's go. Here we go. You have my hands. I feel happy. I feel healthy. I feel terrific. Fantastic. Give two people. Yeah. Give two people a high five and say good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. My name is James Anderson. I'm an enrolled member of the Lakudere Band of Ojibwe. I'm also enrolled in Choctaw Nation. And my traditional name is Anamakaegijik, which means thunder sky in Anishinaabe Moen. My name is James Anderson, and I'm very honored to be here with you today. Special thank you to Yvette, Kaya, Chris. Thank you for inviting me. I've been working with the National Center for many years, and mainly because I love the relationships, but also I love Native business. Thank you. Which I love Native business. Let's see if my slide shows up. Maybe this one will work. Oh, I need to use this for our online audience. Okay. Hi, online audience. I'll do my best to use this. Normally, I don't use it, but pull up my slideshow so you can see what's happening. Oh, everybody look at Kaya. Sure, no problem. Okay, well, she figures out what's happening. So my background is I currently own Old Southern Barbecue, which we have 4 locations in the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro area. We've been named one of the top 20 barbecue restaurants in the country by Barbecue News Magazine. We've won multiple awards, and we're currently looking for our next location. We are in the major grocery stores in the region, and then we'll be in the U.S. Bank Stadium this coming fall. I also own my own speaking business. I've had that for 20 years, where I train, I do success workshops, personal development workshops, professional development workshops, and once again, I've been doing that for 20 years. And where does all this entrepreneurship stuff come from? Well, my dad happens to be Famous Dave of the barbecue restaurant. So I've lived with a serial entrepreneur basically all my life. I mean, even before he was famous, he was just Dave, right? He was just Dave. And he was just a normal native guy who was just trying to find his way. My mom had the steady job, and he was out there failing constantly. He failing constantly, and thank you very much. Give her a round of applause, yes! Famous, so once again, I knew Famous before he was famous. I knew him when he was just Dave. That's me and my dad at a powwow, and to raise money, he'd sell jewelry. He was a silversmith, and he'd make jewelry and he'd sell it at powwows. You know, kind of we were always entrepreneurial people, and that's one of the ways he made money for the family. The other way we made money for the family was we'd go around and we sell fry bread at powwows. That's how we made money. And that's my grandpa right there. That's my dad. And those people are very important to me because they were always about business. Now the difference was this is my grandpa Jim right here. He wasn't going to the Native Edge Institute back then to learn the tips, the tools, the strategies on how to be successful in business. He just had to figure it out. Does that make sense? Yeah. I'm not saying we shouldn't be here. I'm saying back then it was a lot different. And one of the things that he found that was very important, the energy to have, was a spirit of service. A spirit of what? Spirit of service. Oh my gosh. I mean, what's amazing is I do this a lot. And one of my favorite events that I went to is I spoke at the South Carolina Black Entrepreneurship Association event. And I came up here and I was doing my thing, talking about the same thing, service and all that. And I said, all right, he was about service. And everybody's like, service! And I come to the Indian organizations, and what was it about? Service. Come on, people, let's go. It's about service. It's about what? Service. There we go. That's native business right there. It was about service. Because if we didn't provide good service to our customers at selling our jewelry or at our fry bread stand, did they buy our products? No. They went to somebody else's booth and they bought their products. Now, I used to work there. And when I was a kid, and we as adults feel this as well, sometimes you just don't want to be there, right? You don't want to work. And a customer would come up to the fry bread booth and they happen to be there, and they'd be looking, they want to buy a venison burger or an Indian taco or something like that. And then I'd look and I'd go, what do you want? And my grandma and grandpa would hear me, and they'd grab me by the ear and say, go clean something, right? And then they step forward, and they look at that guest in the face, big smile on their face, and say, how can I help you? How can I help you? How can I serve you? And that's what this is about. She didn't go to some class or institute or workshop to learn that. That's how it was, because if they didn't give us the money for our products what couldn't we buy? Food, exactly. Not for the booth, food for the kitchen table. And if you don't have food, what happens to you? What's that? Say it louder. You starve. And what happens when you starve? You die. Exactly. So this wasn't just about some mumbo jumbo that my grandma and grandpa learned at a workshop. It was about putting food on the table so you could provide for your family. And at the very basis, that's what all of this is about. And the way you do that is to provide service. Profit is just about providing service in a way that allows us to provide for our family. So we're just not buying the cost of the goods. We get a little bit more because we provided an outstanding service to someone else. Profit is not a bad term. It kind of gets tossed around these days. Oh, all the corporations care about is profit and all that. I want profit because I got mouths to feed. I got kids to put through college. Like, this stuff is important to me, so you bet I'm going to provide outstanding service to the people that I come in contact with. Now, once again, and that's the goal of our organization. We have, at Old Southern Barbecue, our mission statement consists of 2 things. How many things? 2. Service. Oh, yes, service. Yeah, that's yep, I love it. Yep. How many things? 2. How many things? 2. Yes, people and food. If we take care of our people in our restaurants and we provide great food, we will get profit. Profit's not the aim. Service is the aim. People and food is the aim. And that by doing that, we will get profit. Now, this, one of the, we talking about capital. This is when Famous Dave's went public. I had the unique experience as an 18-year-old young man, just graduated from high school. Famous Dave's is going on their initial public offering tour to basically, we went to Prudential, the big banks in New York City and Boston, and he dragged me along. I didn't want to go, but I'm so glad I did. We went to 6 different financial institutions saying, and he was saying, invest in Famous Dave's. Invest in Famous Dave's. Now, there are 2 things that come from this, all right? Two key things that are important on this venture. Look at all the tools I have here. This is awesome. Oh yeah, that's the fry bread booth. Yep, isn't that awesome? That's how they were. And that woman in yellow, that's my cookum, that's Iris. She was the boss of that booth. You mess with her. Energy is? Everything. Thank you. Say it with twice as much energy. Energy is? Everything. That wasn't twice as loud. It was the same. Energy is? Everything. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Miigwech. So energy is everything. So Famous went in and he had the energy at these banks. You had men and women sitting, we were sitting in a room, like they had their notebooks, legs crossed, steely, no emotion. Basically, tell me what you're about. Yeah, it wasn't like, oh yeah, come on, tell me, it was like, what do you got? And it wasn't like Shark Tank. Now, very few things are like Shark Tank. All right, that's TV, right? I get asked that. I do mentoring for young adults, youth, college students who want to be in business. And they're like, is it like Shark Tank? No! Very little things out there are like Shark Tank. That's TV, all right? If you want to go that route, best of luck. Yep, that's part of it. They do invest. It's real stuff. It's real money. But it's TV. Most things, 99% of the things out there when it comes to raising money are not Shark Tank. Okay. Now, there are some, it's still worth watching. It's a good show. But Famous is basically there and doing his Shark Tank thing, and he's talking about the story of how Famous Dave started, his love of barbecue, all this, and fantastic, and they're just sitting there nodding their head, and he had the energy. And you know what I respect the most about what he said? Not at one time did he mention that he was a minority disadvantaged business. Because that wasn't his point of view, and that's why I encourage you to have the energy of, yes, take advantage of those opportunities, but don't have that mentality. Minority disadvantaged, like that's horrible. Like what kind of energy are we putting into our own heads? Oh, please, I'm minority, I'm less than, and I'm disadvantaged. You need to, oh, just, yes, alms for the poor, and all that kind of stuff. You can't have that mentality as an entrepreneur. You have to come in being like, boom, here I am. I'm not disadvantaged. I'm not minor. I've got things to serve. I've got goods. I can do a great job. I am outstanding at what I do. That will put you in a place to then take advantage of those minority disadvantaged opportunities that are in place through the government and other business organizations. Oh, thank you. Because I take advantage of them too. But we don't have the mentality that we are disadvantaged. We have the mentality that we are advantaged. That's the energy that we have, that we are great. We provide outstanding service. That is the energy that we bring forth, and that's the energy that Famous brought forth as he's talking about his organization. Now, energy is everything, but is energy being like, yeah, woo, all that kind of stuff, is that going to get you the money? No. No, not at all. Energy is everything, but it's the execution that gets you the results. And we all want results, right? That's the goal, the results. No matter what it is, it's the results. Energy times execution equals your results. So my dad is terrible about the execution part of that presentation. He's the energy. So after he's done, okay, let me see your financials. So he's got a person who helps to talk about the financials, the business manager of Famous Dave's at that time, managers at that time, to talk about their performas and all that kind of stuff, same store sales, all the jargon that was talked about that I've been doing this for a long time. I still don't understand what same store sales are in my industry. But it's this energy times execution equals the results. So they were able to show that they are able to execute a business appropriately and have energy and to sell it. Like these guys care because no matter how technologically amazing we get as a human race, you've heard it up here several times by our speakers, the relationships and the networking still matter greatly. People will want to give you money if they like you. Yeah, that's why the deals on the golf courses are still probably the biggest place where business is done. People want to do deals with with people they like. That's why the human element is so key. I remember getting a job one time just because me and the other person were vibing because we like Star Wars. I mean, that's what it's about. Yeah, I'll hire you, absolutely. Exactly. I remember, and once again, here the native part of it is I got a speaking gig because I started talking about my native. Oh, you are so cool. Your story's so cool. Yeah, I'm gonna hire you. Okay. Do you want to know how much it costs? Doesn't matter. So, energy times execution equals your results. It is the combination of both. No matter where you are in this line of business, from manufacturing all the way to the end product of people who are giving the money, to whether you're in my business of serving food to people or speaking to people, it's the combination that allows you to be successful. Now, the problem is, most people just want to do a good job. You know, I'm good. I'm a good worker. I'm a good entrepreneur. I'm good. I'm good. You know, I'm good. You know, on a scale of 1 to 10, 7 is probably good. Now, let's say obviously the top of the line is a 100, right? 100 results. 100. You want 100. That's like the best of the best. 1 to 100, 100% is I'm at 100. That's fantastic. Now, I'm at a 7. I'm good. Bringing the energy. No. Yeah, I'm a business. Yeah, I'm good. You know, all I need to do is show up. I do a good job. Execution, I'm not perfect. I do a good job. I'm a 7 there too. But the problem is, what's 7 times 7? 49. Is that anywhere close to 100? No. No wonder people struggle to be like, well, how come I didn't get the job? How come they didn't give me the money? I'm good. We provide good services. We do a good job. How come she left me? I'm a good man. The problem is everybody's good, especially in this day and age. Everybody says they're good. Your life changes, your business changes when you decide to start to operate at the 9s and the 10s. The 9s and the 10s. I don't say 10 and 10 because we are humans and we're not perfect. But the 9s and the 10s start separating you from everybody else out there who just wants to be good. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes. See, that was right away, it's just good. Yes. So, energy times execution equals your results in all that you do. So when Famous was sitting there in front of these people, he was in charge of bringing the energy. He was hooping, hollering, excited to tell people about his story and his passion about barbecue. And he had it all, like he was, those of you who have heard him before, it was like, oh, this, and stone-faced. But he didn't care. You could feel the passion from him and the excitement about what he was doing. You must show that to the people who you are asking money from. Because if I'm going to give my money to you, I want to know you care about what you're doing with my money. And then you must show execution that you know what you are doing. You know how to operate. You know what to do with the money. And that's what Famous Dave's of America at the time was able to show. And finally, I remember the one woman, we were in New York City, and we went through our performance, and she goes, it was one of those hot New York days, like it's kind of been here already. And you could tell, like, the guard went down. These are just a couple guys and some kid sitting in the corner. And she goes, whew, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your presentation. Man, I could go for a cold beer. And they were just talking a while about, she was asking questions about the business. Once again, every question could be answered here, and then every question could be answered regarding the passion behind the business. And I always remember, we left, and they sent me into a grocery store and said, go get her a six-pack, James. And I'm like, I'm 18, guys. How's this gonna work? And just run in there. So I went and grabbed I grabbed like a six-pack of Coors, went up to the clerk, and he looked at me. He goes, are you 21? With energy and execution, I was like, yes, I am. And he said, yeah. And there we go. And we sent a six-pack up to her office. True story. But it's that little stuff that makes a difference. Do we have to do that? Do we know that would have affected anything in terms of the IPO? We have no idea. But it wasn't about that. It was about service.
Did you close the deal?
Famous Dave's became a publicly traded company and went on to opening 250 restaurants nationwide. So my presentation's called Build from Within, right? Build from within. So the first part you build from within is, okay, you got you, the individual, you, the person. What kind of energy do you bring? What kind of energy do you bring? What kind of energy do you bring to other people? I live in Minnesota, and the favorite sports team by far is the Minnesota Vikings. The Vikings, absolutely, the Vikings. And I've got a friend who owns his own business. He was an engineer. We've been friends for a very long time. Stereotypical engineer. What's the stereotype of an engineer? Conservative, quiet. Exactly. That's him. Hey, how's it going, man? Good. How's business? Good. We got a really busy day. How's the family? Good. But on Sunday, he's got season tickets. He goes to the game. He's cheering for his favorite team. And the Vikings fans, they go to the games and they wear these, they're called Helga horns. They're fake horns, fake gold braids, cheering for their favorite football team. What if we put that type of energy and enthusiasm into cheering and supporting the people who are part of our teams? Now, I am also, my reserve is in Wisconsin, the Lakudere Band of Ojibwe. And the favorite football team in Wisconsin is the Green Bay Packers, yes. And I got my uncle up there. He owns a little small business as well. He has a little hobby farm where he sells vegetables and fruits, firewood, that type of stuff. He's basically in retirement now, and that's what he does for the extra money. Is he farms. He grows vegetables and flowers and things like that, and he's really into it, very passionate about it. But he's he's from Northwest Wisconsin. Hey James, how's it going? How's the family? Oh, they're good, Uncle. How's the farm? Oh yeah, it's pretty good. We got a little too much rain right now, but it's good. But on Sunday, when the Packers, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, the Packers, and he's got pumped up. You could hear him yelling in his house, and he's got his cheese on his head. Because what do they call? What are the Packers fans called? Cheeseheads. Grown men and women putting cheese on their heads, cheering for their favorite football team. So once again, our energy, building from within, what energy are we bringing to our business, to our work, to our family? And then also, what energy are we bringing to the people who work for our business, our teams? Do we support them? Do we acknowledge them? I know at Old Southern Barbecue, one thing that's very important to us is birthdays. You know, right now our director of training, they're having a big birthday party for her, and everybody's there, and we take her out. And then that trickles down. She's known for when somebody's birthday in one of the restaurants, whether they're a dishwasher, whether they're a manager, assistant manager, she brings in homemade. She didn't go to the store, homemade cupcakes or a cake that has something that it's like she put like a rack of ribs in frosting on the cake. Something to signify that she put the time in, because she's a raving fan for everybody who works in that restaurant. So, does anybody have any favorite sports teams here? Ravens, yes, the Ravens, absolutely. Do you know Lamar Jackson? Not personally, yes. Do you cheer for him? Yes, absolutely. And that's the thing. We don't know many of our favorite sports stars, but yet we clap and cheer for them. How many have cheered at the television before? Yes, they can't hear us. But we cheer so loudly for them because we want them to win. Absolutely, we want them to win. We want them to win so badly that we're willing to cheer at a box. What if we wanted our teams to win like that? That comes from the leadership of you as the entrepreneurship, as the head of your organization, of your business. That comes from you. And you were talking about building from within. This is how you build from within. You support, you cheer, you send some positive energy to everybody who's in your organization. One thing that's very important to me is anytime I go into a restaurant, I go in and I greet and I shake hands or give a high five to every single employee that's there. I go back to the dishwasher and I go, amiga, hola, give her a high five, and sometimes she's like, no, I'm all messy. I'm like, good. I go to line cooks, and they're working, and they'll just go, hola, and I go, hola, and they do that, one of those, and they know, and they look at me, and they come to expect it, and they know I care. They know we care. One of our longtime line cooks had to leave the organization. He's back now, but he had to have surgery for cancer. And what we did is we put a nice big picture together of all the people who worked in that restaurant, gave him a big gift card that says, this will help you buy groceries for your family until you're able to get back and work again. Do we have to do these things? No, we don't have to, but we want to. And people have left our organization thinking the grass is greener on the other side, and they end up coming back. Because once employees know that you care about them, they're willing to run through walls with you as an entrepreneur and bring the energy and want to be part of something. Because energy is? Everything. Energy is? Everything. Yes. And you got to believe it, and you have to truly care, because their BS meter is pretty good. And if you're not consistent with it, then they see right through you as a stunt that you learned from at a workshop that you went to. It's got to be consistent, and it's got to be true. It's got to have energy to it. And also consider this. Is it all right if I tell you a story? Yes. Is it all right if I tell you a story? Yes. So I do a leadership development workshop. It's called Leadership from the Heart. It's for those who are truly Truly, yeah, yeah. It's pretty intense, right? It's pretty intense, and it's a pretty high level stuff. And not everybody graduates, and it's because it's difficult. And a woman came through. She was in charge of advancements at a university in Iowa, and she came up, and she's a successful woman, and she was really struggling in one of the processes, really struggling. And of course, in the workshop, we talk about energy is everything. And everybody's clapping and cheering for her, they're supporting her. They want her to win. They want her to be successful. They're giving her energy. They're clapping and they're chanting her name. Her name was Beth. Everybody's going, Beth, Beth, Beth. Everybody do that with me. Beth, 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 Beth. But it was way louder than that because they were all really into it. They weren't on their phones or anything like that. They were really into it. They were clapping, cheering. And tears started coming down her face, I thought, because she was struggling so badly that she couldn't do it. And I thought she was just, tears are coming down her face. And finally, she was able to break through. She completed the challenge, and everybody just roared, and she started walking back to her seat, and tears are just streaming down her face. And she got to her seat, and she stopped. She didn't sit down. She turned back around. She walked back up. And everybody's still clapping and cheering for her. And then she said, stop! And everybody's like, whoa. It was completely silent in the room like it is now. And before she spoke, she looked at every single person in that room in the eyes. And she said, thank you. This is the first time I've ever heard people do this for me. I was a nerd girl growing up. I wasn't in any sports. I wasn't in the band or plays or anything like that. I didn't have very many friends. And this is the first time in my life anybody stood up and cheered and clapped for me and chanted my name like the sports stars would always get. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. And she walked back to her seat, but before she could, all the people mobbed her and gave her a big, huge group hug and were clapping for her. And that was one of the most powerful moments for me because as a person who did play sports, it reminded me that in our organizations, there are people who the last time that may have never been cheered for in their lives. They don't come from a home life where support and clapping and cheering and positive energy is used. Your place of work might be the only place that somebody comes over and says hello and gives them a shake of hands or a high five and say, hey, I hope you have a great day. Your place of work might be the most positive thing in their life at this time. This woman, when she came through the course, was 38 years old, and she'd never received a standing ovation in her life. And this is a highly successful woman. There are people in your organization who the last time, they may be 50 years old, and the last time anybody cheered for them was when they were 12 years old playing softball. You have this power to create an environment in your organization where you support, you cheer, and it's not like you have to become BFF with them, but what you're doing is you're saying, I see you. I see you. I see you. You're a real person to me. I see you, and I appreciate what you do for my organization. And you have no problem going over and giving them a high five and say, hey, thanks for being here. Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming to work today. Hey, I appreciate you and I see you. Let's have a great day. I want you to win. Your organization might be the most positive place that they have in their lives. So you have a choice to be like, oh, that was fun, we laughed, he was talking about energy is everything, oh, that's cute. It's actually one of the most powerful things you can do to build your organization within. It's one of the most serious things that I talk about is the energy piece of all of this. because of what you can do to impact the people who are part of your organization that will help you build your organization to where you want it to go. Because energy is? Absolutely. And the greatest news is, doing that doesn't affect your budget in any way, shape, or form. Oh, it's so expensive to give a high five and say, I care about you? No. So that is a tip, a tool, a strategy that I recommend for each and every one of you, no matter where you are in your organization, is remember the power that you have because you matter. You matter, and if you want your organization to be more positive, if you want your business to be more positive, you as the leader must choose to be more positive in your life. Does that make sense? Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. Fantastic. Turn to the person next to you, give them a high five, and say, I'm cheering for you. So that is the key. Key to building yourself from within is to have that energy. One that you are, even though you're taking advantage of those opportunities, you are not disadvantaged and you are not minor. You matter and you play a huge role in in your business, and you having an attitude of, yes, I deserve this, I can be successful, and I'm here to serve. I'm here to help. And my grandma always said that's the native way. It's service. It is. It's service. How can I help you? Not expecting anything in return. I'm here to help you. How can I serve you? Love and service. Other part of it is, what energy are you bringing to the people around you? Do they feel your support? Do you feel your love, not only of your business? They have to see that you love what you're doing as well. Otherwise, they're not going to buy. Why should you expect them to buy in more any more than you're bought in? But that you care about them as a person. People are tired of being numbers. People are tired of being numbers. They want to know that they're real too, and they have families, they've got goals, they've got aspirations, and your organization is here to help them realize those as well. Hey, their dream might be to stay with you for their whole careers, or you might be a stepping stone. Whatever it is, I want you to be successful. I'm cheering for you. I support you. I want to help you. So be raving fans for your team. Be what? Raving fans. Yep, be raving fans, just as you are for your favorite sports teams, cheering for the people that you don't even know. Cheer for the people in your organization who are helping you achieve your goals, your hopes, your dreams. Next thing that's key. How am I doing for time? Yeah. Am I? Tell me when should I be done? And under the new schedule. 30. 30? Yes. I heard you say 15. I'm like, no. Okay. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is a orange tree. Yes, an orange tree. And what does this orange tree need to be successful? Water. Yes. Sunlight. Yes. Soil. Yes. Fertilizer. Yes. And where do you put the fertilizer? In the ground. In the ground. The soil, right? The soil. What's that? Bees. Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Pruning, caring, absolutely. So why an orange tree? Well, I use the orange tree because my first job outside of like being a busboy or a server at the Famous Dave's restaurants was after college. I got a job at a restaurant marketing organization in Palm Beach, Florida. And I went down there and I went through the center of the state and groves of oranges with great, big, beautiful, juicy fruits. And as I look back in that moment, I looked at these beautiful beautiful orange trees. And I had some fresh squeezed orange juice. Oh, it was so good, so amazing. And I remember looking at those trees, and they were all so beautiful, healthy, great big juicy fruits. And then there were some that didn't have any great big juicy fruits. They looked sick, they didn't look healthy. And why is that? What was the difference? Disease? Yeah, absolutely. Disease, storms. They weren't able to hold up to the cold. So, overall environment, absolutely. Overall environment. So there are some things that if you, do we all want great big juicy results from our business? Yes, absolutely we do. So here are some things that will help us do that. One, we need sun. Yep, okay. Everybody go ahead and stand up, please. I can't make you participate, but I hope you participate. I'm a very, as you can see, not just a kind of stand and do nothing type of person. So I like to have anybody who attends my workshops have to work in the shop. So let's see. What I'd like you to do is turn to the person next to you. This could be one, this could be two people, it could be three people. It doesn't matter to me. I'd like you to turn to them, high five, handshake, hug, and say, "I trust you." Okay. Yeah. That's good. Okay. Have we cemented some trust, or were those just canned "I trust yous"? Like, oh, he told me I don't know you at all. I trust you. All right. So, do you trust the people? Yes. Yeah. Do you trust the people? Yes. Good. And you may not even know them, but that's kind of the leap of faith in business, right? Yes. Right. So good. Okay, so you trust them. Now what I'd like you to do is take a moment and think. You are about to turn to them and give them a compliment. Not a one-word answer or anything like that. Take a moment. You're going to take a moment and think. You're going to give them a compliment. You're going to let them know, hey, and not just a canned one. It's going to be something that's actually meaningful. So don't start yet. I want you to think about it because I want you to know what you're going to say to them before you go up to them. And once again, if you're speaking to more than one person, good. So take a moment and think. So how it's going to work is you're going to walk up to them, you're going to shake their hand, and you're going to say their name and whatever the compliment is. It shouldn't be a one-word thing, and it shouldn't be a 10-minute dissertation about all the wonderful things about them. It should be clear, it should be concise, it should be honest. You may begin when you're ready.
Every 2 days I get a haircut. I learned that since COVID. I used to have a stubble.
Yeah.
And then after it closed, the numbers are like, my friends said, "What the shit?" They're like, yeah. Fire the barber. It reminds me of Tony Robbins. You know how to squirt gun, do you?
I should. I should. It's warm up here. I need somebody squirt me with a squirt gun. Oh, yeah. All right, go ahead. Now what I'd like you to do, what I'd like you to do is turn to that person who just complimented you. Don't say anything else, and just say thank you. All right, you may be seated. All right, take a deep breath in. Let that go. Stand up again, please. Yes, stand up again. Yeah. Now, what I'd like you to do is you're going to take a moment. You're going to turn to the person who, the people that you've already spoken to. You're going to say their name, and you're going to turn to them, and you're going to say, look at them in the eyes and say, you still have a lot to learn. And then, when that person, after that person gets done telling you that, you're going to say thank you. You may begin. And when you're finished, you may be seated. So, if we want, online. So, if we want a lot to learn, or excuse me, if we want lots of great, big, juicy fruits, we need sun and rain for this tree to grow. True or false? True, absolutely. Absolutely. If all this tree gets is sun, what happens to our orange tree? Yep. Does it create great, big, juicy fruits? No. Nope. It must be balanced out by the rain. If all this tree gets is rain, what happens to it? Absolutely. Does it create great, big, juicy fruits? No, it must be balanced out by the sun. It's the combination of the sun and the rain that allows that tree to grow and produce great, big, juicy fruits. So as a leader, once again, to build your organization within, you are not a leader if you are not able to provide true heartfelt sun and true heartfelt rain to your team so they can grow. You must be able to give true heartfelt sun. You must be able to give true heartfelt rain. When you're dealing with your team, being able to look at them and say, hey, great job. Or, hey, this is how you can be better. I noticed this. This is how you can be better. Because you won't grow if all you hear is, oh, you're fantastic. You're awesome. You can do no wrong. You're the best. All that. You will not grow. But you also won't grow if all you hear is, and you can do this better, 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 and you can do this better. It must be balanced out by the sun as well. So, once again, you are not a leader if you are not providing this to your team. If you have yearly reviews in your organization, or quarterly reviews, or half-year reviews, whatever it is, if those reviews are a surprise to that person, you are doing it wrong. You don't water the orange tree every 6 months, once every 6 months. It must be a daily occurrence, rain and sun. Does that make sense? Yes. If you want great big juicy fruits. Now, if you don't want great big juicy fruits, don't provide sun and rain. Or just provide sun. Or just provide rain. So, make sure you are a person, a leader, who creates a culture where feedback is given readily. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? You are not a leader and your organization will not grow if you are not doing that. Now, on a personal level, no umbrellas. You yourself, as the leader of your organization, as the entrepreneur, no umbrellas. When people give you sun, we like to put up an umbrella. Oh, that is a great idea. Oh, no, I don't know. And we don't accept it. We don't say thank you. Or, hey, you know what? That might just work, that idea. Great job. And you reflect it back. Oh, no, you had a great idea too. We don't accept it. We don't say thank you and let that hit us. Let the fact that, hey, I am smart. I am intelligent. I am a strong businesswoman. I'm a strong businessman. I can do this. That's part of that, getting rid of that disadvantaged idea that we can have in our head that I don't know if I deserve to be successful. That comes from not accepting those compliments that are coming our way. Hey, that's a great idea. Thank you. Yes, it is. We like to play that native, we got to be humble, which apparently means we can't do anything really well because we're bad at everything. No. We are amazing. We are fantastic. You are descended from geniuses, and we need to own those compliments that come our way. No umbrellas. And then, of course, the rain. Does the rain feel good? No, the rain doesn't feel good. Maybe for like a moment. There's always, this is so nice. And you say, let's go inside. There's a reason why people have been building shelters since the beginning of time. Last time when I was driving in late coming in late in the cab, everybody's like, oh! But that's it. So yes, the rain does, for some people, the rain does feel good for a short amount of time, but then you go inside. Find people in your life, in your careers that are willing to provide you with heartfelt rain. Yep. How can I get better? I've got a lot to learn. What can I do to be better? And that's what coming to these things is about. Coming to these Native Edge Institutes are important because you can, thank you, yes. And not just because they're paying me to be up here, because it's true that when you come to these events, people will tell you, they will be giving you rain. This is what you need to do. This is what can happen. You also get sun here. You're doing this well. This is how you can get better. You are actively seeking out the rain. Find mentors, leaders, elders, people who will be there to provide you with true heartfelt sun and rain so that you can grow. And you can put down the umbrella. Because why? You've created an environment of trust. Of what? Trust. And this stuff doesn't matter without that trust. That's why we did the I trust you part of it. Because when your team trusts you, when you trust those people, you're able to have those conversations because everybody knows that it's coming from a good place. They want you to be successful. They're not telling this to bring you down, to bring you hate. They're telling you this because they want you to be successful and they believe this feedback will help you out. It's how you build from within. It is. Once again, if your review process, if you're just watering the trees in your organization once a year, you're doing it wrong. It should be on a regular basis that you're providing sun and rain to your team and to yourself. Make sense? Yes. Make sense? Yes. Fantastic. Give the person next to you a high five and say, I'm cheering for you. Now, this tree also needs soil. Yes, roots to soak the nutrients out of the soil, right? The roots do a lot of great things, strong roots, and those are your commitments as an organization. These roots equal these fruits. These roots equal these fruits. These are your commitments of your organization. Do you and your team know what your business is all about? My goal for our Old Southern Barbecue restaurant is that when somebody asks, what is your organization about? They say people and food. People and food. People and food. And we say it over and over again because I want them to know, I want them to ingrain it. It's about people and food. So even though we don't have ketchup in our organization, because we don't have French fries, we don't have ketchup, but a young girl wants to put ketchup on her ribs. Oh. Our supervisor will walk next to her store to the gas station, buy her some ketchup, and bring it in for her. Yep, thank you. Yep, that was, and did I tell him to do that? No, it's just about people and food, right? It's about people and food. Yeah, it's a service. Yeah, if it's about service. Yeah, we don't have it. Let me see what I can do. And are we able to do that every time? No, because what if that gas station didn't have ketchup? Well, we did our best, but it was still the idea, people and food, that people understand what our roots are. What are your roots? Have you fleshed them out for your organization? If you're just starting out, what is your base? What keeps you centered? What keeps you grounded? What is important to you? And everybody knows. Everybody knows. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes. So we got sun, we got rain, we got roots. Anybody heard of Biodome? Yeah, what was Biodome, sir?
Well, it was sort of an experiment of having an ecosystem and people living in it and operating as if it's a complete world.
Yeah, a complete world. Exactly. And one of the challenges with Biodome was some of the trees weren't surviving. Why? Do you know why the trees weren't surviving, sir? No? Okay. The trees weren't making it. But do you know? The wind. Yes, the wind. The trees weren't surviving because of the wind. What was the wind doing for those trees? What's that?
The wind was making the tree strong.
The wind was making the tree strong. So, yes. Yeah. Give everybody a round of applause here. Oh, look at that's some of my best wind art right there. You can't top that. A lot of rain, apparently. So the wind. What the wind does is it causes stress and pressure on the tree, allowing the tree to create bark, which makes the tree stronger, and the bark keeps the tree upright so it doesn't fall over. Basically, the trees were wimpy trees, and they weren't able to survive and create great big juicy fruits. Challenge. Your team needs a challenge. Goals. They need to be challenged. They want to be challenged. They want to learn. They want to grow. They want to get better. Challenge your team. Challenge. Put that pressure, that wind on them. Challenge. They want to grow. They want to be better. They want goals. They want something to shoot for. Otherwise, what happens? They get bored. They get bored. They stop focusing on what's important because it's the same thing over and over again. They get bored. We must provide the wind and challenge. Does that make sense? Yes. Does that make sense? Yes. So that's up to you as the leader. They're not going to challenge. I mean, it's very few and far between that you're going to get the person who challenges themselves, right? Who does the Michael Jordan thing. Oh, that guy looked at me wrong. I'm going to score 50 on him. That's very few and far between. That challenge needs to come from you. You must upset the status quo. And that comes from pressure. This happens all over in nature, from bark of the trees to a piece of coal under the earth. Heat and stress and pressure of the earth, over time, that piece of coal becomes a diamond. Absolutely. This process is called perturbation. It was coined by a Belgian physicist by the name of Ilya Prigogine, and he coined the term perturbation, meaning upsetting the status quo. Another example: a piece of sand finds its way into an oyster, and that rubbing and pressure that the oyster puts on that piece of sand turns it into a pearl. Once again, there's so many examples of nature of how pressure it helps people become bigger, stronger, and more equipped to handle their environment. And are we part of nature? Yeah. Absolutely we are. Same thing with us. We thrive when there's some pressure put onto us. Does that make sense? Yes. And once again, if you've developed a very healthy environment full of trust, that pressure is seen as a good thing rather than, oh, my boss sucks and having me do all this stuff. No, because they know that pressure is coming from a place where they want you to be successful. They want you to achieve your goals. So, once again, do we provide wind one time a year? Or one time a quarter? No, this is a constant thing. This is a constant communication. This is a constant just thing that you talk to with your team, that your leaders talk to their team about. and it works. It does. It works in my organization. It works in my speaking organization. It works for our trees. So, in review, sun, rain. You are not a leader if you're not providing true heartfelt sun, true heartfelt rain to your trees so it can grow. It's up to you as a leader to provide the roots. What keeps us grounded? What do we stand for? What are we about? And as a leader, it's up to you to provide the challenges. Wind, that pressure, to make your tree strong. It's up to you to provide that. And then, of course, you as an individual leader yourself to grow. No umbrellas. Seek out ways for you to become stronger, for you to become better. And once again, attending workshops such as this and really diving into it and bringing your energy to these events is how you get good at it, right? Is to put pressure on yourself, not to just hide away into your phones in the outside world, but to actually get into the things that on the agenda that they're going to be talking about. For you, that might be the win for you. And you might want to be like, oh, I'm going to go inside and stay out of the wind because, oh, that's hard, that's for other people. Stay in there, learn, grow, get better. This is your opportunity. It's your business. If you're not going to do it, who is? Some great words by the people up here before. The opportunities are there. They really are. One of my favorite quotes said by very many people is, really, it's important to be in the right place at the right time, but more importantly, have you developed yourself into becoming the right person to take advantage of the right place at the right time? And you need to truly ask yourself that question. Are you not getting the opportunities because you're saying it's not the right place at the right time? Or have you just not developed yourself into taking advantage of those opportunities? Native Edge Institute is about developing you into becoming the right person to take advantage of the right place and the right time. So, ladies and gentlemen, remember, energy is everything. Have the right energy mindset for yourself as a business owner. Provide energy to the people around you. This is how you grow, you build from within. And then now it's up to you to, once again, to take all this from buzzwords and fancy things and to take it to something that really means something, because once again, it's about service and remembering that, you know what, this is how you put food on the table for your family. Going all the way back. Yes, you're going to learn some great things, but at the bottom line, This is how you support those who you care about. What kind of energy are you going to bring to your organization, to your business? What kind of energy are you going to bring to your people? I hope it's one of positivity, and that all the challenges out there go your way, and understanding that even if it doesn't, you have what it takes to get through it. I wish you all the very best and positive energy to each and every one of you. Gigawabaman Naguch until our paths cross again. If you have any questions, you can find me over throughout this process. Maybe we'll have some questions here at the end. But as we close, I want to close right. Everybody stand up. Fantastic. Miigwech, thank you everyone for being an outstanding audience and participating. Have a great rest of your day.
Good job.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, James. That was so awesome. We got all kinds of things up here.
Thank you.
So obviously lunch is set, and I just want to remind everybody the restrooms are over here on this side. So we're going to take a short break right now, and then also I just wanted to acknowledge that we are in the Hard Rock Hotel. Casino, or not casino, but it's a hotel. They do have casinos, but the Seminole Tribe of Florida owns the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. So acknowledging them for their hard work over the many years and international. And so we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back. And then please help yourself over here. And we have all sorts of sandwiches. We have beverages. And then we'll reconvene once our lunch panel comes on. Thank you. Thank you.
I love the word knowledge share, because it's not always just sitting in a room, receiving the knowledge. It's like you're also part of the conversation and sharing the knowledge as well.
And I love it when I hear of a company coming in, they've never been to a Native Edge. We recently had this again in Oregon, and they develop, and as a result of it, they go after a contract, and then as a result of that, they get to hire 50, 100 new employees, that kind of thing. And then they come back and they tell you, like, hey, this past year, this is what I've done, and thank you because you gave me the strength and courage to just go after it. Yeah. Because a lot of times they sit on their hand, they have so much information, and sometimes it's just at their fingertips, and it's just that little bit of encouragement that then they want to go pursue that.
Well, a lot of times we use the word empowerment. What does the word empowerment mean to you?
Empowerment to me, I think it's part of that, just the encouragement that you can receive from someone that sees that in you, and it just may be one or two words or a short conversation, and it has empowered you to take the next step, to not be afraid. Because really it's our own fear that kind of prevents us sometimes, right?
Well, I think it's fear that you can't get to your next level because you hold yourself back. A lot of times, your worst enemy is looking back at you in the mirror. And I think empowerment can come from others, but sometimes you just can empower yourself. Light a fire for whatever reason. So I think these trainings and the work that we do at the National Center, it's all around empowerment and making sure that our businesses have a voice, and that our clients that we work with, we're there to support them in their needs.
Absolutely.
I grew up here in the community, lived here all my life. Our families were entrepreneurs. We had to be. Our entrepreneurial spirit, we used that to start small businesses that would bring jobs to our reservation.
PCI Federal Services, we started with 1 employee. The exponential growth that we've experienced, we're hopeful that we'll cross that 1,000 employee threshold later this year.
We continue to look for partners, and we continue to look for organic growth. Native Edge is a great way to do it.
The Native Edge Institute, this is our second time here in Alabama.
Business is complex. You're not alone. There's programs out there funded with our tax dollars.
There's state programs, there's local programs, there's national programs like our Arizona MBDA Export Center, and our services are for all minorities. I put a panel together of myself and Brian Davis, Alabama ITA, working with him to see what our clientele needs are and what he can offer.
Using SBA's programs, Hub Zone, Apex Centers, Minority Business Development Centers. These programs alone help me leverage into working with prime contractors and being prime to the government.
Opportunities like this, getting to interact with a lot of business owners, just provides so many different networking opportunities that can really help a business exponentially.
All right, here we go. I'm so thankful that all y'all wanted to go on the tour. Hopefully you'll be able to see some great progress that our tribe has made.
PCI Federal Services was created in 2016 by the Porch Band of Creek Indians. It's funny the things you remember growing up, like we played in that ditch, you know? I mean, there was nothing between there. It's just amazing in such a short amount of time how far we've come.
In 1988, we started to provide products and services to our federal government. And through that creation, it really started us to thinking about what we could do that would create revenues to bring back to seed our growth.
PCI Federal Services, they've had this vision for this economic diversification.
We have hotels all across the Southeast. We have 3 at Disney, 2 in Huntsville, Pennsylvania, Miami, Chicago, Aruba, Curacao, all across the United States. These are owned by individual tribal people. Each tribal member got to choose what plan they wanted. We built the house interest-free.
Now there's housing and the new fire station and everything there.
We have a state-of-the-art health facility, our recreational department, all the amenities that are available to not only tribal members, but to the public around the reservation. We want people to know that we care about our own and we care about the communities that we're in.
Success means different things to different people. We create jobs that can sustain a family and provide good health care. We want to share our story, share our lessons learned. Native Edge coming to our reservation here allows us to do that, and we appreciate that.
We just want to welcome you and thank you so much for being here in this amazing space.
Thank you for joining us. Great information to improve Indian country.
Today we're in New York City at the beautiful Hard Rock Hotel owned by the Seminole tribe. There's some lucky attendees that are here today. They're getting the first-hand experience of what a Native Edge Institute is.
It's important to attend events like the Native Edge Institutes because of the resources that are here. Networking is always a big part of any event that we do at the National Center.
We like to pride ourselves in being the #1 connector in Indian country and for Indian country. So we're able to connect these different tribal nations to each other because we're everywhere in contact with everyone. We see what someone on the West Coast is doing versus someone on the East Coast isn't aware. So person A has something that person B needs, and we're able to connect those people.
And our goal is to expand globally. I'd really like to see our tribal enterprises and our Indian-owned businesses selling to the world and doing trade with the world.
I've been with the National Center since 1980. We're one of the first Native American government marketing assistance programs to introduce the 8A program to the Native American community. We've pretty much been there since the beginning.
In my tribe, super active with the National Center, calling, asking for consultation. They're looking into working with our export team on exporting rice and doing their agriculture.
For me, the 39 tribes in Oklahoma, we all have tourism groups. It would even be more beneficial to us if we had a museum, and the National Center, especially with the exports, could definitely get us there. They're going to Africa soon. They're doing great things.
We're going to South Africa and we're going to Ghana, and we're going to be meeting with businesses who are looking into importing and exporting. This being the first mission is pretty exciting. We're going to see what opportunities there are, and we can bring them back to our clients.
You know, economic development, we think about it as a circular economy. How can we share more of the resources that we have and expand on that and build it?
Our goal is to create more opportunities for investment into tribal communities and Native-led nonprofits. And we do that by advocating and working with tribal leaders and Native-led nonprofits.
Whenever you support a Native business or a tribally owned enterprise, that money doesn't go into the pocket of one person, of like a millionaire or billionaire. It goes into the pockets of the community. These tribes are assisting the local communities, the surrounding towns, the state that they reside in. Even though it's a sovereign nation within the state, they still provide financial assistance to the state by providing those jobs and supporting the local economies.
A system that has made tribes dependent. If we're allowed to be creative and to bring into our culture, elevate tribal ecological knowledge, then the outcomes will look quite different.
A lot of the communities that I went to when I was younger, you go there now and you see the growth, and that growth comes from the economic development that these tribes have done. Being able to provide resources and be an organization that can help move tribes and the businesses into their next level, that's something that I really enjoy.
We have clients that have been clients for years, and they've just pivoted and grown their businesses into other arenas. So I would love to see small business owners just reaching their goals. And if we can be a part of that, sign me up.
I love the word knowledge share, because it's not always just sitting in a room, you know, receiving the knowledge. It's like you're also part of the conversation and sharing the knowledge as well.
And I love it when I hear of a company coming in, they've never been to a Native Edge. We recently had this again in Oregon, and they develop, and as a result of it, they go after a contract, and then as a result of that, they get to hire 50, 100 new employees, that kind of thing. And then they come back and they tell you, you know, like, hey, this past year, this is what I've done, and thank you because you gave me the strength and courage to just go after it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times they sit on their hand, they have so much information, and sometimes it's just at their fingertips, and it's just that little bit of encouragement that then they want to go pursue that.
Well, you know, a lot of times we use the word empowerment. What does the word empowerment mean to you?
Empowerment to me, I think it's part of that, you know, just the encouragement that you can receive from someone that sees that in you, and it just may be one or two words or a short conversation, and it has empowered you to take the next step, to not be afraid. Because really it's our own fear that kind of prevents us sometimes, right?
Well, I think it's fear that you can't get to your next level because you hold yourself back. A lot of times, like, you know, your worst enemy is looking back at you in the mirror. And I think empowerment can come from others, but sometimes you just can empower yourself, you know, light a fire for whatever reason. So I think these trainings and the work that we do at the National Center, it's all around empowerment and making sure that our businesses have a voice and that our clients that we work with, we're there to support them in their needs.
Absolutely.
So do we have a small clip to run of Lance and Yvette's interview from Ho-Chunk. Let's run that clip.
We have divisions. Government contracting is probably our biggest division. We have a large real estate development company. We have a local division that includes manufacturing of tobacco products, farming, stores, retail, distribution. We focus our attention on profitable business relationships off reservation, and then we try to take care of our own on the reservation.
So that was from your interview with Lance, and it was pretty amazing. Just talk a little bit more. I know he had mentioned a few things about the work they do, but he directly associated some of the work they did with the National Center.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, of course, and I think started out, as he said, Ho-Chunk Inc. in his apartment.
Yeah.
Kind of like Mel McGee.
Yeah.
A one person starting up their tribal enterprise and taking advantage of the 8A program and then building that and then creating another arm and another enterprise and another small business and then taking the tour of their community and what they've done as far as their housing. The elderly housing that we toured was incredible. Their farming operation, we went out there as well. And then in town, they have a building in town with their name on top, at the very top. Toured their marketing facility there, and they have a really nice setup. Not as humble as ours here at the Native Edge.
Our setup is awesome.
Setup?
Though. It's so awesome. We don't have our name on the building.
8-10 story building.
Well, we have all those stickers.
We have a lot of stickers.
We do have a lot, and our logo is very cool.
Yeah.
I've really been impressed with an event like this, really get that messaging for Indian country.
As an organization to come together, to have an uplifting, motivational group of people, that style of topics behind it, it's incredible.
It's been really great to be here at the Native Edge Institute. It's a really great networking opportunity in Indian country, especially for businesses.
I want to bring that creativity. I just don't know where to start, and that's why I'm here today, to kind of learn a little bit more about business.
We're here today in the Duwamish Longhouse. It is in the last village site of Seattle. When people come to Seattle and they're wondering who the first people of Seattle are, we are those people. This is Seattle, and this is our home.
I became the Chief Executive Officer of 8th Generation about 2 years ago now. We're putting out anywhere from 40 to 100 new products a year, and we are the only company that we know of in Seattle that manufactures blankets. If you want a real Seattle gift, this is a place.
A lot of places you go, it's like kind of stuffy, kind of feel out of place, but nobody at any of these events has ever made me feel like that. Everybody's very, very accepting and welcoming.
Networking, sharing information, the event is the cornerstone of small businesses.
Having these types of opportunities are very important to you as a small business. I'm fairly certain that I can grow that foundation to move up and be where you want to be from here.
KeyBank formed a dedicated line of business in 2004 to serve Indian country.
It's important that understanding the tribal community can pursue business and they can be successful. So this is new information that's really exciting. I can't wait to bring it back to my community.
Business to me is absolutely critical. We employ our people, we better society. I am a proud Indian, proud of the Duwamish, and proud to be an American here in Seattle, carrying on the legacy of our Native people.
If you are an entrepreneur, if you're a small business owner or a business who wants to work with tribal nations, this is a place to do that.
The National Center has done a great job of adapting to the business environment and growing their offerings. The idea of promoting Native American small business and helping them understand what company are looking for is a really great job. So thank you, Indian Country, for 55 years with the National Center.
We're at the fabulous South Sioux City Riverfront Marriott Hotel overlooking the beautiful Missouri River.
Working on business development, access to capital, government contracting.
To be in a room with like-minded people that all have the same goals of growing an economy, especially for Native people, it's a really special experience.
We had a packed house at this Native Edge Institute. It's really beneficial for everyone to get involved.
You had people talking about public utilities, small businesses, government contracting. In a business sense, you're going to have to go to 3 or 4 or 5 different offices in order to get all that information. It's really nice to be able to take advantage to meet everyone and get to reach out to those people later.
There's goals that the U.S. government has that each agency has to prove that they've contracted not just with big business, but with small business. The U.S. government is the largest procurer of goods and services in the world. The 8A has been instrumental in Ho-Chunk being able to grow in government contracting.
8A programming is certainly an extension of tribal self-determination as well as promotes tribal sovereignty. So we meet people where they are to provide them the information that they need to know so that they can become successful in their tribal businesses.
The National Center, they were an integral part of us getting started. It's important to show up and represent, to show what can be done so that they can visualize themselves to where we're at on the government contracting side and some of the business development.
Take me down to the river where the peace won't run dry.
I think coming from a small town, you get stuck in the mindset of, oh no, I can't do that, or I've never seen anyone else from my community do that. But in actuality, there are people in my hometown and my community that have been doing things, and it's just maybe I haven't learned about it or I haven't been exposed to any of that. So it's been nice to be part of the National Center and seeing what they're capable of.
The Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, our economic development strategy has shifted to a more regenerative model to be truer to the ancestral ties of our economy. We are really investing heavily in indigenous to indigenous trade to be a little bit more true to our ancestral roots.
This is my first event like this. I'm just trying to grow all Native solutions because I can see it could be bigger than what it is.
The work that we're doing at Grace Now has been about how do we learn from other tribes and really support that mission of intertribal trade, intertribal relationships.
I appreciate what you guys do. Having somebody to celebrate Native business and create a cooperative relationship and to share has been invaluable.
When you are unified and you're coming together and you're sharing information, even the mistakes that you made along the way, then you're learning and you're going to move forward and progress. The rainbow is always at the end of that storm. We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them, that I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference.
We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
Our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing this, giving them a little bit of encouragement and confidence that they can do the same also.
If you have a concept, if you have an idea, find a way to get started as soon as you can. Find that path and you can make it.
You've got to have that absolute confidence in yourself to say, got to make it happen. Sharpen those tools.
If I've learned anything, it's the power of building your network. These relationships can create opportunities that you could have never imagined.
Our people have been disadvantaged over the years, but if you look at the opportunities that present themselves today, they are tremendous for the Native community.
Coming from a Mexican-American immigrant background, having access to these kinds of things can be difficult, and so we tell our community and we tell others that this is important and they should pay attention.
With all of the activity that the National Center works to progress, having that kind of resource brings some opportunity.
Something that we've done over the last year and a half was we started a national beer collaboration, and the whole intent around that was to create awareness around the history of Native people, but to also acknowledge the contributions that we're currently making today and taking proceeds from those sales and investing them in Native nonprofits.
As Native people, we're very vision-oriented naturally, and I think that's an extreme strength for us. And I would just encourage, more folks to look in that direction.
OnTech Incorporated, though we have done extremely well, many of our family members, our ancestors, the Native people have been entrepreneurs long before I have. They're the forefront of being a business owner and negotiating and contracting and building a business. I follow in their footprints.
Take those risks. Any fear that you may have, some doubts, that is just in that moment. Just meeting other individuals, definitely learn that integrity is a lot more important in your business than anything.
The NCAIED, their team, and the Native Age program does a great job in guiding anybody that would be interested in whether you're starting a company, whether you're up and running, or whether you're just trying to survive out there. In helping not just tribal-owned businesses, but Native American Indians that are entrepreneurs.
If you do what you love, you can't go wrong, because once you start and you're very passionate about what you do, you put a lot of work, a lot of thought into it, then things start falling into place.
The ability to utilize your time and take a risk and ask someone. And I think there's really a great opportunity for us Native people to pioneer and go into new spaces.
There's always important ways of learning things better and learning. I didn't walk in knowing federal government contracting.
3 minutes, okay. We'll get started in a couple more minutes. If people want to make their way back, and you're welcome to bring your plates. We usually just take a short break and have you bring your food with you, and then we eat through it. Yeah, and we adjusted the agenda a little bit. John Chiraka was going to be on a session earlier. Oh, Erin Andrew, who spoke on the welcome team this morning. And so we combined her because her co-speaker got stuck in all of that air traffic last night, and she was unable to make it. So we have Erin joining this afternoon session. So that's why James was so thank you so much for going a little bit longer for us, and we're back on schedule. You all set? Okay. We have Dakota Lewis and Chris James, and Kaya has as soon as they get up here, we'll get that started. Dakota doesn't need any introduction, but he does. Dakota Lewis, all the way from Montana, and he got stuck in those flights and literally got here maybe an hour ago and got to go to his room real quick. And so thanks for being here, and go ahead and just have a seat. And we're going to run a little clip, and then Chris and you are going to have this great conversation, and it'll be fabulous. So thank you.
Thank you, Yvette.
Oh no.
It's awesome that we have him live here, so I guess we could. He doesn't. Yeah. If we could just bring in the bull, please. Bring in the bull. Well, while this is going, one, Dakota, it's so awesome to have you here today. I know some of you in the audience are like, what is the connection between bull riding and access to capital? And I'm sure that we will bridge that synergy soon during our conversation. You know, I think though, in my mind, every industry has a business to it. I mean, there's no industry in this world that is not really a business element. So if you're an artist, you're a business owner. If you're a bull rider, you're in a business. So I wanted Dakota to come. We're going to ask a few questions about what he does, but let's first give a great round of applause for Dakota Lewis. So Dakota, first of all, introduce yourself. Tell us who you are and where you're from.
Well, I am from Browning, Montana. My name is Dakota Lewis. Born and raised there in Browning on the Blackfeet Reservation. Proud enrolled member of the Northern Cheyenne and Northern Cree tribe. And I have been a professional bull rider for 12 years. It's something that I grew up doing on the ranch. My dad, he was a bull rider. He was an Indian world champion 2 times over. And so growing up, he was my idol. You know, that was the bar was set as a world champion bull rider. And he showed us how to, get ourselves prepared and the travel and how to accumulate what we wanted to do And once I got 18, I was a professional, and I've been getting to live my dream ever since. I have a 6-year-old son who gets to travel with me when he can, when he's not in school, and it's truly a dream come true to get to live my dream and have my family support there, whether they're at the arena or they're at the rodeo. So it's been a roller coaster of a journey and a blessing, and I'm just so very thankful to be here. The last time I was here in New York City, we was actually riding bulls over there at Madison Square Garden. Yeah, we rode there. I've rode there 3 years now, and before I ever rode there, I was thinking, how are they going to have a bull riding downtown New York City? But they ceased to amaze, so it was definitely an event that I'll never forget. And I'm definitely happy to be back in New York City. So thank you guys for having me.
Well, thank you for being here. And just full disclosure, the National Center is a sponsor of Dakota. So thank you. We are not Wrangler, and we are not. You have some big sponsors already.
Hey, but the National Center is definitely a big supporter and have been in my corner since the beginning. So I'm very thankful for that.
You're welcome. Well, and I mean that's one of our philosophies, and as we think about it, and I love James Anderson's thought on his vision on leaders and how we need to support our team members and our colleagues and support each other, and I really take that to heart. I see when Dakota and I first met, we did not have we had never met each other. He just showed up at the Reservation Economic Summit, and I guess we had a colleague that sort of introduced us, and people were just sort of coming up to him and so wanting their autograph, and I'm like, who's this guy? And once we got to know each other, I'm like, well, shoot, how do we get involved? How do we support you? So I think that's a good sort of introduction. So it's great to get your background, the history. I'm going to really ask some basic questions because I really know nothing about rodeo and bull riding beyond what I've seen. But sort of tell me what is the PBR? That's a buzzword, and give us a little background on what that is.
So the PBR itself stands for Professional Bull Riders. They take the top 50 bull riders across the entire world. There's 6 different countries: Brazil, Canada, Mexico, the United States, Australia, and there has been a new couple bull riders from China. And so it's a worldwide sport. It's the #1 growing sport as of today in professional sports. And for me, I've grown up on a small town ranch, so I get to do all my ranching things, get prepared, and then I get to fly and go to one of the major cities every weekend. And at first it was kind of a culture shock because we only have one stoplight in Browning, Montana. And I don't know how many stoplights I passed on the way here. Yeah. But we go all across. I think we have 30 stops a year. We get to ride in some amazing venues all across the United States. We have our finals, which was in Las Vegas. Now it got moved to Fort Worth, Texas. And so, us to be able to ride at the stage that we get to is truly a dream come true. And I'm trying to take it all in as we go. So.
And as a rancher, and I think what people don't really understand, I mean, bull riding is your passion, it's your job, but you have a full-time job back home and taking care, of the ranch. I sent him a text one time, and I'm like, because he had showed this awesome on the ranch, and I think you're on a horse, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to come visit you. When can I come? And he's like, you better come before the winter comes. So, so tell me a little bit about that experience, because I grew up in a rural community. Having a farm or having a ranch is a full-time job and a full-time business. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I was blessed to grow up on our family ranch. I'm a 5th generation rancher right there in front of the Rocky Mountains. The Glacier National Park borders our ranch. So if you guys ever want to come visit, in the summertime is the perfect time to come up. And the winter time is definitely not. We have quite the elements. The snow as much as you can imagine. The wind never stops, and colder than you want it to be. But we raise Angus cows, and we have performance horses. And growing up, that was just part of our job. That's what we had to do. We had to make sure everything was taken care of before we went to school. Soon as we got back from school, we had our chores we had to get done. Then we got to go to our practices of whatever sports we were playing. And so, it's definitely been a way of life for us, and still is. And I look back on it now, I kind of take it for granted, but I have friends that are professional bull riders that I see every weekend riding bulls that have never got to ride a horse before, or never got to do, some of the basic stuff as in feeding a cow. I had two good friends of mine come out this past week, and they was amazed just with the scenery, and then also the the day-to-day stuff that we do with horseback, making sure all the animals are healthy, fed, watered, and then we have our feeding process. In the winter, we have to feed hay just because of how cold it is, make sure there's shelter, and make sure everything's dry. And then in the summer, we are blessed with amazing grazing grounds. We have the Rocky Mountain grass out there, and then we just kind of manage. We keep our fences up, so many cows in one pasture, rotate. And then, at that point, I feel like it's not even a job for us. It's just something that we truly enjoy to do, because I remember there's been times when I was too small to get on my own horse by myself, following along with my dad, and just the other day it kind of hit me. I look back and my son, he's doing the exact same thing, so that hit me right there in the heart and the feels too. And I've definitely been blessed, and I'm just very thankful.
And yeah, great. And so you historically, your father was a bull rider, and you sort of mentioned you already had that sort of passion there. What was the first step to get in the door? I mean, because you're ranked now, like you're world ranked, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I mean, that's a class. I don't know how many thousands of bull racers are out there, but I mean, you're talking. I don't know if folks realize. I mean, just like he's like Major League Baseball, he's like Professional Football League, he's like an MMA fighter at the top league of the game. So I mean, that's very commendable. So, it's a simple but probably a little bit difficult. How did you do it? How did you get into that?
Yeah, no. So it's kind of crazy. So we all seen the little sheep at the junior rodeos, right? So the very first start of my rough stock career into becoming a professional bull rider was facing my fears and getting on a sheep by myself, not letting dad hold on to me. And I rode out there for probably 3 seconds, hit the ground, got a mouthful of dirt, but I had so much fun. That made my heart really fulfilled. And then I went to the next level, which was calves, and then steers, and then junior bulls, and then novice bulls. And the time that I was 16 years old, I thought I already had it all figured out, right? So my dad, he enters me in the open bulls, and that's the big guys bulls. And I'm thinking, oh yeah, I've already been riding my whole life. I got it all figured out. Well, the first one humbled me. Threw me on the ground faster than I could even think twice. 2 seconds, maybe. That's being generous. Well, I got up and I was thinking, like, I'm supposed to be a cowboy, and this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, how am I going to get better at that? Because I don't want that to happen. So from that on, the second bull I've ever gotten on as an amateur, it's something that I truly thought about every day. I craved it. I worked at it. There was times at school when I was thinking about that instead of school, and then my teacher would ask me something, and catch me off guard, and I would just be totally honest. I'm sorry, ma'am, I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about the rodeo we're going to this weekend. And so I would be the kid that would get put in front of the class, have to read whatever I had down in front of everybody. So in a way, it definitely helped me in more than just one way or the other. And my dad being a bull rider, that truly helped me get the edge. I felt like, not everybody has that to reach out right then and there to say, hey, how do I do this or how do I do that? And then also having my family, my mom, her family's big into sports, and there was never a chance that I was going to be like, all right, I don't think I want to do this anymore because I already started it. My mom was pretty strict. You start something, you're going to finish it. And I'm very thankful that she was like that, because there were some hard times where I thought about, well, I don't know if this is for me, but I know that God had put it in my heart and my mind for a reason, and he put it there in the front for that much more of a reason for me to get better at it. And I felt like if I had the success some of my peers did at a younger age, I definitely wouldn't have been able to make it to where I am today. Because once I learned how to lose, but also then I learned how to get myself better and what I had to do both mentally, physically, spiritually to be at my peak. Because it is a very dangerous game as well. I've seen two of my close friends lose their lives in the same game, and people are like, well, why would you do something that that's so dangerous? And the only answer that I have is for the love of it. I truly do love it. When I wake up in the morning and I do my exercise, it's something that I love to do because I know that bull riding is definitely not something I'm going to get to do for the rest of my life. It's a small period of time that I'm going to hopefully take the full advantage of. But I want to push that off to my son. If he wants to do something, I want him to do it with everything that he has, fulfilling his heart and dreams, and just, knowing that the only limits that we have in this world is the one we put on ourselves. So, yeah, no, I'm very thankful for my family's support. I know I definitely wouldn't be here without them. And then the support that I have met along the journey. Meeting you, Chris, has been a huge blessing in helping me get to that next step. And, I really enjoyed getting to come to Vegas and talk at Res and get to meet so many more fans and people that I would have never got to meet that said, hey, I watched you ride bulls and it made me feel this way, or my family knows you because of this, and that's the whole reason really why I do it. I had my grandma, she was about 4'11", was my biggest supporter, and she's the one who told me right from a young age, you can do it. You can do whatever you want to do, and when I would go have some success at an event here or have some success event over there, it wasn't just my own family that was saying good job. There was added family. There was my grandma's friends that I would meet because they were bull riding fans, and then it was a spider effect, and I'm very thankful for all the support that I have, not only here in the U.S. but across the world. And I've got to meet some amazing people, and I've got to do some amazing things and go places I would have never thought I could ever went. And it was just truly keeping my faith first and foremost, and just having that will to never give up.
Yeah. So I had to write some things down, because what you just said is so resonating with us, in business, in leadership. So just a couple of things I'm going to just reemphasize: perseverance, networking and a support network, overcoming challenges, staying focused.
Oh, yeah.
And seeing the end goal, and then having faith that you're going to succeed. I mean, just amazing, and why I think we as leaders and we as business owners and we as, balancing our family lives, having that drive and that strength to keep on going, and seeing someone that's so inspirational like you is pretty amazing. You don't always win, though.
Nope.
So let's talk about that. Sometimes you don't always finish even in the top. So how do you get literally back on the horse and keep going?
So in our game, you have to make a living at something in today's day and age. And so if you win, if you're in the top prize money, the first through 10th or whatever that is, then you get prize money. Well, if you get bucked off, hopefully you're healthy enough to be able to get on the next one, because you're not getting any kind of financial help or support right there, and with the great sponsors that we can have, or the support that we pick up along the journey, that definitely helps along the way. But also, it's kind of one of them things for myself, was when I am going through a drought, or a couple events where I haven't had any luck, and I'm thinking like, what's going on? I've prepared myself, I've worked hard, it's just not my time right now. I wish my luck would change around. But then also, again, I gotta look at the bigger picture, and I'm thinking, I'm living my dream. I'm so blessed to get to do something that I love, that is helping me support my family. And there's people that wish that they could take 2 steps on their own. There's people that wish that they could breathe on their own. And I'm sitting here thinking, how could I do this or that, and I guess accept God's blessings, because once I start trying to feel bad for myself, I know that there's so many other people that have been through a lot harder things than I have in today's day and age, just to go do their normal stuff. And to me, it just inspires me to keep that perseverance. It's just something that I've worked my entire life for, and I feel like I'm almost to that peak of that mountain, and if I quit now, I'll never get to the top. And I've never been as close to the top as I have today than I have in my entire life. So, if I can reach the top, hopefully that'll help others reach the top too. So,
and to and to be such an inspiration to so many youth in our community, I think it really resonates to see you. As a Native American, and as one of very few in the sport, and just to see you, really thrive, I think for our youth, is just awesome to see. Let's talk a little bit about balance, because you balance the everyday job with the ranch. You get on the road, sometimes 1,000 miles, sometimes you're driving, sometimes you're flying. How do you balance that? And family. I mean, that's so those are some pretty big things that you gotta really balance.
Oh, yeah.
How do you do it all?
Oh, the good grace of God, honestly. My family, they're huge on wanting me to reach my goals, and I feel like they was the same way when they was working at whatever it was they was working at when they were my age. And the sacrifices that I have to make to go to an event takes time away from my family, or family events, or vice versa. My family, they have to make a lot of sacrifices as well. But I know the bull riding world is a short-lived game, and I want to make the absolute most out of it. I want to inspire somebody who maybe thought that they couldn't do something to do something bigger and better than they could ever imagine. Where I grew up, it was a small town reservation. There wasn't a whole lot of things to do, and I was very blessed to have the rodeo life to kind of keep me moving forward. I've seen close friends not have them opportunities and make other decisions. And now, as a professional athlete, coming from a small community, the amount of support that I still receive is tremendous, and that's what I want to give back. I get to speak at schools, and I put on clinics, and I truly do it because I love it. I love when kids have a smile on their face and have that little bit of hope, or they kind of see me, and it might put a little bit of light in there to inspire them to do something. Because I know today's world is hard, and it can be as hard as we make it. But I feel like if we have a good head on our shoulders and a fulfilled heart, I feel like we can do anything.
And you mentioned your father was really prominent in your life, and as a mentor to get you going. Did you have other? And you mentioned your grandmother too was pretty important. Did you have other outside of family mentors that you used, or did you have any other networks that you used to get good?
Well, I cannot leave out my mother, because without her, I would not be here, literally. And she reminds me of it. But no, I reached out to a lot of people who was already in the industry, that was already having success. I was that kid, that was asking questions. Might have been some questions, I didn't need to ask, but I wanted to know the questions that I didn't know. And if it was going to make me better, then I was going to take that chance, and I feel like sometimes we get in our shells or our comfort zones, and then it don't allow us to grow. And for me, being a bull rider, I want to be the best. I want to grow as high as I can grow. So to reaching out to my peers, there's been some techniques that I've tried that I would have never thought, like hot yoga. I don't know if you guys ever tried that. But a cowboy from Montana, definitely out of my comfort zone. But it was so hard too, and I was like, if no offense to the people that was doing it with me, but if they can do it, I ought to be able to do it, And so that made me want to do it better. I wanted to get through that, and it did help with my bull riding, with one, the mentality to get through it and to do it, because hot yoga, I don't know who made that up, but that's some tough stuff. And I'm a bull rider, like, oh, this bull rider is complaining about hot yoga. But it was challenging for sure. But I did love it because, it did help me grow, and it did help me evolve into being a better professional. So yeah, just reaching out to any little bit that I could to make myself better.
That's pretty. So I've added more to your list now. I have try new things. So I think that's pretty awesome too. And finding that something that does, that maybe, like, as you mentioned, that might have not necessarily been something that you would have ever tried, but you're like, oh, maybe that'll help me get to my next level. So
Right.
So throwing that into your routine. Speaking of routines, what are some of your, like, what is a day in your life as you prepare? So what are some of the techniques that you use, like I keep wanting to say game, but day of the rodeo, what are some of the things you do that helps you have that 8 to 10 seconds of intense? And I hope we do get the video, because you'll see how intense it is.
So a daily, I guess, routine for myself, when we're at the event, wake up, usually my son's with me. He's got full of energy, so we get our exercise in right off the bat, make sure that we're feeling good, we're flexible, we're strong, we're healthy, we're hungry, and go to breakfast, make sure that we get some food in us, and then just relax, but also relax my mind. That's the main thing, because I feel like if you allow your mind to take off, it'll take off. And especially when you're going up against something that could possibly take a wrong step and take your life, your mind could even run even more. So you want to have that warrior mentality, I call it, and just having the focus of, I'm here for a reason, and I'm here to be the best at it. And then about 2 o'clock, little man's probably getting pretty tired. Definitely got to get a nap. I would be lying if I say I didn't get a nap with him. And then after that, we start putting on our cowboy shirts, our Wrangler shirts and pants, and start, mentally preparing. Once we get up into the stadium, there's going to be thousands of fans. There's going to be the best bulls in the world, and the bulls, they don't care if you're the 5-time world champion or the new guy off the street. Their job is to buck you off. And then, nothing against my peers, I want them to do good, but first place gets paid the best, so I want to just do a little bit better. I mean, I want us all to come out safe and all have a good time doing it, you know. But yeah, no, I try keeping it simple as possible and taking advantage of it. You know, I feel like if I'm mentally prepared, then I got the edge because if I know I can win, it gives myself a chance, you know. And if there's a chance where I don't think I can do it, then I probably can't do it, you know. And in my industry, either you can or you can't could be life or death. So, I mean, if you're not wholeheartedly into it, and that's why I say the reason why I do love riding bulls is literally for the love and the passion of it. So, I mean, it's I wouldn't say to go out and try riding a bull because of the adrenaline rush, but do something that you love that fulfills your heart and makes your mind happy. And I'd say that's the only comparison that I could give. So that's about the same day to day.
I keep adding to your list, by the way. So the next thing that you know your competition, and I think you said it in a very humble way of like how you got to know what I mean, because all of us in business we have competitors, and even nonprofits have competitors. We if we want to get to the next level, it's so important to know your competition. It's not an equal playing field, right? Is it? So what's some of the things that you do to know your competition?
I guess the primarily thing about me knowing my competition is knowing how much work they're putting in. You know, I know every single day when it's not at a rodeo or a bull riding event, they're working. They're out in the gym. They're doing something that's going to help them. And if I'm sitting back just relaxing, I'm not getting any better. And then, the results show. And so I feel like, I love that the competition is arising because it's evolving the entire sport, the entire industry. Every day somebody's getting better, somebody's been the new stuff and whatnot. And we all are doing the exact same thing, but it's how are we going to have the edge in that particular ride, that particular event, that particular season. I've seen some people do good at their first ever professional event, and then they kind of just hung out and didn't put as much work in as they did to get to that event, and then they didn't last as long, and so if you can keep yourself healthy too in our industry, that's a huge game changer. So any little bit of extra work that we can put in, because they're all my friends too. I have nothing bad to say about any of the guys in the locker room, but I know they do put the work in, and they are the absolute best guys in the world for a reason. So I definitely can't be sitting on the couch waiting to win.
That's really good advice. So the moment, it's let's say 7:30, it's the lights are all on in the arena. Maybe you're in Madison Square Gardens, with 50,000 fans or however many things, it's pretty intense. And you're, putting on your gloves, you got your rope and equipment, you're being sort of lifted on this, I don't know, like a ton animal. I don't know how. 2,000 ton beast that's mad as hell.
And does not care.
What's going through your mind as you were like about to get on that bull?
I try to keep my mind sharp. Like the bulls, they can jump around and bang the chutes, and it could play a little bit in your game if you let it. But in a way, I tell myself, I got to be cocky to my own self to have that confidence, because I'm putting my life on the line. So when I'm putting my glove on and it's about go time, in my head, I'm the baddest son of a gun that there is on the planet, and this bull does not stand a chance. And he better bring his A game if he wants to get me on the ground, because if I don't have that confidence, my life could be on the line. And I see that same type of mentality throughout the rest of the guys when it comes to just that exact moment. You could see the most quiet guy in the back of the locker room showing out when it's his time to go because of, actual, just the passion that we have for it, you know, and everybody has a different mindset and a different mind game. But for me, I like to express my emotions a little bit, you know, and it's something that it's something I live for, truly. I mean, that feeling, that little bit of nerves, that little bit of doubt, that excitement, you know, and then you never know what's going to happen because you have zero control of what the bull does. And then there's times, you know, when you make a successful ride or you win and your adrenaline is pumping for 2 hours and it's 11, 12 o'clock at night and you're sitting in your hotel room and then you see all the stuff on social media. It's like, man, I did that, you know, that was me. So, and you know, that's just one thing. I guess it's full circle to how we evolve and make ourselves better.
And it's amazing. I mean, that whole intensity that you're going through. And I sometimes think of that, you know, I speak in front of a lot of crowds. James Anderson's the same way. I mean, speaking all the time. You know, that there are times, and I'm going to be full disclosure here, there are times before I actually get on stage that I am filled with emotion. And it's like this intense, like, oh my gosh. But man, once I walk out on stage, it's like, oh, that's me. That's
Right.
who I am. You know, so it's amazing to hear, you know, that. And I think as it resonates with all of us is in business, right? Because you know, if you're about to make a call, you know, a phone call that's so important, that's like, man, if I get this contract, it's going to get me to the next level.
Right.
Or if I get this loan or this investment, you know, so I think that's pretty important. I am going to let the audience ask some questions here, but before we get to that, just really what's next for you, man?
You know, I only have a couple more years left. I mean, I told you guys I don't put limits on myself, but as Father Time, I'm 31 years old this year, and I feel great. And I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna be done tomorrow or anything like that, but my main thing is I want to continue to live on the ranch and have everything going the way we need to be able to raise my family there. And you know, just I've been living this fast-paced life as a professional bull rider, traveling around for so long, for about 12 years straight, different city every weekend. And I wouldn't say that I'm looking forward to it as much as I am going to be, you know, here in a couple more years. But just living our life there on our own time. And I know my great-great-grandpa would be proud because I know that's what he wanted for us, and to be able to call somewhere home that, you know, we've called home from the time that I could even talk, to be able to raise my kids there has just been truly a blessing. And if I could, you know, help any little bit to the next generation and give them any kind of knowledge that I have, then I would do everything in my passion that I can to do as well. So.
What an awesome response, and I look forward to supporting that. Your son, you know, I see, because I've seen those videos. I mean, he's sort of he's thinking that way, right? So
we've actually been keeping a golf club in his hand, maybe because it's a little bit safer. But if he wants to ride bulls, I'll definitely show him everything I know.
Let's yeah.
Wait, we have our online audience.
Oh, online audience, yes.
Right here.
Some questions for Dakota Lewis.
Dakota, it's a pleasure to meet you. I spent a lot of time out west when I was in the Air Force.
Oh, yeah.
And I grew up around cattle and horses. I fell off a horse when I was 18 months old.
Oh.
So how do you manage your health? And I'm speaking only because now I have a lot of injuries from the military days when I thought I was Superman. And we used to joke that, you know, riding a horse is one thing. A bull, you gotta be crazy, right? Because I mean, it was like the meanest thing you can encounter, you know, on day to day.
Yeah.
So with your health, and you're 31 is not old, but with the kind of activity, it's a lot of stress on the body. How do you manage the health, and how do you see yourself in the future? Because it's gonna come back to haunt you older.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess the way that I keep my health the best that I can, first and foremost, I mean, I'm a big follower in my faith, and I know God has a plan for me, and I wouldn't be here without him guiding me and keeping me safe, and then also taking the extra effort and time to eat good, have a good. I'm not over there drinking pop or alcohol. I'm alcohol free. Try to be as much. We're professionals and we got to treat it as a professional. And if I'm feeling sore, I got to do something about it. If I'm hurt, I got to make that call. If it's not like, I guess, the old school way, no offense towards anybody, but they have that old school cowboy way where you just toughen up and you go on to your next ride. Well, that next ride could be my last ride if I allow it to be, and I'm not 110% all in, and so that's been the other business point for me is evaluating where I am in each rodeo or event, and then making that conscious decision on how I'm going to make myself back to 110 or if I'm completely good to go. I did have that same mentality. I can't lie about it. I was one of them guys that was, oh, I'll be all right. Well, I had gotten stepped on in 2022 on my stomach. I tore my large intestine. I got a sports hernia, and I tore my groin off the bone. And I literally could not stand up without excruciating pain. And then there was no time for me to feel bad for myself. I had one more event left the following day before the finals, and I was 2 spots out of being in the top 50 to make it to the finals. And so I was so sore, and I was by myself. Took an ice bath, which are not fun at all, and prayed a lot about it. And there was a part of me that was thinking I probably shouldn't get on because of how I was feeling, and I knew something was wrong. But then again, I was kind of thinking on the other side, well, this might be my last big opportunity to fulfill a dream. Making it to the PBR World Finals is like making the Super Bowl. They only take the best of the best. And if I can persevere over this and overcome one more weekend to get to that grand finale, then I'll have nothing to regret. And luckily, I drew a bull that I got on before that was a little bit more rider friendly, so I knew God was taking care of me. And I ended up staying on, and I placed, and I made it into the finals. And, I felt like I was Superman just for overcoming that little bit. I had about 3 weeks before the finals, and it didn't get much better, honestly, because I myself didn't do anything about it in the health field. I tried working out and all that, and it hurt. But I was thinking, like, it's all mind over matter right now. Like, it's the biggest event I'll ever go to in my life. I got on 7 bulls, 7 nights in a row. Mentally, I was there. I was all in every time. Well, about the 3rd jump every time, I physically was not there, and it showed in my results. And I had to take that decision and say, well, do I want these accolades, or do I want a healthy life to be able to take care of my son? And so I sat out a full 8 months. I did rope, though. I did get on a horse and rope. I roped quite a bit, but that's the longest I've ever sat out in my bull riding career. And it really evolved with, I got to help out with a lot of youth camps, youth clinics, and that right there, I felt like got me out of my comfort zone and helped me become a better man, but also become a better bull rider, because I was teaching all the basic stuff that I've kind of just took for granted. And then having the mentality of, this is what I really want to do. This is a love and passion of mine, that if I take care of myself and I'm feeling my best, then I ought to be able to compete at my best. So with a little bit of age, roughed up more the times than I needed, I definitely put my health as a priority now. So
nice. Prayers were answered then, right?
Yeah. Okay, here's the video.
Iceman split the round one win at 88.5 points and set us off the leaderboard. We start with Lewis aboard Air Kite
Alibi and back-to-back qualified rides for the Browning Cowboys. He posts 85 3/4 and sits on top of the leaderboard after round 2. We had some really good rides early in the day. The first rider this afternoon was Derek Kolbaba, and he set the tone. Kolbaba goes for 88 1/4 atop Wooden Nickels. Kolbaba had company in round 2. Cody Jesus here stays aboard Uncle
Cody's
Cranky
also a
for 88
native.
1/4
He's
as well.
a Navajo from
Ramon
Arizona.
Delima also would score 88 1/4, and that would lead us into the championship round, where here we have Dalen Swearingen out of New York. A little danger at the end for Swearingen, but he posts a 91-point ride atop Charmer to vault into the lead. But that was short-lived. Brazilian Lucas Davino with a masterpiece here aboard Juju as he scores 92 and jumps to the top of the leaderboard. Lewis, though, is going to walk this thing off inside the big barn. The Browning Cowboy takes down Drago with a 91-point score to secure his first PBR victory and clinch a berth in the World Finals.
Yeah, that's a bull that I got on before, and I knew what he was going to feel like, and he had me shaking loose a couple times, and my dad just said, you know, just go at him and keep it simple, and I just kept my hand shut and kept on trying to get to the middle.
You can find full coverage of the PBR online at montanasports.com. In Billings, Alec Boffinger, MTN Sports.
Yeah.
Do we have time
also-
for?
Do we have one more question?
One more question.
Anybody? Joanne in the back. And then we have another little surprise.
Oh, I love surprises.
Oh, James has one. Hold on. Wait, online.
Do you have a nickname?
I mean, I give myself nicknames all the time, but nothing that stuck.
Hi, Dakota. Thank you for being here today. It's always great to see you and participating in our events. I was wondering, has your Cheyenne and Cree upbringing helped you in your bull riding, and what do you take from that?
Oh, most definitely. So actually last summer, I was inducted into the Chief Society in the Northern Cheyenne Tribe, and I was gifted a chief's name, and it's Hitawatchik Stas, and that means short bull. Short bull was a long sitting bull, and in sitting bull was a Sioux, short bull was Cheyenne. So to have that prestige name, it's something that I take within my own game plan. You know, there's times like we were talking about when I'm putting my glove on and you have positive thoughts and negative thoughts try playing in there, and I always just think back, well, think about what my people have done for me to be here, and think about what I'm doing for my people and anybody else, and all I got to do is stay on 8 seconds. So yeah, no, it's definitely something that I hold clear and dear to my heart. You know, there's stuff that I say to keep my mental side strong that do fall back to my Northern Cheyenne, Northern Cree, and Blackfeet roots. I mean, I was raised Blackfeet and Browning, and you know, when they say Browning, Montana, I definitely take that sense of pride, and it kind of gets the motor running. So I'm definitely proud of where I come from.
Yeah. So Dakota, thank you for being an inspiration. Thank you for, I love watching your career. I can't wait to continue that. And yeah, thank you. You know, all of your mentors are going to be super proud, you know, and I really appreciate your support. All of you guys can support Dakota by following on Instagram and all of his social media. If you have speaking opportunities, I mean, this is an honor for me to be speaking to Dakota like this, but here's somebody with great, you got Joanne there waving. Did you have a comment, Joanne?
Yes, ma'am.
That's in Wyoming.
So I'm actually up there on the 21st and 22nd. So we'll be there Sunday and Monday.
There you go. So follow Dakota, support him. Dakota, of course, you know what these are, but these are all, this is our commitment to continue to support your career. So, you know, you'll have an opportunity to patch those on your outfit. And we will see you definitely in March at the Reservation Economic Summit as a featured speaker. And it's an honor, man.
Hold them up so our audience can see it. Those are the patches. We're all good. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dakota. Rubber band. Oh, okay, John. So this is it's Kate Boyce. So Kate is going to go over legal and policy advocacy, and Erin, I think, was going to introduce her. Well, you can introduce yourself, and then. And then we need some. Thank you. Oh. You got it?
Okay, I can introduce her while we're waiting for the slideshow to come up. And so I'm Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff here at the National Center, and I get the pleasure of introducing Kate Boyce, who's president of KRBR Consulting, LLC. And she has been a great partner of the National Center for a very long time. So we are excited to have her here. Is this your first NEI you're speaking at? No. You spoke? Okay. Well, here's Kate.
Okay, can you all hear me? Yes. Hi, okay, so I'm Kate Boyce, and before I had my own consulting firm, I was a partner in the law firm Patton Boggs in Washington, D.C. Before that, I worked on Capitol Hill for 5 years in the House of Representatives, and I went on to law school and really made my career in federal policy and got into Indian law, representing first Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma and its business, Cherokee Nation Industries. So 30, 40 years of practice in this area. It's been a real honor and pleasure. And a lot of those years I've represented the National Center. So I have a long policy oriented PowerPoint, and I imagine some of you can get these. If it's not in your packet, but I'm sure you could get it online if you ask the National Center, or I could also email it to you. But I wanted to give you some background on what we've done for the National Center as just a way of talking about this, what I'm supposed to be talking about, which is strategies and tactics to achieve results. So I've sort of divided this into strategies and tactics, but I always started with clients saying, okay, you've come to me with a problem, but sometimes you can't go and hire a consultant or a lawyer or a lobbyist. You got to sort of figure out yourself, what are your needs and what are your problems, what are you trying to solve? If you can't solve it yourself, then you can go and seek out help. But always in advocacy, you want to start with what's the need, what's your problem, what are you trying to solve? And then if you have a number of those needs, you need to prioritize them. So once you've got those priorities, then you start exploring options. Now, how can I solve these problems? And I'll take as an example, when I represented Cherokee Nation, it was the first time I represented an Indian tribe. They had a lot of issues. They had a lot of things that they wanted to do. They had a limited budget. So we looked at all of their issues, tried to figure out how they could be solved. Well, you can solve this by working with your tribal council to do this. You might be able to solve this problem by going to your state. Maybe there's a regulatory approach we can try. Maybe there's a legislative change we can make. Maybe you could go to court, but that's also expensive and difficult. So you sort of lay out what are your options, how are you going to solve your problem and achieve your results. And then you're going to figure out what are your best arguments to promote your issue, and also what are your best arguments for anyone who's going to oppose you in what you're doing. Then you're going to identify champions on how to achieve your priorities, and also identify your opponents. So you sort of chart out the battlefield and where are you going to go. And in the policy arena, you want to figure out who your champions are, because if you're going to go to either the tribal council or the state government or the federal government, you're not the person in the spot who can help solve the problem. You got to find somebody who can work within the system to help you solve your problem. So finding the champions is always very important. And then you want to recruit partners, because as you can all see, there's safety in numbers, there's also support in numbers. So you want to look at where are your partners going to be? Are they going to be national, regional, local, or tribal organizations? Are they going to be individuals? And who's going to help you the most? And these are just some broad general strategies you can look at. And then you want to figure out whether you're going to enlist grassroots support. What's grassroots? That's people, individuals on the ground or local organizations who have similar interests, and you might be able to galvanize them. And then the tactics come in how you achieve those things. So just stepping back for a second in terms of determining legal or policy priorities and so forth, that's what I've done with the National Center for many years, figuring if we started small, what are a few things that we could do with a small budget and what's really important to do. And gradually we've built on doing things that would help just the National Center, and then more broadly, and as we've gone along, how can we help other national organizations achieve results for Indian country as a whole? And our focus has been primarily economic and business development issues, because our constituency really are you all, the Native businesses. And I wanted to start, actually I meant to start this way, but how many of you are businesses? And how many of you are in government contracts?
Local, state?
Any? Okay. I talked to a woman earlier who uses the Indian Incentive Program, so I assumed that she's not here at the moment, I assumed that she was in government contracting. But anyway, it's always good to know exactly who your audience is. So let me quickly go through some of the things that we've worked on for the National Center. If I can do, that's me. So the overview, and I should have this in front of me, but I wanted to give you quickly some of the key things that have happened in the Biden administration, which is, in my opinion, one of the strongest administrations to help Indian country that we've had in my lifetime, certainly. And then a couple of Native business-specific acts that that the National Center spearheaded, and with great help from a woman who's sitting in the back, Rhonda Harjo, when she worked for the Senate Indian Affairs Committee. And then just a quick thing about the American jobs. I can't really read that from the slide. And these are some of the things that the National Center has, thank you so much, has worked on, and appropriations. So maybe you'll remember a little bit at the beginning of the Biden administration, end of Trump administration, beginning of Biden, we had COVID. So one of the things that the Biden administration did was the American Rescue Plan. And the reason that I think that the Indian country did so well were really two reasons. One, people were organized. The national organizations representing tribes and Indian businesses were organized. They were already working together. They'd already identified needs. And so when people were looking at what to do to help state and local governments with fiscal recovery, the tribes were right there, and they'd already developed strong relationships with leadership in the Senate and the House, and then within the Biden administration. And so they were there ready to outline their needs, and it was the first time really significant amounts of money were authorized and appropriated for Indian country. And a lot of money went into broadband deployment through Department of Commerce, National Telecommunications and Information Administration that was mentioned earlier by Joanne Hill. And of course, the Infrastructure Act, lots of money going in through the Department of Transportation into infrastructure development projects. Now, the two Indian bills I wanted to mention, we worked on, these were passed really towards the end of the Trump administration, the beginning of Biden, were the Native American Business Incubators Program Act and the Indian Community Economic Enhancement Act. The Incubators Act set up something that the National Center has been worked on. In fact, the basis, the language of that text, we drafted. We originally anticipated that it might go to the SBA because we always felt that to better serve Indian country, you have to have business centers that know about Indian country and focus on the challenges for access to capital and entrepreneurship development, and are tailored to provide the services on reservations and near reservations and in Indian communities to Indian entrepreneurs, not something that was developed for non-native entrepreneurs. So it was the Incubators Act that was originally drafted to develop what could be like small business development centers, but native focused. That language was reconfigured and put into a program that is now administered by the Department of Interior called the Incubators Act. And has 3-year grants to entities that can provide that service. And so we've been working on getting that. We worked on the providing comments on how to implement it through regulations, and then we've worked on getting the program funded. The Indian Community Economic Enhancement Act is the statute that we worked so hard on with Rhonda. And the two key provisions are sections 3 and 4. One was to strengthen and elevate the Office of Native American Business Development. This actually amended an earlier act that was passed, became law in the year 2000. It was codifying or making statutory an office that the Clinton administration had established administratively within the Department of Commerce, and the director of that office reported directly to the Secretary of Commerce. So that law was passed, but it wasn't really implemented for 5 years, and then when it was finally implemented during the Bush administration, it was just one person, not much money, and it's always sort of teetered like that. So we, with Rhonda's help, strengthened that statute, provided authority for a budget, and the director of that office reporting directly to the secretary. We're still trying to get that office funded. It finally got staffed, but it's still a work in progress. But it's very important, and we have another bill that I'll mention in a minute, for all the major agencies in the federal government to have an Office of Native American Affairs or Tribal Affairs in order to work directly with the top management of that agency and collaborate with other agencies on Indian country agenda. The second part of this act was to expand the Buy Indian Act authority. This is an old authority. The original authority was enacted in 1910, but it wasn't implemented really for 100 years. There were very milquetoast kind of regulations, very bland and not very long or specific. And so finally, during the Obama administration, with a lot of pressure from Indian country, including from the National Center, to really develop effective, enforceable regulations to implement the authority to award contracts to Indian-owned companies and use Indian labor and purchase supplies from Indian country. That was applied only to the BIA and to the Indian Health Service. The Indian Health Service was really lax in its enforcement, so this act strengthened it. And we worked on implementing regulations for this. And I have to say that we've had some success in this area. What this law did in expanding the authority is that it applied across the board to Department of Interior and to the Department of Health and Human Services. It changed the presumption that they shall use this authority unless there was some reason not to, and also required more outreach and training on how to use this special procurement authority, and also required management reviews and periodic reporting to make sure that the program was being used, enforced, and there was transparency so the outside world could see if the authority was being used, and making it possible for us to complain and do something about it if they're not using the authority. So we worked on getting the two agencies to develop stronger and parallel regulations, and those are now implemented. And then we have been urging the Biden administration to expand the authority within those two departments. And we've also been talking to Congress about expanding the authority, putting it into other areas of the government, like in the Department of Agriculture, through the Farm Bill, and so forth. We wrote a very strong letter, which is, I think, one of the handouts. Let me see here. Asking, this is October 24, 2023 letter. This is a joint letter, one of the tactics I'll talk about in a minute, urging the two departments to report on their success in employing these stronger Buy Indian Act regulations. And we had some luck that when the Tribal Nations Summit occurred in December, with the Biden administration met with tribal leaders, they had already established pretty aggressive contracting goals, and they exceeded them by over 100%, and the figure is down here. So there were also letters that we've written on how they should expand the infrastructure bill for Indian country. Here's a small bill that we are trying to get passed. It's been passed by the House and it's been reported in the Senate. This would formally authorize the Office of Native American Affairs at the Small Business Administration. This is an important office. Chris James led this office for 6 years before he came to the National Center. And it works directly with the administrator and the other parts of the Small Business Administration to help Indian country. And it really, sometimes it's been well recognized within the SBA, and sometimes it hasn't. Sometimes it's been dependent on what the administration's viewpoint is about helping Indian country. So we think it's important to establish this office in statute, and so we're working on that. every year, for years and years, the National Congress of American Indians developed an Indian country budget request. And they were doing that for a long time. They've been kind of hit and miss the last couple of years, but it's helpful to the Congress to see what Indian country's requests are. And the National Center has worked for a number of years in helping to draft this, especially in the area of business and economic development. And we've gone a step further in that we've developed specific appropriation requests that we go to certain members of the House and Senate and to say, please put these amounts of money for these programs that enhance business and economic development in Indian country. And we've had some good success in that area as well. So I won't go through the specific slides here, but they're available. You can see that we're making some progress. And I have to say a shout out to Congressman Tom Cole, who's a member of the Chickasaw Nation. But he has been in the House of Representatives for some time on the Appropriations Committee. And a couple of months ago, he finally ascended to the chair of that committee. And you can really tell from the House recommendations in appropriations this year, Indian country has done very well. We'll see. I mean, the House doesn't make all the decisions. They have to agree with what the Senate comes up with. But so far, so good. Let me back up here. The lame duck, I don't know if anybody understands that term, but it refers to the session of Congress after an election. And this year, probably a lot will happen, or whatever happens in Congress, it's going to happen after the lame duck, after the election. We'll probably have a continuing resolution, which means continuing the funding of the federal government after the end of the fiscal year, which is September 30. They've hardly, in the last decade, hardly gotten the appropriations done before the end of the fiscal year, so we've had a lot of continuing resolutions. We're likely to do that again, but we're also hoping that they finally codify the Office of Native American Affairs at SBA. And we're also working with the couple of other national Native organizations on a big tribal tax and investment and reform act, which is basically to try to create more parity in the federal tax treatment of tribes through this statute or through this legislative proposal. And one of your handouts is some explication of one of the sections of that, Section 3, which has to do with tribal governmental bonds. So, let's see here. So we're talking about overall strategies. I've gone through these first strategies that I've already discussed. Whoops. Let's see here. Now, in terms of tactics, let's talk about what you want to do to find supporters of your issue that you're pursuing. So you want to research other groups or individuals who have similar legal or policy objectives. And you want to outreach to them and other advocates and collaborate them to the extent you can, coordinate your efforts and so forth. Now, what I want to spend some time in here is to talk about how to get to know your representatives, basically. I talk about House and Senate members, but this is true. I think any successful business should look at the opportunity to meet, if you're a tribal business or if you're a native business, you should get to know your tribal council, the leadership, because you could sell your services and products to the tribe as well as to the state, local, federal government. So you should get to know who your representatives are at all the levels. It's not only helpful for you, you never know when those relationships are going to end up being helpful to you, but it's also helpful for Indian country overall. So if it's a business issue and the National Center can help you, let the National Center know. But if the National Center is working on some of these legislative efforts and wants to be able to turn to you, if you can say, well, yeah, I really know my member of Congress well, I know my senators, I can send a letter to them, I can send an email, I can contact their staff. You need, in order to get things done, you need more voices speaking out on a policy issue. So get to know the members. And how can you do that? You can write them. You can visit their district office. You can, a very effective tool, it's not necessarily easy to get accomplished, but invite them to your business location to visit and see how you operate, because that always makes a significant impression. Get to know the staff too, because certainly this is true in the House and Senate. It's the staff members, and some of them are very young. You can't believe they're like your own children up, but they have the ear to their boss. So you have to get to know them and respect them and ask from meeting, listen to them when you talk to them, and then send an email and thank you, and keep in touch with them. You always want to draft short and concise issue papers and briefs summarizing your proposals and your justifications. Keep in mind that they're going to be opposition, so your arguments should anticipate what the opposition is going to be and have your arguments ready for how you're going to defend against the opposition. You can organize, we've done this pretty successfully, organize joint letters. Here's a joint letter asking for passage of that bill authorizing the Office of Native American Affairs. So we have 12 national and regional organizations sending this letter with all the names and all the logos and all the names. So that's helpful. And we have used this format for all kinds of things. And once you get this going, you write your letter, you send it along to all your contacts. You say, can we use your letter? Will you sign off on this? They usually accept. They don't make very many changes. Yeah, sign it on. And then you show a broad base of support for your issue. You can hold briefings, listening sessions, and then again, the question, grassroots. Now, I was told I only had 2 minutes, so I can't go into the example I was going to use, so I won't do that. But I would, because I'd rather see if anybody has any questions first before I finish up. Lillian.
Hi, Kate. I just want to thank you for all of the work that you do on behalf of the National Center. I just want to flag also for people, Buy Indian is incredibly important. And with the Farm Bill, we're looking to also expand Buy Indian Act over to the U.S. Department of Agriculture as they actually, for the online audience, talking about expanding the Buy Indian Act through the Farm Bill to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, as they actually have, I believe, if not the second, it's the third largest budget that does government contracting with Native communities. And so, the likelihood of this happening, as you had mentioned before the elections, is not high. However, this is something we might be able to point to as an achievement during the lame duck session.
Correct. Anybody else with a question?
So I'm new to the government contract sector, and I have seen everything from capability statements to just bother people. What would you say is the best method of, introducing yourself to prospective government entities that you would like to be in government contracts with?
Well, I can, what I'm going to do is defer to the real expert in this area, John Shiraka, who's going to speak later. You asked that question again because he can answer the question. What I will say from a policy standpoint is the National Center has worked very closely with the Native American Contractors Association, and one of the many hats that Lillian Sparks Robinson wears is, I don't know if you still are, interim senior consultant, but longtime executive director of that organization. So the national, and they represent tribal-owned and Alaska Native-owned entity contractors that represent the whole community. We've partnered, the National Center has partnered with them because the National Center represents those as well as individual Native businesses. And we've done a lot of work on the Hill on 8A contracting issues and those kinds of issues together. So that's been one area where collaboration has been very important. Yes. Yes.
We'll just do one more.
Thank you so much. Really interesting to look at it from the advocacy perspective. I'm Roxanne Nielsen from the MBDA Manhattan Center, but we've, in my own business, spent a lot of time looking at Department of Energy and offshore wind. So I'm always curious because of the emphasis that the administration has had in funding priorities for renewable energy in Indian country, how much of the Buy America Act and offshore wind and also renewable energy is going on, collaborating with tribal areas, especially on our East Coast and the coastal areas where offshore wind is. I don't see a lot of collaboration with the native tribal areas.
No, and I'm not that familiar with it, but I know that the tribe, the Quina Wampanoag, has had some environmental concerns about offshore wind, and it's not that those are not their projects. But I would say that the Department of Energy has, they don't have Buy Indian Act authority, although they've expressed interest in it. That has to be done statutorily with a legislative change. But they have a lot of funding now going to the Office of Indian Energy and Policy and Programs, and there's also a tribal energy loan guarantee program that's been implemented. So there are a lot of options for development of tribal energy projects. The Department of Interior also assists tribes on Indian projects, if that's a preliminary answer to your question.
Well, thank you so much, Kate Boyce. Let's give her a round.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear some exciting news from Chris.
Thank you, Kaya and Kate. Thank you so much. I mean, the wealth of knowledge that Kate brings to the table is amazing, and it's been such a. Again, I mean, there's the importance of partnerships is so important. Kate was one of the first meetings I had at the U.S. Department of Treasury in 2009. Now, 16 years later. You know, here we are. We've been working together for almost a decade, and you know, those networks and those relationships are so important. You know, when you're a business owner or when you're a leader, you know, having those connections. But I also want to add one more thing to it: having those trusted connections is more important because, you know, if Kate and I didn't have a relationship from 2009. You know, we may not be working, or Lillian and I didn't have that relationship back in the day, you know, and it's that we trusted each other even then, and that Kate and I trusted each other. Even though she was a lobbyist, I was in the federal government, the Treasury Department, Kate would be like, why don't you come to my Christmas party? I'm like, no way, Kate, I'm never going to go outside. I'm a federal government official. We will not talk. We barely can have a conversation, you know, but I think that's part of our trust relationship because I was an honest federal employee that was really scared of a lobbyist. Now I'm on the Hill and I'm making phone calls and I'm going to dinners, you know, a little different now. But again, building those trusted relationships, building those partnerships because they will last for a very long time, and it's very important. So thank you so much, Kate. Thank you for your friendship, and thank you for all the work you do for Indian country. And all small businesses, by the way. One thing I wanted to mention, Yvette Fielder and I, a couple of months ago, we launched the Native Edge podcast. So Kate went through a lot about the work she does this week, and I think it probably launches today. Michaela told me, but episode 5, we talk even some more about advocacy. We talk a lot about with our guest Claire Pratt, but take a listen to it. The Native Edge podcast, you can download it. Episode 5 should come out today, so at least it sort of relates a little bit with what Kate was talking about today, the importance of advocacy and the importance of having those connections. So definitely listen to episode 5, but also you can listen to the other 4, and this is a new project. I'm really excited about the next panel that we have, wherever they are. John's always hiding in the back. So if you guys want to, right? Isn't it? Am I? Okay, it's you. Okay. So the next panel, I do want to slightly introduce, and then they can, because I asked John, I never do good at really introducing people because I think, them introducing themselves, they'll do a way better job than what I can do. But this panel is going to talk about access to capital and investments. So Joy and I had lunch together, so it was nice to meet you. And I've already heard great things about you from Joanne Hill, Aaron, Andrew, and John Shiraka, both again, back to those trusting relationships and trusting friendships. I think the 3 of us, Aaron and John and myself, were the longest serving appointees at SBA. Is that correct? Aaron, you were there when they turned on the lights not like turn on the lights in 1940, but turn on the lights in the administration. So like Aaron was one of the first appointees at the Small Business Administration along with John, and then I later came on. But we all stayed through the full term. I think John literally was turning out the lights in his office. You guys, yeah. So you guys turned the lights on and turned them lights off from 2009 to 2010, all the way to 2016. In the Obama administration, the 3 of us. So between the 3 of us, we managed 80% of the U.S. Small Business Administration. So Aaron's office was capital finance, John's office was contracting, and then surprisingly not, I was the people manager. I managed all the field offices. So we were the top 3 leaderships in the SBA. Especially in the last couple of years. So I also had the honor to run the Office of Native American Affairs and Intergovernmental Affairs. So please, this is a rock star panel here. Please give them a round of applause, and I'll turn the stage over to them. Thank you, guys. So I have the opportunity to moderate this panel. I'm blessed to be working with my good friend, Aaron Andrew, who's Chris mentioned I've known for a long time, and my new good friend, Joy Butts from Chase. I'll let you guys do a quick introduction. Aaron, I know you spoke this morning, and so most of the folks here know your background, but maybe if you can talk real quick about sort of your day-to-day, what you do. We really want to keep this interactive as much as possible. It's a discussion about capital, access to capital, the various tools that are available out there. What are the obstacles? What are the options? And so we want to keep it conversational. There are some slides that I threw together that'll keep us on track if you guys don't ask questions, but hopefully you're going to ask a lot of good questions. But why don't we just do a quick introduction of like what your day-to-day looks like, so the audience knows what kind of questions to ask from you guys. Whichever one.
Okay. Hi again, everyone. And just to John's point, asking equals access, so we expect a lot of questions, and we'll let you know if we can't answer them, but hopefully we can answer a lot of them. Aaron Andrew, I'm at Turning Rock Partners. We are a private credit structured equity fund. women-owned, minority-led. We do deal sizes. We write checks anywhere from, call it, probably $5 million to $50 million. We've been in the market since about 2017. And, we're industry generalists. So we'll look at any industry. We have a very strong ESG policy. So there's certain things we will not do because we adhere to that ESG policy. But
what do you mean by ESG?
Yeah. So, well, no. I mean, it's looking at inclusivity. I mean, who here knows what ESG means? Okay. Okay. So it's looking at your social, your governance, and your environmental factors. So like when you talk about an ESG policy, thank you, John. Like I said, ask the questions, Google. So a lot of financial institutions, you hear a lot about impact investing and you hear a lot about ESG. And a lot of banks now especially have to adhere to ESG reporting and other things. And it's really looking at your impact on the environment. Like, do you have good policies that are environmentally friendly, are continuing to secure and support the planet? Social, you're really looking at what is the diversity and what's the makeup of your company? Like, do you have equity and opportunity for everyone at the table? What do your boards look like? Are they all white men or are they all, do you have women? Do you have minorities? Like what does that look like? And then governance, how are you looking at that governance, from an impact perspective? And what do the folks at the table bring to the table? And how are you looking at diversity across every single sector? So that ESG policy, some folks have it, some folks don't. We were very early signatories to a group. Essentially, it's a group of investment firms that are committing to adhering to these ESG policies. And a lot of folks don't do it in the industry. More folks are doing it, but I think we were very early signatories. So every time we do an investment, we have a consultant come in and look at those factors. They look at the environmental impact. They look at the diversity of the company, of the workforce, of the board. They make sure that they're doing the right things just from a governance perspective. And then we get that report. And there have been times where we haven't invested.
Because of the report.
Because of the report, yeah. And it's really important to us. That's just a part of our firm and what we've always believed in. So that is, a little bit about kind of how we look at investments. We predominantly look at investments within the U.S. And just so everyone understands too, I used to work at a commercial bank, so I can appreciate this. A lot of our investment firms, we have what are called limited partners, so LPs, and then we're a general partner. So we are investing dollars, but we, have the opportunity and are incredibly grateful to the limited partners we have. And I feel a commitment to them every day. I think it's probably the government in me, because a lot of these limited partners are, teacher retirement funds, state retirement funds. We have tribes that are limited partners. And it is in their best interest for us to find the returns that we agree to. So we invest in America's, small businesses, lower middle market businesses, because we know and we understand that they have an opportunity to grow, and they're borrowing money from us, and the returns we make from that money, we then give back to those limited partners. So it's a commitment, but we have to be very, considerate to, the big opportunity and responsibility that we've been given. So we really have to ensure sort of risk and security when we make an investment that will be paid back. We're not venture capitalists, so we're not looking, to put in $1 and make, call it hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. We're putting in money with some interest, and we need to be paid back that interest to then give it back to the limited partners. So our risk profile, I would say, is a little lower, a lot lower than maybe a venture capitalist. But that is I would say it's in the asset class of like private credit, and then we do a little bit of equity too. So I'm like going, should I continue? I feel like I should give to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Because when you think about it, you have bank financing, and Joy will talk a lot more about that. But when you think about it, you have bank financing, but then you have alternative credit financing. So this is financing that might be a little flexible. It's going to be more expensive than bank financing, but they can go a little bit more above what a bank might do from like just an extension of credit. They get a little bit more comfortable with ratios. And then you have private equity. So there's private equity and there's kind of minority private equity and there's buyout. Buyout private equity comes in and buys the majority of your company, right? And then some financial person runs the company. Maybe the president, CEO still stays on, but the private equity firm owns the company. Our founders felt like there should be an alternative to that. There are a lot of owners and operators who want to remain in the company and grow that company, but they need a partner to help them do that, and they need capital to help them do that. So we generally, most of the time, will extend debt, which is credit, which we want to get paid back on, but we will also sometimes extend what we call preferred equity. So it might be a little bit of a minority equity piece that eventually we'll get paid back on. So there's full ownership. You know, the owner can maintain ownership later on. They kind of pay down it. And we'll do that in situations where we see a lot of growth opportunity and debt just might not make sense because the ratios don't work. It's a little bit riskier, that kind of thing. So I think there are a couple, and then you have bank financing. And on the bank financing side, you can get a line of credit. Oftentimes, it's sized to your monthly AR. You can get a term loan for a building, and I'll let you talk more about this. But like where we come in is we don't do lines of credit, but we can come in with a term loan if someone wants to buy a company or they want to buy a partner out. Like maybe two partners started the company, and 50% owner wants to buy 50% owner out, we can provide a loan for them to do that. Sometimes it's just associated with growth. Someone wins a new contract and they're going to see a lot of growth. So we're a little bit more flexible in that regard. But just to tie it back, so my day-to-day, that's kind of what our firm does. Background-wise, I was at the SBA, which was one of the most wonderful experiences because you get a little bit of an understanding of all the pockets of capital. And then after that, I was at a commercial bank, so really understood, and we were working with a lot of government contractors and then diverse business owners, looking at how to leverage a 7A SBA product to buy a business, to grow a business. And then I was, very lucky to come to this opportunity and be able to provide a little bit more flexible capital. So we work with businesses every day, and if we can't help, like I often ask, how do I find someone who can help? Like a lot of it is just within the referral, and no is, to me, in my opinion, not enough. Like if someone tells you no, then who could help? And usually someone will be able to make that referral. So that's very important to what we do. And I think the final thing I want to say, and then I'll pass it on, is if you're sick, right, you're not like, I need penicillin if you have a cut on your hand, right? Like it's very important to understand what it is you need and what is wrong. And I think sometimes in finance, you think you might need venture capital, or you think you might need, private equity, when in fact you really just need a line of credit. So I think it's very important, first and foremost, when you ask questions, to sit down with someone to understand what the underlying issue or need is in the business. If it's a cash flow issue, is it, just long-term debt, you need access because you're going to be buying a company, really understanding the reason and then figuring out what the solution is incredibly important versus, the buzzwords. So that's just one thing I wanted to, I think it's very important. So anyway.
So Joanne, maybe a little bit about yourself and then maybe a little bit on your day-to-day and how you work with all the companies you work with and how you support them.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of the things you just said, it's like a perfect segue. So I actually have a chemical engineering background. So I didn't start in finance, but then I decided, you know what, I'm going to do international business and finance. And so about 14 years ago, I started with JP Morgan Chase. And it's been a wild ride because I did not start in banking. And so I started in the branch, and then I decided in the branch network, has everybody been in a branch before? Right? They still exist. Everything's not online. But I did everything. So it really gave me an opportunity to understand sort of how banking works and figure out where I wanted to focus, which I really knew was going to be business. So after that, I became a business banker. And that's where I got an opportunity to really focus in on working with business owners, just helping from a cash flow perspective, access to capital, and a lot of other ways. And I come from an entrepreneurial family. Like, everybody is a business owner. I have my own business. My husband has his own business as well, and we do work full time also. And so about 3 years ago, we actually started something new within the firm, which is, I love it. I so love it, because we get an opportunity to really work one-on-one with business owners in a coaching capacity. And so that's why the perfect segue, being able to sit down with somebody where, sometimes you need an outside lens to look in on what it is that you're trying to do, what it is that you're trying to accomplish, and really just have that conversation. And so it's not just a financial conversation, but it's also conversations surrounding strategy. It's conversations surrounding business development, operations. There's a company that I work with. When we first started the program, they're actually in DC, which is great. And there's only about 70 of us in the country. So we've expanded from 30 to 70, and hopefully the following year we're going to double again.
When you say 70, it's in your group.
Yes, in our group. Yep, just 70 people in our group, which is called Chase for Business, Coaching for Impact. So if you're interested in registering, you can get with me. But then we also have our landing page at chase.com/coaching for impact. But there's only a handful of us. And when we first started, there's a business owner that I worked with out of DC, and she has a consulting company. And one of the things that she was trying to solve for was surrounding her employees and really being able to expand in order to support the growth that she was seeing. And so as we sort of talked through all of that stuff, eventually it got to the capital conversation, right? So it doesn't always start there, where it's, I need capital. Some people come in and they say, I need capital. And I say, I understand, I get it. Let's, dial back a little bit, help me to understand your business a bit more. Let's go through cash flow. I remember a company that I worked with a while ago. She left corporate America. She started a farm. So she wanted to go into farming, which was so different, which is pretty cool. And the first thing she says, I need a loan. And it was really just because that's what people tell you. You start a business, you get some money from somebody else, right? You need a loan. And so I said, let's dial back a little bit and understand your cash flow. So we have a lot of tools and resources that we help people with. And after she did the exercise, we got back together, and she was 90% profitable in her company. I was like, so do you still need some money? Or is it understanding where is your money going? And things were seasonal. So it's just getting smart as to how to use the money. I see savings is up there as a way to sort of finance. So there's a lot of different things that you can do, but again, an outside perspective that's complementary, coming in, and yes, I'll say it again, complimentary. So the check has already been paid by JP Morgan Chase, and you don't have to be a Chase client. We don't even really talk about that kind of stuff. But we'll work with you for a period of time, really just to support in any way that we can. So that's my primary day-to-day outside of things like this.
Awesome. So you guys both mentioned something important. Joy, maybe you can start off, and then Aaron, if you have additions to it. You talked about the need for borrowing, right? And the example you gave is ultimately she was 90% profitable, but seasonal.
Yes.
So can you give examples of the need to borrow, right? Once you do like the cash flow analysis, why does someone, as a small business or a startup, as an entrepreneur, but what are the good reasons to borrow, right? And what are the bad reasons to borrow, right?
Absolutely. So the first thing I'll say is, I don't know if anybody's ever heard this expression about putting something in a bag with holes in it. Has anyone ever heard that expression before? Okay, so this is the bad. I'm starting with the bad, and then we're going to end with the good, right? But a lot of times what happens is it's not necessarily a money issue or getting access to the capital. To be honest, that's very easy. There's an abundance of funding. I mean, we were having a bit of a conversation about it. There's an abundance, and people want to invest in a good bet. When you're getting lending from a bank or an institution or a CDFI, they want a good bet because they want to get paid because they are not a not-for-profit. They're in business to make a profit. So that's why I say it's very easy to get access to the capital. But what happens is when you get the money, are you putting it in a system or a bag that has holes? So no matter how much money you get, it's just falling through because you haven't mastered getting the best return on your investment. And so that's where it's important to really dial back and understand how much do I need? And there's a lot of things you can do to do that. What am I going to use it on? Where's the best place for me to get the return? So as opposed to, for example, marketing is something that comes up very much, especially with social media and paying for ads and all these kinds of things. I need to get my business out there. I need to be marketed. And sometimes we think, I need to be on every single social media platform. And that's not the case. If I am in a professional consulting business, where do you think is the best place? And I'm asking, so this is a question, someone yell it out. Where would you think is one of the best places for me to be? LinkedIn, exactly. Now, why didn't you say TikTok? Nothing wrong with TikTok, right? But you understand your audience and where you're going. So you're going to funnel some of the money there versus somewhere else. And so really getting a grasp and understanding what you're going to use the money for to get the return on the investment is vital. And that leads me to the good thing surrounding lending. So if you get all that down, you understand it, it really can help catapult your business. And I'm a big proponent of being able to be in a position where you can consistently borrow throughout your business career, but eventually borrowing from yourself, right? Use somebody else's money in the beginning to really get your footing and get you up to speed. Handle your money well, and maybe put it in a savings account that yields more than 0.01%, right? Or if you have that seasonal company, maybe you get a ton of cash in the beginning and you spend most of it towards the end of the year. You can actually put it in a high yield CD, right? You can put it in a brokerage, you can lend, you can borrow from yourself. And guess who gets paid the interest? You do. I want that to sink in. You do. You get the money back. So you don't necessarily have to always be borrowing, but in the beginning, there's a business, for example, then I'll pass it back to you, John, that I worked with. She didn't want to really get any lending. She started a hair salon. And I said, well, with what you need, can you put it on a credit card? And she said, actually, I can. And I said, well, do you have a following? People that are going to come from your current salon to follow you? And she said, yes, I do. And I said, okay, well, how much or how long is it going to take for you to pay back the money you borrow? And she said about 6 months. And I said, okay, well, there's 0% interest credit cards for 12 months. Why don't you finance it that way? And she did. She got a 0% interest loan, right, to start her business. And she paid it back so that she didn't get all that interest that she had to pay at the end of it. And she was able to start. And ever since then, she hasn't borrowed a dime. She still has that same credit card. You know, so there's a lot of things you can do to sort of think outside the box. And then the last thing, going back to the consulting firm that was in DC, the solution for them with the employees was to get a line of credit. Because what happens is with a line of credit, it's for short-term purposes. So she would invoice her clients, but her employees already did the work. And then the clients would be paying back a little later. And so being able to have that flexibility in place that ebbs and flows like a credit card, but a much, much, much lower interest rate was key for her. And so that made sense for her to put it in place. And you always want to get it before you need it. You always want to get it before you need it. I don't know how many of us in here have maybe you were very, very thirsty or you had to use the restroom. I'm using this example so we remember, right? You had to use the restroom, you're in the car, and you're stuck in traffic, and now by the time you get home, you're like, I have got to go to the bathroom, right? You're desperate. But if you go before you actually leave the place, maybe you're not so desperate,
That's
right?
what my mom always used to say. Did you go?
Did you go yet? Right? It's the same thing with credit. So hopefully you're not going to forget that example because I used the bathroom because I know we've all been there. But yeah, so those are some good and some bad with credit.
So Aaron, before you answer the question, so good reasons and bad reasons. And I think it was really important because what you said, Joy, is the analogy of the sand and coming out of the bag, right? Yeah. No bank, like you said, they're in business to make money. If you're not profitable and you're consistently losing money, the solution isn't, let me borrow more money, right? So that's really important. But as you answer and follow up on that, Aaron, if you can talk a little bit also about, so we talked about why the bank might not if you're losing money. But as a small business, what are the things that would make us small businesses a good investment? So if you can talk about, the good and the bad, why you would borrow money, but also as you look at investments in small businesses, what makes a good investment?
No, that's great. I love the bathroom analogy of a 4-year-old that we're still like inching towards potty training. So it's a good one. It resonates. So on the good and bad investment, and then what would make an attractive investment for us, I want to ask really quickly, because I think this is an important thing to understand when you're thinking about borrowing money. How many folks know what debt service coverage means? Okay, awesome. Okay, so, and I just say this because I think it's important. So for every dollar you borrow, right, a bank or a financial institution, oftentimes, if they're not putting equity in, if they're expecting you to pay it back, they're going to have a certain ratio, and that's the debt service coverage ratio. So so if you hear a ratio that's the debt service coverage ratio is 1.5, that means for every dollar you borrow, you need to have 1.5 times that of cash to pay it back and then some. And oftentimes banks will look at like car payments you have, house payments, other things. They want to know if they're lending to you, there is a guarantee that they will get paid back, and there's a little bit of room as well. So if you are only making, in your business, call it $100, but you're asking for $200, the bank's probably, it's going to be really tough for the bank, depending on the time frame and everything else, because they want to know monthly you're going to pay them back. So I would say as you're sizing up credit and debt, think of it through that lens. And if it doesn't work, like you're not making enough to pay back that loan over a certain amount of time, like you used a great example with a credit card, 0%, she knew she could pay it back within 6 months. Equity is an option, but you've got to have high growth if you're going to have someone investing in you with equity. And I would say most businesses in America, it's kind of like a debt situation. I mean, you're going to make money, you pay it back, you're going to make money, you're going to pay. It's not like you're going to quadruple within a year your sales. Maybe, but it's not. Usually if you're looking at equity investment, folks are looking at reoccurring revenue and very high growth. They're looking at very, very high growth. So I would say most businesses, it's looking at a credit card where you can really look at 0%. It's looking eventually at a bank line of credit, and those lines of credit oftentimes are sized to your monthly AR. So look at how much you're bringing in monthly, and a bank is pretty much going to look at the accounts receivable and say, if you have $5,000 coming in a month, you can get a $5,000 loan, more likely a microloan in that case. However, I've also seen a lot of businesses where they started out at maybe a $50,000 loan and they actually need $1 million loan, and they didn't really, you know what I mean? They've grown so much. You should be reevaluating that over and over, because to Joy's point, you always want to have the capital before you need it. If you're asking in a bind, it's much tougher to get it. So it's important to have, that type of a cushion. So that's, anyway, now to get to your question. Sorry, John.
No. Why a good investment?
Why a good investment? So I think it depends on who's the investor, right? If you're talking to a venture investor, They want to see really strong reoccurring revenue, lots of opportunity in the market that they call, TAM, total addressable market, huge growth, revenue growth, multiples on revenue, and something that is different that they think is just going to take over the market. And they can be much riskier with that because they'd love to get paid back times 10, but they, usually in venture capital, 1 in 10 of those investments are actually successful. 1 in 10. When you're talking about lending, we have to be right all the time. I mean, not all the time, but I would say 9 out of 10, you better get paid back on or you're out of business. So
Or a job.
Or a job, yeah, or a job. So that's when you think about risk, that's how you do it. 1 investment out of 10 is going to make all of the returns for that fund if you're a venture capitalist. For me as a credit fund, 9 out of 10, I have to get paid back on at least 9 out of 10 of those to do what's right and be able to give the money back to my investors. So my judgment when I make an investment decision is going to be much more conservative. And I'm going to look at, can they pay back? What's the cash flow? How do we ensure that what they're saying is going to come out? Do they have backlog? If you're a federal contractor, any kind of a contractor, I don't necessarily need to know about what you think you're going to win. I want to know what you've won and what's under contract for the next few years. So I look at it as who's going to pay back and what does the cash flow in the business look like to ensure that we would get paid back. I look at the management team. You want to know that someone has skin in the game, and that's different for everyone. Someone that has, net worth of a ridiculous amount, you want to see something that feels like a lot if you're giving them money. Someone who might not, it could be $10,000, but that is their life savings, and that is skin in the game. So you want to see that someone's demonstrating that they're putting the risk along with your risk. So if something goes wrong, they're not going to just walk away from it. They're going to stay in it to figure it out, right? At the end of the day, from a debt investment, and I was at a bank before, and it's bankruptcy. It's if there is a way that someone could have not walked away from that situation, because it's, you can file and walk away. You want to know if they actually did declare that, how long did they try to make it right? Because you want to know that someone's going to take care of this because it's money that you're investing in them, and it's not your money, it's other people's money. So those are a few things, cash flow. You want to ensure that there are sometimes assets. There's some defensible, if something were to happen, could they sell an asset within the business that they have to help ensure that there's additional cash flow, those types of things. Management is incredibly important. And then for us, we like to see that they're, for example, if they're buying a business, we don't want them to be paying over market for that business. If they're paying and usually when you're valuing a business, it's looking at a multiple of EBITDA in a lot of businesses. And if they're paying 10 times EBITDA, it's you're paying way too much for this company. So you usually want to see a very realistic, we love if it's lower, they're getting a great deal in a company and they're buying it. So those are some things that we look at in investment. And then obviously just the team, the communication, the clarity. When I worked in government, it was so much easier. And Kate can appreciate this. When you go into a congressperson's office, they want to if you speak to, it's clear and you understand what you need to do and it's actionable. That is much easier than sending an entire book on something that you're never going to have time to read. So making sure you understand the audience, you explain. So you're interested in cash flow. This is my EBITDA. These are comps in the market. This is what we're asking for. So understanding who's at the other side of the table and the language they need to make the investment.
So real quick, EBITDA. Yeah, you can.
Yeah. So how many people have asked or know their EBITDA in their company? Okay, it's earnings before interest, taxes, and appreciation. Depreciation. Yeah. Sorry. So what I would say is you should ask and make sure you know it on at least an annual basis. Because the thing is that you're going to be valued on a multiple of that EBITDA, that company will be. And my sister-in-law has a roofing company, and she's like, I want to exit. And I'm like, do you know what your EBITDA is? She's like, no, I just know revenue. And I'm like, you could have a ridiculous amount of revenue, and you might not.
No profit.
No profit. So essentially, it's not. But in accounting terms, think of it as your profit. It's an easier way to think of it. So you want something, you could be making $100 million and have $50,000 of profit, right? Like, that's not great. That's not good at all. And you don't want to grow to another 100 million because you might not make enough. You want to learn how to make that bottom line larger. So top line, bottom line. And oftentimes in the debt business, we're looking at bottom line. Obviously, we're looking at top line too, but we really care about like how much you're making and then how you're reinvesting that. So that's, I think, an important thing.
Joey, real quick. So Aaron talked about, and then I want to open it up, see if there's any questions either in the audience or online. But Aaron talked about, what makes an ideal investment or someone that is attractive as a bank or an investor. But we all know, when you live in a small business world and an entrepreneur, and you've been it, and you've had a family that's done it, you've done it. It's not a perfect world, right? You might not have the right leadership or the right management team. You might not have the best profit margins. You might not have the collateral. How do you overcome some of those things? Like when you talk to a small business that's bootstrapping it, right? How do you overcome some of those things? Like, I love the idea of leadership. Like, do you get advisors? Do you get a mentor? How do you overcome that? And then collateral, do I bootstrap? Do I go to family? And so investors or banks oftentimes look for the ideal. And a lot of times business is ugly and you're not ideal. Yeah. How do you get closer?
Absolutely. That's a great question. So, I will say, before, how many of you in here are already business owners? And that's what you do full time. Okay. And I can't pull who's online, but so I'll say this example too. Before you actually go into a venture, or maybe you're looking to scale the business, you just want to ensure that you have a solid plan. And so, for example, I remember when I was working in the branch, one of the business clients that I work with, very successful in what it is that he did, but he wanted to open up a gym. And I said, okay, sounds great. This is before the pandemic, right? So gyms are very popular. And we sat down. He was a great businessman, but he had never owned a gym before. He didn't even really go to the gym either, right? But knew it was a good investment opportunity for him to start a gym as a business. And so we talked a little bit about the leadership, right? And before he went into the venture, we talked about the fact that he didn't want additional owners, but I said, well, you can have people on your leadership team that can sort of lead and guide you. And so let's say I'm right now working with a business that primarily does B2C, business to consumer. They want to go into B2B, business to wholesale, right? Them selling wholesale. And so we talked about who has done that before. Can they become a part of your advisory team? And if you add that into the puzzle, going back to the business owner that wanted to own the gym, when we submit the opportunity memo, which is us as bankers being able to talk to the underwriters and say, hey, this is why this is a really good opportunity, to see that there's leadership of somebody that's been in the industry for several years, as well as somebody that can teach the classes that already has a following, the likelihood of them getting the return on investment goes up.
So Joey, real quick, because absolutely. I think for the group, the question of an underwriter. You don't make the decision. You have to tell the story and sell it to the underwriter who makes the decision.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so we don't typically, probably in maybe like smaller local institutions, you might walk in and you're speaking to the person that's going to make the decision. That exists still in this country, but not every area. Most of the time, we're putting information on a paper and sending it somewhere. And the thing that's so nice, which I appreciate, is that it's the numbers and the story that speaks. That's what speaks and makes the decision. It's the numbers and the story. So if that's the case, and I get my numbers in the right place, I can control my personal credit history. I can control that when I say I'm going to pay somebody back, I actually pay them. Can we all control that? For the most part, we can, right? So I can control my personal credit, which is one of those C's that the underwriters will look at. I can control the way in which my business grows or how fast. And what I mean by that is the profitability. Sometimes we bite off way more than we can chew, and we know we're doing it. And it's good and okay to take calculated risks. But jumping, like to your point, with the $100 and you're trying to borrow $200, right? Maybe I need to grow a little slower. Maybe I need to go from 50,000 to 100, and then 100,000 to 300,000. I've had business owners that have turned down huge deals and opportunities because they knew their game plan, and they knew it would be too much if they took it on. And the thing is, if opportunity knocks today, you better believe opportunity will knock tomorrow also. It just happens on a consistent basis. But the more prepared you are in understanding all of that in your business, the better prepared you are when the opportunity does come so you can move forward. So those are some of the things you want to think about. So your credit, your personal credit history, the collateral, right? Your cash flow, the way in which you're operating the company, which will leave you having positive cash flow and some add backs. So those are some of the things that I would say.
And with respect to the individual that wanted to start the gym?
Oh, yes.
So did he need a team to help him, or did you deny the loan?
No, actually, so I'm glad you said that. So we actually moved forward, and but we needed to get an SBA guarantee. Mm-hmm. And so with the Small Business Administration, what's great is that, let's say you cannot, for whatever reason, get the loan conventionally, meaning that you don't need any help or support, right? Then the Small Business Administration will come in and say, you know what? We're going to take some of the risk. But the risk that they're taking away is not, it's going to benefit you as the business owner, but it's really for the lender. So for example, when the SBA guarantee comes in, let's say there's a default, then the lender will be made partially whole through the SBA, but you still owe all of that money back. So that's one thing I think that a lot of people don't understand, is that it helps the lender feel more comfortable being able to lend to something that might have a shortfall in an area.
And I would just say on the SBA side, the SBA 7A loan, there are micro loans as well that are under $50,000 that are also wonderful CDFIs. There are a lot of amazing CDFIs out there that provide micro lenders as well. But on the 7A loan, the two other things that are really great about it, or three other things, there are a lot, but three other things that are very borrower friendly. Number one, terms generally are longer. So conventional loans, you might see 5-year terms, so your monthly payment's going to be much higher. The SBA 7A loan can go out to 10 years. So you think about the monthly payment. Number two, there's no prepayment penalty. So you could pay it back in those 5 years, but oftentimes with a conventional loan, there can be a prepayment penalty. So it allows you to amortize longer, lower monthly payments, and then you can accelerate those and pay it back early. So those are two great things. And then third, oftentimes that debt service coverage ratio I mentioned is a little lower for the SBA 7A loan. So it gives you a little bit more. They're willing to take a little bit more risk given the guarantee that they're getting. So it's a great product for anyone looking to do a lot of different things. There is a personal guarantee. So when I mentioned that is kind of the skin in the game that folks want, they want to know that someone is going to personally guarantee it. But there are a lot of wonderful benefits to it as well.
And Erin's very modest, but she actually ran the lending program at the SBA at the end of the administration. She never says that, but she did. In the 7A program and the 504 program and all those programs. Any questions in the audience or online so far? Online, lots of questions. There's one back there. Let's catch that one. And then, is there? There's a couple of questions.
Hi, thank you. This is really great information, and the plan is it is essential, and it is sometimes kind of difficult to weed through and to develop. So what's your best advice to people in the rural sector? Because, Indian country is very rural, not big markets, sometimes no market at all. How can we adapt these particular components to a rural setting?
And do you mean the actual, the support for writing?
Yeah, market analysis, products, marketing. I mean, how do you do that when, you may not have a game plan, or you may not have competitors, or maybe this gym owner is the only one in town and you have low employment or high unemployment?
Yeah.
Unemployment. You don't have people that have a lot of money to spend, but you need these kinds of services, and people want to get into business. So what is your advice to those kinds of people? We're not all New York here. We're Browning, Montana. We're in Anadarko, Oklahoma. So what do you?
I grew up
what do
in
you
Indiana,
suggest?
on a farm in Indiana, so I understand. No, and I would say a couple of things. It's a very good question. So I think there's an online component too. Like, there are things that you want kind of in person, and there are also things that you could extenuate like online as well. And I've seen in a lot of rural settings, folks being able to set up a business, but they're also able to augment it with online offerings. So whether it's counseling and training, whether it's yoga, I know a personal trainer that's in a very rural area, where I grew up, but she's doing virtual personal training. So I think you could have kind of a hybrid model depending on the business. Of course, that is very business centric. It depends on the business. But thinking through that, your market isn't just where you live. There are tools today that you can access so many other parts of the market. So thinking through what that looks like, I think, is really important. If your business, if it works for your business. I think also, you can think of, you might have one service offering, but there might be multiple types of service offerings you need to do, right? Like, you could think of things where, maybe you have, I would say, a restaurant, but then that restaurant could also do catering on times when business is slow. Like, so thinking through what would complement the business to ensure you're getting additional cash flow. And then I just have to do a pitch for counseling and training and like the SBA services. So there are always folks that can help. And I think there are a lot of there's small business development centers, there are women's business centers, there's SCORE. Chase has an amazing network. There are folks who understand how to do business in rural America that can come up with really good suggestions.
And USDA.
And USDA, thank you. USDA is incredible. They have the rural development counselors as well. So I would say sitting down with someone, if you have an idea, you're working through your business plan, and you need to assess you have to be very honest about what the market is going to do and what you're going to be able to bring in based on where you are. And if it's going to cost way more to start that business compared to what you're going to bring in terms of sales, at the business plan level, you need to think about what are those other verticals you can add on to the business to ensure that there will be enough cash flow.
But ultimately, you have to demonstrate that there is a market, and you can be
you shouldn't start. If there's no market, it's very hard. Everyone needs the services, but if those services are needed and you want to provide those services, you can start, maybe a portion of the business is focused on that. You just need to have other things that ensure that you're paying off that business. Unless, there's sometimes grants out there, but I would argue regardless, you want something that can stand on its own. So you need to start planning from the planning stages to ensure that occurs, and then leverage those resources that can help you. But that's why I think the business plan is so important.
And I think diversification, don't forget the federal government or even state and local government as far as buyers.
Oh, yeah,
Does
good
the
point.
government or the state or local government buy what you're selling? So you have the private sector, but you always have to look at, government buys everything.
Yeah.
Is that a marketplace to look at?
And I think COVID, you saw a lot of businesses test their ability to diversify during COVID, right? You saw a lot of restaurants who didn't have they didn't have the foot traffic coming in, so they had to get pretty darn creative with delivering. And those that did it and were able to do it well survived. And I think you have to look at that, understanding the market, but then how do you pivot when you need to ensure you can bring clients in?
I just wanted to, and I echo everything that you said. I just wanted to say also, and I don't know your name, but when you were talking and you're sort of illustrating some of those things, you illustrated like the market research. You illustrated a lot of those things that are on there. And I think sometimes what happens is we don't simplify it, but truly it's a plan of action. That's really all it is. I think about, since you brought up the pandemic, so many people, remember we all had to wear masks, and we still do to this day sometimes, right? And you have your mask on, right? And so there were people that said, you know what? I'm gonna buy some cloth. I'm gonna figure out how to make some masks because I see that there's a need, and I'm gonna start selling them. They did the market research, right? They had their plan of action. They had all these things in order to start. And so sometimes I think simplifying it can be helpful to get your arms wrapped around it and make it not so daunting. So that's the only other thing I wanted to add.
One more question over there. I know we're kind of close to time, but I just wanted to get maybe at least one from online as well. Yes, ma'am.
Greetings. My name is Shakira Johnson. I'm the founder and chief impact officer of Maple and Monroe, which is a global social impact think and do tank. We specialize in ESG. That being said, my question is, you read Fast Company, you read Entrepreneur, you read, the media, and there's always these stories of the people who had an idea and raised $1 zillion and it went on to great success. How much of that is really narrative? How much of that is fact? Because what we're hearing is definitely not that. Not saying that those stories couldn't happen, but really, what is the opportunity for someone to truly just be funded off of an idea? Thank you.
No, I think it's a great question. And I would argue it's a lot harder today than it probably was a few years ago, just given where the capital markets are. I'm a debt credit person, so I probably have a different view than some people. I have a lot of friends in venture. I think it's a lovely, amazing place. It's exciting and sexy and all those things, like covers of magazines. I think sometimes there are great ideas, and I think, but there's a lot more chance with that, right? You have to be in the right place at the right time with the right idea. And I personally don't think it's so few people that happens to, right? If you want to create wealth, and there is a good guarantee and there are a lot of companies that might get that investment, but that are actually they're really good at just making money, and they're a normal business that, will continue to make money, invest, and they're not going to be the next Uber. They're not going to be,
But they create generational wealth. And they can sell their company.
That's what I think. That's, to me, I mentioned, remember, 1 out of 10 companies make all the money for, if you have 10 companies in a portfolio, one of those companies has to make the returns for a venture fund. That means 9 fail. And there's nothing wrong. Failure is great. It is a great way to learn. However,
not with your own money.
Yes. But I would say when you're looking at generational wealth and you want that guarantee, being 9 out of 10 that are successful, it's better to have I would say $10 million than 0, right? And your chances of 10 million are way better if you're building a very stable, healthy company that's generating cash flow. Those are the majority of the companies in this country. So few actually are the ones that need venture investing. And I think it's sexier, so there's more marketing around it. So I hear so often that businesses are like, I need venture capital. And I'm like, no. Your business is not gonna, you're not gonna go from 0 to 100 million. And it's great. You have a great business that you can borrow, you can pay off, you'll be able to sell it someday, you'll be able to create generational wealth. So really understanding the type of funding you need and the type of business you have is so critical. And so I think the buzzwords, just I think it's a great point. This is my personal opinion. This is not my firm's opinion nor anyone else's. But I think there is a lot of there is. It is cool. Yes, it is neat. It is, but I think it sometimes, puts folks down the wrong path when they really should be looking at like, what does the business need that they have? Like if you're building, a store and you want to, sell clothes, like yes, at some point you could be one of the top 5 brands, and that is possible. But you could also be an amazing store that makes $10 million, sells, and goes for it. So I think you need to kind of understand what you want and what the business you're starting lends itself to. And the opportunity to get a loan, I think it's a lot easier to get a loan than investment from a venture capitalist. I don't know.
Do we have any questions online?
Yeah, just online here. This one's for Aaron in particular, but before I get into that, both of you are getting compliments online for your presentation today, so thank you so much for your information. Does Turning Rock invest in apartment complexes? That was the question. And just branching off of that, maybe how can they get in contact with both of you?
Yes. So we don't do as much real estate, but we want to do more. And I'd be happy to speak with anyone, because if we can't do it, I'm happy to put them in touch with someone that can. But we will look at real estate. So yes, we can look at apartment complexes.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, everybody that signed up will get contact info, right? As far as people online and people here, they'll get their contact. Okay.
And we don't have slides, but definitely email me. And yeah, Joy and I are willing to, and if I don't know the answer or if we can't do it, I am happy to brainstorm and figure out who to connect you with. I think that's an important part of all of this.
Okay. Thank you. I think, Yvette, we're going over. We're done? Yeah? Because is there any other questions? Oh, there's a question right there. Because there's one thing if I have like 5 more minutes, is that okay? Okay, question right there.
Hi, thank you. Hi, my name's Karina Emmerich. I'm the co-founder of Relative Arts NYC, which is a small shop in the East Village in New York that has over 30 different Indigenous artists in store. I wanted to ask Aaron you one thing. You keep saying sit down with someone, and I know I'm going all the way back to step 1, but who do you mean when you say sit down with someone?
Great question. So I mentioned there are a lot of technical assistance providers. So within New York, you've got some women's business centers, small business development centers. You've got SCORE counselors. You could probably sit down with Joy, like
MBDA.
MBDA, yes. Sorry, MBDA. Yes, and so there are counselors. Yes, thank you.
And they're free.
And they're free. They're free. So I would say the government, this is where the entrepreneurial dream is, right? And our government does a phenomenal job of putting money into helping folks start and grow their businesses. So I would reach out, and I'm happy to help. If you have questions on where to go or which ones, happy to kind of navigate that. But there's so many free resources, and it's sitting down with someone, going over your business plan, or if you're looking for a loan and you're not sure where to go. You can sit down and kind of get guided in terms of this is what you need, this is what we think. So that's what I mean by technical assistance is what I mean by sit down with someone, if that's helpful.
And real quick, the first person or group you sit down with might not be the best match.
Yeah.
Correct.
But because it's not that they're bad, it's just not the right match.
Fit for you.
So
There's
don't
definitely.
get dissuaded. Don't be like, oh, all resource partners are no good. You have to try until you get the right match.
Or if someone doesn't
Might
call
be
you
the
back.
sport chapter works better
Yeah.
for you than the WBC.
I think, and then the second part of my question, I think for Joy, and no offense to you personally, but one of the things that is part of our mission is to not be involved with banks who are the largest funders of the fossil fuel industry. So what advice would you have for who else we could go to who isn't a perpetrator of that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. And I thank you for your honesty and transparency. So one of the things that that we've done as a firm, and I think it's important, when you get to a certain point where you can help and support others, you do it in any way that you can, and so you have a responsibility. And so one of the things that we've done is through our corporate responsibility team, we've actually taken money to fund community development financial institutions, right? So they're not part of us at all. So they're CDFIs. I know we've been saying CDFI, but community development financial institutions. And so they're completely separate, but they're places where you can get technical assistance. They're places that you can actually get lending as well, and you don't even have to work with a bank. Some other things that we've done too is some of the like smaller banks. We also have a fund where we've funded some of those banks. So CDFIs, they don't have credit cards and checking accounts and things like that, but we've actually taken some funds and actually helped to fund and move forward other banking institutions that are completely separate from us. And so that's sort of how we're trying to give back holistically, but there's tons of other resources that are available. If you don't want to work with this one, there's definitely somebody down the road that you can help.
So
Does that make sense?
one quick question, because we got to go, but so you can't take too long. Let's say now you have your financing in place. You have your relationship in place. How do you if you can name 2 or 3 things about maintaining that confidence, right? With your lender, with your investor, because you got to report back to your investor. They're going to get antsy if you're not reporting regularly. So if you can just 1 or 2 or 3 things to maintain that relationship once you've established it.
The one thing I'll say is just have consistent meetings and just be transparent. So every year, hopefully multiple times a year, but every year you're filing your taxes, right? You should be talking with your accountant on a consistent basis throughout the year. Same thing with your banker. So making sure that you have somebody that you're working with one-on-one that understands the ebbs and flows, the ins and outs of your company. That's what I would say, consistent communication.
Mine's very similar. Communication, communication, communication. And I think I say that because your banker, if something's going wrong, the worst thing you can do is hide it, because usually things just get worse. And it's better to deal with something head on when it's still fixable versus a situation where it's so far gone. And I think your financial, provider can help brainstorm, can help make introductions, can think through, or even make potential, be a little bit more flexible with the situation then versus if it's too late. So that just communication and transparency. I mean, it's like kids, right? Like if something goes wrong, you want to know now because it's just like, it gets worse.
Hide it under the rug.
Yeah. And then you find out about it in a way you don't want to find out about it. So it's the same thing. It's any relationship. It's that consistent and transparent communication that is so important.
Yep. So I've been blessed to have you guys on the panel. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. So you guys can see these are incredible women in finance and in banking. So thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to go into a quick 10-minute break, and then we are going to continue with our next panel, which will be financing your adventure. So.
So do we have a small clip to run of Lance and Yvette's interview from Ho Chunk? Let's run that clip.
We have divisions. Government contracting is probably our biggest division. We have a large real estate development company. We have a local division that includes manufacturing of tobacco products, farming, stores, retail, distribution. We focus our attention on profitable business relationships off reservation, and then we try to take care of our own on the reservation.
So that was from your interview with Lance, and it was pretty amazing. Just talk a little bit more. I know he had mentioned a few things about the work they do, but he directly associated some of the work they did with the National Center.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, of course, and I think started out, as he said, Ho Chunk Inc. in his apartment.
Yeah.
Kind of like Mel McGee.
Yeah.
A one person starting up their tribal enterprise and taking advantage of the 8A program and then building that and then creating another arm and another enterprise and another small business, and then taking the tour of their community and what they've done as far as their housing. The elderly housing that we toured was incredible. Their farming operation, we went out there as well. And then in town, they have a building in town with their name on top, at the very top. Toured their marketing facility there, and they have a really nice setup. Not as humble as ours here at the Native Edge.
Our setup is awesome.
Setup?
Though. It's so awesome. We don't have our name on the building.
8-10 story building.
Well, we have all those stickers.
We have a lot of stickers.
We do have a lot, and our logo is very cool.
Yeah.
I've really been impressed with an event like this, really get that messaging for Indian country.
As an organization to come together, to have an uplifting, motivational group of people, that style of topics behind it, it's incredible.
It's been really great to be here at the Native Edge Institute. It's a really great networking opportunity in Indian country, especially for businesses.
I want to bring that creativity. I just don't know where to start. And that's why I'm here today, to kind of learn a little bit more about business.
We're here today in the Duwamish Longhouse. It is in the last village site of Seattle. When people come to Seattle and they're wondering who the first people of Seattle are, we are those people. This is Seattle, and this is our home.
I became the Chief Executive Officer of 8th Generation about 2 years ago now. We're putting out anywhere from 40 to 100 new products a year, and we are the only company that we know of in Seattle that manufactures blankets. If you want a real Seattle gift, this is the place.
A lot of places you go, it's like kind of stuffy, kind of feel out of place, but nobody at any of these events has ever made me feel like that. Everybody's very, very accepting and welcoming.
Networking, sharing information, the event is the cornerstone of small businesses.
Having these types of opportunities are very important to you as a small business. I'm fairly certain that I can grow that foundation to move up and be where you want to be from here.
KeyBank formed a dedicated line of business in 2004 to serve Indian country.
It's important that understanding the tribal community can pursue business and they can be successful. So this is new information. It's really exciting. I can't wait to bring it back to my community.
Business to me is absolutely critical. We employ our people, we better society. I am a proud Indian, proud of the Duwamish, and proud to be an American here in Seattle, carrying on the legacy of our Native people.
If you are an entrepreneur, if you're a small business owner or a business who wants to work with tribal nations, this is a place to do that.
The National Center has done a great job of adapting to the business environment and growing their offerings. The idea of promoting Native American small business and helping them understand what company are looking for is a really great job. So thank you, Indian Country, for 55 years with the National Center.
We're at the fabulous South Sioux City Riverfront Marriott Hotel overlooking the beautiful Missouri River.
Working on business development, access to capital, government contracting.
To be in a room with like-minded people that all have the same goals of growing an economy, especially for Native people, it's a really special experience.
We had a packed house at this Native Edge Institute. It's really beneficial for everyone to get involved.
You had people talking about public utilities, small businesses, government contracting. In a business sense, you're going to have to go to 3 or 4 or 5 different offices in order to get all that information. It's really nice to be able to take advantage to meet everyone and get to reach out to those people later.
There's goals that the U.S. government has that each agency has to prove that they've contracted not just with big business, but with small business. The U.S. government is the largest procurer of goods and services in the world. The 8A has been instrumental in Ho-Chunk Inc. being able to grow in government contracting.
8A programming is certainly an extension of tribal self-determination as well as promotes tribal sovereignty. So we meet people where they are to provide them the information that they need to know so that they can become successful in their tribal businesses.
The National Center, they were an integral part of us getting started. It's important to show up and represent, to show what can be done so that they can visualize themselves to where we're at on the government contracting side and some of the business development.
Take me down to the river where the peace won't run dry.
I think coming from a small town, you get stuck in the mindset of, oh no, I can't do that, or I've never seen anyone else from my community do that. But in actuality, there are people in my hometown and my community that have been doing things, and it's just maybe I haven't learned about it or I haven't been exposed to any of that. So it's been nice to be part of the National Center and seeing what they're capable of.
The Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, our economic development strategy has shifted to a more regenerative model to be truer to the ancestral ties of our economy. We are really investing heavily in indigenous to indigenous trade to be a little bit more true to our ancestral roots.
This is my first event like this. I'm just trying to grow all native solutions because I can see it could be bigger than what it is.
The work that we're doing at Grace Now has been about how do we learn from other tribes and really support that mission of intertribal trade, intertribal relationships.
I appreciate what you guys do. Having somebody to celebrate Native business and create a cooperative relationship and to share has been invaluable.
When you are unified and you're coming together and you're sharing information, even the mistakes that you made along the way, then you're learning and you're going to move forward and progress. The rainbow is always at the end of that storm. We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them. That I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there.
We have 5 episodes available, and you can find this at nativeedge.buzzsprout.com or wherever you receive your podcast from, whether that's Apple Podcasts or Spotify. You can find all that information there. Next, we have Joanne moderating for Financing Your Venture, and she can give an introduction.
Hello, yate she Joanne begay nota yinshia. A she hin slow my dish gives ni bashes chin, cut cheat ni dashanala, to buy dashache. This is my Navajo way of introducing myself, we introduce ourselves with our clan, our family clan. So I introduced my mother's clan, my father's clan, my maternal grandfather, and my paternal grandfathers. So this is how we identify our relatives in the room. And I just like to say good afternoon and greetings to you, Yate. My name is Joanne Hill. I'm the project director for the Arizona Export Center. It's a program that is funded through the U.S. Department of Commerce under the Minority Business Development Agency and is operated by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. So I'd like to say that our team is a small but mighty team. I have Melissa Cody. She's one of our export development specialists. And we focus on working with clients, small business clients and tribal enterprises and other small businesses that are interested in the global marketplace. So what the U.S. Department of Commerce states that 5% of customers are within the United States and 95% are outside. So around the world. So there's a bigger customer base for you outside of the United States. And that's something that we try to get our clients to learn more about the exporting process, how to get connected with international buyers. And so with our funding from the MBDA, we have a 5-year grant program. We're in year 3. And so something that Chris James forgot to mention when he started out this morning was that, when we started this program, the National Center hadn't explored anything internationally or, looked at any business development programs. But when he asked me to take over the program, he was like, I told him, I really have to assess where we are and, how are we going to meet the performance goals that's already been implemented with the federal agencies. And the first thing I did was analyze where we are, where we were at, and the big thing was establishing our customer base. And that was one of the key factors that I did within the first 2 years of starting managing this program. Next to establishing our customer base, we also had to establish our resource network. And that's why we have this panel here today. These are some of our resource partners. We have all of the MBDA business centers and export centers across the U.S. that are part of our resource network, and as well as the Export-Import Bank of the United States, which is Eric's area. We also work with the Small Business Administration, the International Trade Administration, and the U.S. Commercial Services. So we have a lot of resource partners that help us provide technical assistance to our clients throughout the country. And so our export center services nationwide. We specifically, because of the National Center organization, we work mainly with tribal member-owned enterprises and tribal enterprises. But with our MBDA federal funding, we also work with any small businesses. We never turn them away. We always find help for them as they need, because everybody needs a little bit of help. And just being able to rely on our network and our resources, we were able to help small businesses. And so today we have a panel from Eric Stevens. He's the Export Finance Manager from the Export-Import Bank of the United States. And Eric's bio is in your handout, but I'm sure he'll tell us a little bit more about his background and information about his program.
Thank you so much, Joanne. I appreciate it. How's everybody doing this afternoon? We ready to bring this thing home? All right, you've got some great information all day long, and what we want to do is keep building upon that. So when you leave here, you're charged, you're ready to scale your business and go to that next level. As Joanne was saying, my name is Eric Stevens. I'm Director of Minority-Owned Business with EXIM Bank. A lot of people don't know we are a federal agency. We've been around for over 90 years. My new little button that we celebrated our 90th anniversary in March of this year. What we do in the minority and women-owned business is work exclusively with the minority business groups to make sure we have an opportunity and the resources that they have to be successful. And exporting, it can be that next step in scaling your business. Joanne mentioned a little bit earlier about that 95% versus being outside of the country. Let me put that in a different context for you. Think about having a product or services. Would you rather sell it in a corner store, or would you rather sell it in an actual store the size of some of the ones that begin with W or T? So when you look at that in terms of actually how really big the scale is, that's what it really relates to, utilizing that. So what I'm going to do today is to talk a little bit about XM and what we do and how we support businesses willing to take that next step of growth. Now, as you can see, we've been around, as I said, over 90 years. And the goal of XM is to increase the number of jobs in the U.S. by increasing the exports from American business owners. We're one of 106 export credit agencies. And that's basically an export credit agency around the world. You know, every other country has their own export agencies. China has actually 3 credit export agencies, but that's a whole nother story in regards to that. Now, our mission is to basically help you not only nurture and train you in terms of making sure you get to that next level when it comes to export. Now, one of the ways we do that is through attending things such as this, training sessions, explaining what we can do, how we can help. We do that through a number of partnerships as well. We have a partnership with MBDA, as a government terms, MOU, as we like to say. We actually have a system where they can actually refer directly to us if you're ready to export. And we're working on the other piece where you go back to you. So the great part about that is the communication and the actual level of camaraderie we have to make sure you get the information you need. If somebody's not ready for XM, we can refer back to an MBDA center, which will say, hey, this is the business or the individual who needs additional information in regards to how to scale their business, making sure they're ready for that next level. Having those tough conversations, because as business owners, you know, sometimes you need to hear the real information. Not the sugar-coated information, but the information that will help you be successful. If they're not ready to export, they're going to tell you you're not ready. You need to build a stronger base. Now, why should you export? We talked about that. Big box store or corner store? Which one would you want to sell your product or service in? If you're in the bottom shelf at a corner store, you're probably going to not get a lot of information. But if you're on a larger scale, you're going to get more. You can get basically more visibility, increase your sales that way. And that goes back to why only 1% of companies export. Anybody have any idea? It's a 4-letter word. There you go. Fear of not getting paid. And this is where XM comes in. XM provides export credit insurance, working capital as well to help businesses grow to scale. Now, the majority of individuals will be more interested in our actual export credit insurance. And what is export credit insurance? It's receivables insurance. It basically ensures the fact you will get paid when you have an export that you're actually selling in a particular country. Now, why is that important? Say, for instance, you're contacted by somebody from outside the United States, and they want to buy your widget. Oh, great, I'll go ahead and sell it. You go ahead and sell it to them, and you sell it basically a couple of ways. You can basically trust they're going to pay you, or you can do cash up front, which could actually blow the sale because people might not have the ability to pay cash up front. Utilizing export credit insurance gives you this ability to do these things. Number one, it gives you the ability to sell on terms, whether it be 60 days, 90 days, 120 days. If you have export credit insurance, you can sell on terms. Secondly, we'll cover up to 95% insured. That means basically up to 95% of you being reimbursed if they decide not to pay you for some whatever reason it might be. There could be a number of reasons. So it's an addition. So it's a sales tool. It's also security. And this is a small graphic, and it's mainly for the people who are probably online, seeing exactly what they can see in terms of how an export credit insurance policy works. And we'll give them a moment to take a look at that. Now, as of April 25th of this year, XM rolled out a brand new product, specifically focused on the minority groups to make sure they have the opportunity, the information, and the resources to export. This policy is fantastic. It was 25 years in the making because the Office of Minority and Women-Owned Businesses is also celebrating its 25th year this year. Started by actually Tamara Maxwell, who is now Senior Vice President of Small Business in XM. Now, one of the goals of this particular program is to make it easier to obtain a policy. You do not have to have a purchase order to get this policy. The policy also gives you an opportunity. You have no deductible. and we will cover up to 95% of the actual receivable. And the great part about that is, say for instance, it's $10,000. You're probably wondering, how much is that really going to cost me? 65 cents per 100. And if you have the actual room within your actual margins, you can build that cost into your actual price that you're actually selling it for. So what that basically means, you're not paying for the insurance. They're paying for the insurance, your buyer, and also giving you the ability to export. So it's a win-win. On top of that, depending on what state you might live in, New York, we have New York, most people are from New York. New York does allow, through their STEP grant, the repayment of XM premiums. That means you can apply to the STEP grant, which is the SBA grant, pretty much 48 states apply for, to help young businesses actually get to the point where they can export. So that's a great opportunity. If I told you I was going to pay your car insurance for you or your homeowner's insurance, would you be interested? I was just saying, I live in Maryland. I know how much our car insurance is. I think everybody's is going up by the week. So, if anybody's going to give you an opportunity, take advantage of all the resources that the government agencies and the state agencies have available. If that's one thing, if you take away from here today, take advantage of your resources, whether it be resources when it comes to financially, grants and opportunities, and resources of people and services. That's crucially important. Now, this gives you some actual particulars when it comes to the program. One of the great things about this particular program as well, it's all in-house servicing. The person you take the application with will be your point of contact going forward. That means you're not going to a particular it's only one underwriter who will look at this policy. And your actual point of contact will be in direct contact with that underwriter, making sure you understand what's needed to make this policy in place. Now, as we can say, if you work with the SBA as well as XM, you can get discounts on your policies. That's how we work together in terms of the SBA's Office of International Trade. We call it SBA OIT. Government, we love our acronyms. It's just something we do on a daily basis to have an acronym. I think we create an acronym just to create an acronym. Now, one of the greatest parts about this as well is XM is one of the only agencies who has an in-house UEI. Does everybody know what a UEI is? Unique Entity Identifier. We have dedicated individuals who, as an XM customer or prospective customer, will help you work on your UEI. On a side note, UEI numbers, obtaining them are free. Do not pay for these other agencies who basically make sure that you look like the federal government, but they're not, and want to charge you $500 to help. Do not. It may look like it's a government, but if it doesn't say .gov behind it, it's not the government. So I want to make sure and press upon anybody because we've had 3 or 4 individuals over the past week who've actually spent $500 when they didn't need to. Now, what's covered? Insolvency, bankruptcy, war, currency transfer, and cancellation of import-export license. These are some of the reasons they might not want to pay you or can't pay you. Now, say, for instance, you actually have a customer overseas who doesn't pay you. We have a claims process where you'll be made whole. Now, one of the great parts about that is that our current rate of delinquency is 0.03%. You're like, wow, how has that happened? Well, if somebody actually defaults on a loan outside of the United States, they're defaulting on the United States government if you have an insurance policy. So that doesn't look good through the Ministry of Finance for that particular country, and they will pretty much tell you need to pay the United States government. And we cover a variety of industries. I want to make special note to services. Services are exportable. I'll say it again. Services are exportable. Legal services, consulting services, architectural services, teaching services, educational services, they can be covered. So if somebody told you because you have a service you can't export, that is incorrect. Now, we're opening in 180 countries around the world. And you might ask, why aren't we opening in all the countries? Well, because we need to be assured of a reasonable risk of repayment. Some countries, through their economic status and what's going on internally, it could be also in regards to the way individuals are treated within the country. We might be open for that particular reason. Now, why do we do that? Because this is your tax dollars at work. We have to be very prudent in our approach in what we call a reasonable risk of repayment. Now, we have some restrictions. We don't do any military contracts. Now, we do have some dual use when it comes to drug interdiction, but those are very hard to prove in a lot of times, so that's why we pretty much utilize the SBA in regards to a lot of those situations. Now, one of the other big things is because the goal is to actually make sure that we increase the number of U.S. jobs in the United States through XM, we have a content policy. It needs to be at least 51% American-made. Now, you ask, well, a lot of my general resources or my raw materials come from outside the country. Once you bring them back into the country and you utilize or your packaging or basically improving that, and you can get to 51%, that is exportable. And in most cases, that can be the case as well. Now, we have some additional resources. Our insurance brokers, they manage our policies through with a lot of our customers across the United States. Now, the policy we talked about earlier, the EQS policy, is managed in-house. The minority policy, we have 8 individuals that's primary responsibility is just to work on those policies. The Regional Export Promotion Program, better known as REP. I'm sitting with one of our rep members right here in Joanne. The Export Center in Arizona is a member of the Regional Export Promotion Program. That program basically works with cities, state, and local agencies to make sure XM is at the forefront of making sure we can tell them what's aware and what we can help them with. Their SBDCs, well as their export credit agencies. Now, one of the things I want to talk about with the REP program, the MBDA had an actual winner of the year of a rep program. The center in Houston, Texas, led by Lisa Phillip and her group, actually won that award among 60 other organizations, SBDCs. So from the minority standpoint, the MBDA has been really making sure they put their best foot forward, and the resources they provided the individuals to be successful is crucial. Lisa provided over 75 referrals to us over the past year of companies ready to export and getting there. Delegated lenders. Now, XM doesn't directly lend money. A lot of people might think because we have the word bank behind our name. No, we're delegated lenders, which basically means we actually utilize our background, and the banks actually do the lending of it. As you said, I think Joy was with J.P. Morgan Chase. That's one of our delegated lenders. A lot of larger normal banks are delegated lenders. What we like to do is also work with a lot of CDFIs. XM can do what we call non-delegated lending, which means basically they don't have to sign an agreement with us, go by our rules, but we'll underwrite that loan if they bring it to us and give them an opportunity for that bank to enjoy being backed up by up to 75%. It all depends on the loan. So don't think that you can't get a loan. Have your bank work with us. My information will be available. And let's see if we can work together and do a non-delegated lending where we'll underwrite the loan and fund and back the loan for them. Stay connected. Now, when we're saying staying connected, everybody it's a social media haven right now. We all stay on our phones, whether it be taking pictures or, no, everybody was doing, or just, looking at the internet. So take a look at some of the different ways you can stay connected with XM. Instagram. We're on Instagram now. Over the past year, I think we have over 2,000 followers. It was what actually happened in regards to Instagram. I'll give you a quick story. When we started hiring some of the interns from the nation's capital, and they came and they talked to our communications department and said we had no social media presence whatsoever. It was very basic. You do LinkedIn and you basically keep it moving. They said utilize the Instagram. Utilize that for pictures because it feeds so many other different areas of social media. So they took that to heart, and we really started utilizing Instagram as a way of actually communicating across the board. And that's it. I want to definitely leave enough time for questions and comments. I'd like to turn it back over to my host. Joanne?
Thank you, Eric. Just one thing to clarify. The STEP program is the Trade state trade expansion program. So Eric said that, there's a majority of states that have that funding. It's specifically for companies that want to expand into the global marketplace. And so they can help you with your marketing material. If you want to target a specific country, they can help you with the cultural information regarding those countries. They can also help you with redesigning your website or doing translations for assistance for your website, as well as the U.S. Commercial Service and the Department of Commerce does international trade missions. So one of those STEP grants can also help fund your participation in a trade mission. So that's some key information that we can share as well. So we'll have our contact information at the end, and I think Yvette's going to be sharing that after the end of the day as well. So if you have more questions about that, we can certainly refer you to the right resources for that. Thank you, Eric. Do we have any quick questions for Eric right now? Kaya? She's coming with the microphone.
Now, within that services category, would you categorize software as being in that category as well?
Absolutely. We do actually, a couple of software firms come to mind off the top of my head, which actually has XM policies. One of the things with software that they also look at is the maintenance of that software. Because I know a lot of times with software, you can just turn off the license and you're done.
We support our
Exactly. So that's why it's a great opportunity for software, because, as you said, AI is becoming huge now, as well as cyber. So we have a couple of cybersecurity firms, which basically utilize XM in terms of payment for the export credit policies as well.
Hi, my name is Abba Hayford. I own a company called Data Work, which is a data analytics firm. My question to you is that how long does a company have to be in existence to be able to utilize the XM services?
That's a great question. One of the reasons we created the EQS policy is to make sure we start catering to our companies who somewhat start up, business 2 or 3 years, because generally XM had a 3-year rule. And what we found, that was actually eliminating a lot of the minority companies, because they had to wait till they got there. Now, one of the things with the EQS policy, the insurance policy, we basically take a look at that as a whole. If you've been in business maybe 2 years, 1.5 years, but you have 5 years experience in that particular industry, we're taking that to account now.
Any other questions before we continue? Okay, one moment.
Hey, how you doing? I'm a little late, just got out of work. But yes, the question I had, how does this policy I'm not sure the name of it.
We refer to it as Equity Select or EQS.
Yes, the EQS policy. How does the EQS policy help a business owner like myself? I've been running for like 4 years now, and one of the main things that I've struggled with is acquiring capital to grow my business. Most of the money is usually coming out of pocket to fund the business. How can I, that's the main thing. I need help acquiring capital to grow the business.
Right. What type of business are you in right now?
So I'm in the handyman industry.
Okay.
Which is like contracting, you could say property management field. And I would say me and my team, we're very good in the industry.
Right.
I have a growth cap because of the lack of financing that I'm facing in the business.
Well, okay. Now, in terms of the EQS policy is for exports, if you have exportable goods or services. Now, in regards to what you were saying, since it is basically a service-based industry that doesn't really translate from export, there's a great opportunity sitting right to my left
That's a great segue.
Great.
Well, I have to say that's a wonderful segue. I'm Roxanne Nielsen, and thanks to Joanne and the Native Institute, I learned today, when I come to these things and I'm asked to sit on the panel, and I don't know, I think I learned more. Started out with energy is everything, or Joanne Hill from Washington, D.C. talking about the legacy of her experience working with government for so long and how she was connected to the community here for many, many years, which was interesting. Then energy is what? Everything. So, well, I know, but we're at the end of the day. So we need him now. So I said I have to recall Mr. Anderson because he was really something. They really put it together today. Can we give Native Institute a hand? Because I know, yes, and Miss Hill. I am the director of the MBDA Manhattan Center. And we're part of this network. Joanne is like my sister. We just saw each other in Miami. And, I feel like I learned so much from all of my colleagues today. And so I think that you coming here in person and those of you who are online who were able to make it to the end of the day, I have just what you need. Okay? So much of what we heard today were from like really big businesses, some of it. But the essential elements are there. And yes, I do have a presentation, but you know what? The most important thing is probably just the first slide, which gives my contact information. So we have, each MBDA is run, as Joanne said, like a franchise model. Ours is operated by the Business Outreach Center Network of New York, which is a not-for-profit, so consider it an umbrella organization, right? And under the umbrella is our MBDA, and many programs, a women's business center, 2 of them, one in the Bronx, one in Brooklyn. We have business growth accelerators with New York State, and we have a very special Bach Capital. And Bach Capital is a community development finance institution, CDFI. We had a lot of bankers. We had a banker, we had a venture capitalist here today. And banks are, and one of the people in the audience, the young lady in hot pink there, said that, for ethical reasons, maybe some of us don't feel comfortable, don't want to go to the big banks. CDFI, Bach Capital is where you want to go because our underwriting, our mission, we are mission-driven lenders, and our underwriting, that third party that comes and says whether or not that loan is good, is different than the banks. We have more flexible underwriting. So are we concerned with your credit score? Yes, but it's not the most important thing because our mission says that we're driven to lend to the underserved community, right? So are we interested in your DSCR, debt service rating? Yes, but we are more flexible because we understand that the underserved community, the socially and economically disadvantaged individuals that we serve don't have those. That's why we're here. So the Community Reinvestment Act is the federal enabling legislation that makes the Chase banks give a certain portion of their profits to CDFIs. And we are Department of Treasury authorized to lend money in the community. And guess what? The Native American community does have CDFIs, and you all should know who they are. In New York, we have one Native American CDFI located in upstate New York, and they lend specifically to their tribe. However, if you're doing business with a tribe member, you can also access that capital. So partnering. We have a product that we call the Contract Finance Loan Fund. It's a special program that just provides funding for contracts. So we talked about debt, equity, right? Debt is when you take a loan that you're, just borrowing based on some asset maybe, or, we have equity that they talked about. That's when somebody wants a piece of you, right? A piece of your business and ownership. And then we have lines of credit we heard about today, but we didn't. I was so thankful. I'm the one that's talking about contract finance loan. I said we're going to get to the end of the day and somebody's already talked about it. But no, we've gotten to the end, and now it's a real essential part. What if you decided that you were a small business in the middle of Oklahoma, and you lived in a very small rural area, but in that rural area was a huge manufacturer, and a lot of people in the community see it, but maybe they don't work there. Did you know that you could potentially start a business to be a supplier from that large manufacturer and talk to me in New York, and we could help position your company perhaps to be a supplier of that part or piece on a contract in New York City? Maybe it's a special wrench for the fire hydrant. That's a really random thing, right? But that's an actual case. A wrench for a fire hydrant. Don't even think about it, but everybody should, well, maybe not everybody. If you live in a rural area, maybe you don't have a fire hydrant, but New York City, you have a lot of fire hydrants. But if you live in a rural area, maybe there's a factory that makes that wrench for that fire hydrant. And guess what? New York State had a contract opportunity for a supplier of that wrench. That could be you. Supplying a wrench to New York City. You know how many fire hydrants we have in New York City? Well, if you got that contract, how would you fulfill it though? You don't have money to buy from that factory. We have what's called a contract finance loan fund. These are funds that are dedicated to people who have public contracts in New York, and some of them are for specific agencies. So we have one for MTA, for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, for the subway. And they have a special loan fund just for that at 3%. But in your business plan, when you sit down with your business counselor, and it could be virtually, I could be your business counselor. You sit down with your business counselor in your state, and your plan will say, I can buy 1,000 fire hydrant wrenches. It's going to cost me $1,000. I don't have that. And New York is going to buy them, but they're not going to pay you, baby, for 180 days. So you're out. You can't even have that contract because you don't have the money to buy the wrench. Well, if you get a signed contract from the city of New York, and now with your business counselor, you've already accounted for the cost of the capital. That's key. That's the part of the business plan. You need to know how much it's going to cost to borrow that money to pay for the wrench so you can wait the 180 days that the city of New York is going to take to pay you. That's what the contract finance loan fund is. And it's not based on an asset that you have. We're not leaning on your house, your car, your whatever your worldly possession is as an asset. Maybe you don't even have one. You don't need one for the contract itself. That executed contract is collateralizing the loan. And what if you're an artist? Well then, how is an artist going to get a loan? Well, we have an artist who is an artist. She's from Haiti. She's a Haitian background. And she went to art school, and so everybody said, oh, you're never going to make money as an artist. She became our client, and I said to her, well, you could potentially do business with the city of New York doing murals in the schools. And do you know she's $1 million business now? $1 million. I mean, she bought her mother a house. And she's young. I'm very impressed. I mean, counseling is out there. We don't know everything, but we're so curious as business counselors, right? And guess what? We see all the failures. And some of us are business owners, and I've had spectacular failure as a business owner and enormous success. And I'll leave you with one thing. I haven't done any of these slides, but you should call me. I'm very interested in all businesses, and I think a curiosity is something that we all have because we listen to maybe 300 or 400 businesses a year. I have businesses in my cohort that are doing $80 million a year, okay? And those guys call me all the time. They call me all the time. And we have businesses in our Women's Business Center that are startups and everywhere in between. And there's no reason, as some of the mistakes I made when I first started my business, no reason for those mistakes. I look back and I think, how come I didn't go to the Women's Business Center? How come I didn't go? I didn't know. you have the resources are here. We do not have an advertising budget. So coming to these events, reaching out to the counselor and the resources in your region, in your neighborhood, federally, our federal partners, your tax dollars are paying for our services, but we don't have an advertising budget. You're not going to turn on the radio and hear, go to your MBDA in Manhattan with a nice jingle. I wish we did. I keep asking. They don't have money for advertising. Right? It's just we have to have the energy to make you listen and reach out and don't give up. And that first counselor may not be the one for you. I heard that today. And I did have that experience as an early business owner. I went to one place and I didn't feel like I didn't get it. I was SCORE and maybe it was an old guy and he was and I was young at the time. But the enormous success that I've achieved now in business with a family business, and I still have the day job, right, is that we're builders. We built a self-storage facility. We went from no bank one to lend to us when we started. And we had a feasibility study. I'm pretty smart, I think, with that. I had a big 200-page feasibility study and everything. I was ready, the numbers and everything. Could not get the bank to go along with us. And people in our family were like, what are you doing? You're walking around with that drawing. We had a drawing. And we had numbers. And we went to the local bank, small community, and they said no several times. But then we went to Boston, and we went to a big bank, and they were interested, excited. So we were like, oh, we're going to get funded. It's going to get close. And they said, yes, we're going to fund you. We love this feasibility study, and all the numbers work. And they said, you know what? We want to close with you, but please bring $80,000 to the closing. And my husband and I looked at each other. Are you kidding? We bought the land. We put a slab in because we're construction people. I'm a carpenter and a welder by trade. Don't look like it now, but first African-American woman journeyman carpenter from the state of Hawaii. That's me. We built it ourselves. We built the football field of concrete there and said to the bank, look, we're all in. And they were like, what is self-storage? That was a long time ago. They didn't know the business. But one bank said, bring $80,000. So I said, honey, I'm ready to give up. But we had that letter from the bank in Boston that said, we're going to give you this money. So I said, honey, take this letter back to that little guy down the street, local bank. And you know what? Took that letter to the bank and said, we're getting ready to close with this big bank in Boston right here in your little town, Plainfield, Connecticut. And that little banker, who was the one who sits on the underwriting committee with a bunch of his friends from the town who have money, because in a little bank, that's the local people. He said, oh, this big bank is not coming into our town to lend money. And he lent us the money after 14 years. We're overnight success after 14 years. That was a while ago, actually. It's now almost 22 years later. We have we don't have a lot of employees. We have 2 employees, 3. We have 500 customers in 80,000 square feet of self-storage and mostly automated. So I'm here to say that it is possible. Failure is part of, fall down 7 times, get up 8. And something my grandfather, who came to this country and started a business. I'm a serial entrepreneur. We have 4 generations of entrepreneurs now. He was a surveyor, but couldn't get a job in the country here doing that work. So he was like a tinkerer. He fixed umbrellas. So every time, and he had 5 children, and put 4 of them through college in the 30s. With fixing umbrellas. So every time I see an umbrella in the garbage can, I do think, remember in the days you could feed a family with a small business fixing umbrellas, almost, But he used to say to me, people make the world go round, and these are all different kind of people, and he would say, a single bracelet doesn't jingle. Okay, in Haitian Creole, which the translation roughly. But you can't do it by yourself. So you need partners, you need a plan before. So having a business plan, you make a mistake on a business plan, you rip it up, you write it up, you can start again. So work with your counselors. Thank you so much to the Native Institute. Every year, the National Center puts on this incredible roadshow. I'd love to go to another part. I'd love to go to the one in Hawaii, actually. But please don't hesitate to contact us. Thank you so much for staying with us all day. Thank you so much for inviting me, Joanne, again.
Thank you, Roxanne. I just love her. She's just so excited and she's full of energy. And we took some of the energy that James brought this morning, and I thank my panel, and thank you, Eric and Roxanne, for joining us today and hanging out. I hope that you all learned quite a bit of information today, and I think our team at the National Center did a great job putting this event together today, and I was really appreciative of the caliber of the speakers that we had today, and I just want to thank you for joining us and staying this late. But I think we're out of time, right, Kaya? All right, thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Eric. We talked about it. We talked about it.
Okay. Probably gonna wrap up by then.
Oh, okay. All right, next we have Sutton King with Urban Indigenous Collective. We had her about I think it was 2 years ago. And so we're excited to have her back. And then also on the panel, we have Hud Obry with Here's to You. Hud is one of our 40 under 40s for this past year. So we're excited to have both of them.
Okay. Poso, Sigoli, Sutton King, Naktau, Pinuki Nukyats, Ungwa Hawaii, Ni'i, Wagnata, Nawagi Talota, Oneota Aga Ni'i. Hello, relatives. My English name or my taxpayer name is Sutton King. My Menominee name is Naktau Pinuki, which means comes first woman. I'm Afro-Indigenous. I'm a descendant of the Menominee and Oneida Nations of Wisconsin, and I am the co-founder and president of the Urban Indigenous Collective. And it's great to be here with you all today. As Kaya shared, I was here actually 2 years ago, so it is kind of a full circle moment with some of the things that I'm going to be sharing with you today. I'm going to try to keep it really brief. I can talk a lot, so that comes, I'll pause. But yes, I think it's really important when we consider who we are and the businesses that we're stewarding, right? And I think for me, it's been really important to consider just my cultural heritage, my ancestral teachings, as well as my community when I'm thinking through social entrepreneurship, right? And I think for me, there has been specific teachings that have helped guide me when I'm thinking through my serial entrepreneurship and how to create something that is really built within kinship and sustainability. And I think as we strive to really scale our businesses, it's crucial that we consider this, right? Our stories, our teachings, our voices from our community are the standard in the way that we ingrain those expertises, right, into what we're creating. There's no better expert than the community that you're serving, right? And it's really important that we remember that from inception of our business or our business hypothesis that we start thinking through. For me, a little bit about myself outside of my professional background as a co-steward of UIC. I'm a survivor of gender-based violence. It's important for me to share that because it's really a part of my why and why I wanted to really create something for Indigenous peoples here in Lenape-Hogang. As a survivor of gender-based violence, it's something that happened to me while pursuing higher education here in New York City, and really didn't feel like I had the adequate support services or community to really help me move through that or transmute that. And that's a story for me that began 10 years ago. And so when I think about some of the traditional principles that really guide the work that I'm doing, one is kinship, right? It's this understanding and this teaching that's a shared principle through many Indigenous communities. We're not monolithic by any means, right? But you can see that shared principle of kinship really threading through many of our societies. And traditionally, we lived in kinship societies, right? Understanding that we're interconnected to everything around us, right? The animate, the inanimate, and our true responsibility to be a good relative or a good ancestor, right? And so I think about this concept, right, where leaders didn't see themselves as such. We saw ourselves as facilitators, right? And a deep responsibility to ensure that everyone's voices are heard within our kinship society, right? Everyone's voices are accounted for. And I think this is really about steward ownership, right? I think we see this difference in the ways we think from the inception of colonization, land ownership versus steward ownership, right? And we see how this is ingrained throughout our business structures, right? I think we understand how capitalism works here, right? And I think we understand that the old doctrine of shareholder primacy is outdated and it's not sustainable, right? So how can we really consider more sustainable ways in our governance structures and our equity systems and the breakdowns of that? And another principle that really guides me is the 7-generation principle. So as I shared, I'm Oneida. I'm part of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy or the Iroquois Confederacy. And that teaching is one that really thinks about, the decisions that we're making today and how they impact the generations into the future, right? It's really has been tied to land-based movements, really the resources that we're stewarding. But we can think about this as we're in relationship to business, and we can think about this as we're in relationship to leadership. So when we think about, our why, I tend to think about my family, right? I was born in Green Bay, which shares a border with the Oneida Reservation. Most of my family today lives on the Menominee Reservation or small farming towns outside of the Menominee Reservation. But I think about my grandfather from 7 generations ago, right? And this is where I think this teaching and understanding of stewardship became so important to me. So my 7th great grandfather is actually Chief Oshkosh, also known as Chief the Brave Oshkosh. So if you've ever heard of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, that's named after my grandfather. And his legacy really was this understanding that our ways of life were going to change, right? And that we were going to be forcibly removed and relocated north of where our ancestral land is. He knew we were never going to survive because of the warring tribes that were happening there. And so he really had to learn how to steward the land and how to walk in 2 ways, right? And bartered and seeded over 10 million acres so that today we could remain on our ancestral land of 235,000 acres, right? And so that's kind of a rare story for many tribes, right? Many of us were forcibly removed and relocated. But I really give that testament to my grandfather and his ability to understand that our survival was connected to the land and was connected to our forest, right? Where he is known as one of the grandfathers of sustainable forestry, the way in which we take care of our timber forests. It's one of the most dense timber forests that you can actually see from outer space, and that they use the telescopes to really be able to look at where the density of the forest starts and where the farmland stops to really be able to refocus them. So it's always a fun fact that I like to share, but really supports our economy, that timber today. And so this is just really a picture to the left of the Haudenosaunee, right? 6 different tribes that band together to fight westward expansion. And I think we can consider this teaching when we think about business, right? Our ability to come to this room today and break down the silos to really be able to co-create and think through business strategies so that we can all be equitable, right? That we all can have a seat at the table and that we all can eat. And then here, pictured on the right, that little guy sitting on Chief Reginald Oshkosh, my 3rd great-grandfather, is my grandma's dad. And so my grandma is Menominee and Oneida, so Chief Oshkosh the Brave is just Menominee, but Chief Reginald was Oshkosh, or Menominee and Oneida. And I shared that picture of him because when I came to New York City 13 years ago for higher education, I thought that my degree in psychology was going to be my key to liberation, but I was like mistakenly wrong. It was very traumatic for me, right? And I remember having an assignment around genograms where I discovered, and if you don't know what a genogram is, it's a pictorial display of a family tree where you annotate the medical history and trauma of your family. And that was a heavy lift for someone like me who's both Black and Native. And my grandma's one of 14 brothers and sisters, so I didn't know that there was a piece of paper big enough for that project. But anyways, I recovered these letters written by my grandfather begging for his children back from Carlisle Indian Boarding School. Chief Reginald Oshkosh was of the first cohort to go to Carlisle Indian Boarding School. And there I really understand the importance of reclaiming our language as a tool to be able to heal, to really be able to reconnect with our cultural and traditional ways as a way to be able to heal. And I really thought, okay, what is my purpose in this classroom, right? When I'm hearing things about Maslow's hierarchy, who knows Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Okay, right? And so for me, I'm like, okay, this interesting perspective of how we reach self-actualization isn't feeling in alignment with me, right? Because it's really based on the individual to be able to attain your own nirvana, right? And then I stumbled upon the First Nations perspective of the Blackfoot tribe, right? And there I learned that it's really your self-actualization is important to be built within community actualization. And it's not your own like nirvana that we're trying to reach to be in your highest form. It's cultural perpetuity, which is this understanding that, you know, one day we all will not be here, but we have a responsibility to our future generations to ensure that our teachings of our ancestors live so that we can pass them on, right? And that's like the kinship principle I shared with you all today, or the 7th generation. So when I came to New York City, one of my first questions was, where is IHS? So raise your hand if you know what Indian Health Service is. Okay, so it's the federal agency tasked with providing healthcare to Native Americans and Alaskan Natives, right? That the fiduciary duty there, and it's free of charge. Not always the best quality, right? But understanding that 180,000, and we know that's underreported, Natives live in the 5 boroughs, right? But the ambulatory care clinic for IHS that is the closest in proximity is 4 hours away on the Oneida Reservation. And the urban Indian health programs that exist here in New York City are limited in their capacity because they're primarily outreach and referral. And I know this because 1, I grew up accessing IHS, and 2, I was the director of the urban Indian health program at 25 years old when I was doing my master's at NYU that exists here today called the New York Indian Council. And for me, I've seen a couple things that didn't align with my view on decolonizing healthcare, right? Or what I thought a business should look like or how it should operate in community to really gain sustainability. And that's 1, ensuring that all Indigenous peoples are welcome in your establishment. So when you are only accessing funding through a federal agency, you are then beholden to the criteria of who they deem Native or non-Native. And so what was happening was, you know, we were having Taino relatives come in and saying, hey, I'm Indigenous, can I have resources? No. We were having Native Hawaiian relatives coming in and saying, hey, I'm Indigenous, can I access resources? No. This didn't feel good to me, especially as an Afro-Indigenous woman, and understanding, right, the importance of decolonizing what it means to be Indigenous outside of blood quantum or arbitrary borders, right? And really wanting to seek to create an organization that united all Indigenous peoples, regardless of your blood quantum or colonial borders, right? And that's really where the Urban Indigenous Collective came from, right? This mission to be able to support access and advocate for culturally tailored health and wellness services for urban natives living in the tri-state area through community-based participatory research, advocacy, programming, and now that we have our center, direct services, right? And so going back to what our definition of what it means to be an urban Indian per IHS, we renamed that as urban native, and our focus is specifically looking at the Western Hemisphere, Indigenous peoples within that focus, right? So those of Turtle Island, North America, Central and South Americas, and the Caribbeans. So really thinking through how we were going to create something that was really woven into community voice was really looking at how we developed our governance structure, right? So we have a completely Indigenous-led board that's made up of experts on Indian health service, experts in research, experts on a number of different sectors that really relate to supporting Indigenous health equity. We have a community advisory board that's made up of Indigenous champions, health champions throughout the tri-state that make up many different identities and come from many different nations. We have a missing and murdered Indigenous peoples task force that's made up of survivors and relatives of those who are missing or murdered or those who have survived gender-based violence and sex trafficking. And it's really important that we are holding the experts of the work that we're doing at the center and allowing them to lead, right? Our responsibility is to facilitate, not necessarily to lead, right? Facilitate people towards a common goal. And then you can see how this drops down into how we're able to inform the different programmings that we have, and I'll talk about them at a high level. But first, it's really important to talk about the first program we launched with, which is Community Health Forum, right? And this is really a research-based project that directly asks urban natives about their health and wellness priorities, right? Even though myself and my co-founders are also urban natives, we're not a monolith, right? Our community is made up of many different identities. So it's really important to ensure that if we're going to be in support and servicing our community, that their voices are integrated into what we are co-creating and developing, right? This really leads to sustainability. And so this is actually a picture of when we launched. When we launched in year one, this will be 5 years ago in October, actually. All we had was a pop-up table and a tent and $1,500 that was donated from my mom. But what we did have was super valuable, and that's our community-based needs assessment, which is ongoing and has been implemented every step of the way. So when we, implemented our survey the first year, what we heard was, we need direct services. We want Indigenous therapists. We want a community center. And this was in 2019, October of 2019. And we did not see a pandemic around the corner, right? But we heard our community. And so I said, it's probably going to take us a little bit longer to get a funder to back an actual physical space. But in the meantime, let's make sure that we're asking our community, what does a safe and accessible community center look like to you? What does that feel like to you, right? And so we did this through the internet, through Instagram polls, we did it through paper-based surveys, and we did it through surveys online. And we were able to find a funder that supported the work that we were really envisioning and get behind a physical space. So now I want to kind of just talk about decolonizing funding, right? So really, I think our journey to diversifying our funding streams begins with consulting our internal team. So this process involves really gathering valuable input from our team members through a survey, right, that looks like a funder criteria, really asking questions about how folks feel on a scale of 1 to 5 from receiving government funding, funding from religious institutions, so on and so forth, right? And it really helps us align our funding strategies with our mission and our values and what we're trying to forecast, right? And I think, really ensuring that the funding sources that we're pursuing resonate with the principles of sustainability and kinship. And so we've been able to diversify our funding, through a number of different funders, whether it's foundations, family offices, individual donors, government agencies, and one I really want to talk about is innovative technology. So again, in 2019, when we didn't see that pandemic around the corner and we knew we wanted to support with mental health, we were like, what are we going to do here, right? And so what we did was we formed a for-profit company. Oh, sorry, these are just actually some, I know I'm short on time, so. A for-profit company called Shock Talk that connects Native users with Indigenous therapists, MSW students, traditional healers, elders, and peers, leveraging AI, Zoom, and Calendly. And right now, the minimum viable product is being used through Facebook chat, but we are going to be integrating that into SMS, while we are currently in our pre-seed. But the thought is, how can we create something for profit and then allocate a percentage of the equity back to the Urban Indigenous Collective so that one day when we IPO and the equity is worth something, then we won't always be beholden to government grants, family offices, foundations, and kind of doing that dance there. So we're really excited about that. We're MIT Indigenous Solve Fellows, 3-time NYU Fellows, and I've really been excited to really move that and see what that can do for our communities. So we do a number of programming. I only have a few minutes, so I'm going to go over it really quick. So our Indigenous Scholars Mentorship Program, we talked about the Community Health Forum. So ISMP is a mentorship program that supports Indigenous youth ages 18 to 24 with a stipend, mentorship. We pay them, we provide them food cards, and it's really thinking through, what did I need when I was 18 and I came to New York City from Wisconsin? I needed a safety net, I needed aunties, I needed uncles to put their arms around me, I needed a safe space where I felt belonging, and I needed some financial support, right? Because it's not cheap here in the city. And so that's really what we see as a safety net before we go missing, before we are murdered, right? And then our Missing Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, Trans, and Two-Spirit NYC program, which looks at the data. We do Freedom of Information Act requests. We filed up over 116. We have an unprecedented policy tracker that really maps all of the legislation as it relates to MMIP so that we can understand what's happening on a legislative standpoint. And this is a summit, our East Coast Summit that we hold every year. We hold a vigil annually, and this is from this past year, or this past May, where we wrapped Christopher Columbus in red to really honor that the first instances of sex trafficking amongst Indigenous women were documented in a letter from Christopher Columbus, a statue that many of us Indigenous peoples constantly have to walk past to get to where we're going today. This is our policy tracker. It's a map, an interactive map on our website. You can take a look at it, play with it. It's unprecedented and it's really cool, and it supports, activists in understanding how to organize around what legislation. So our Indigenous Scholars Mentorship Program, I'll move through this quick because I know I only have a couple minutes left. Here's some of our awesome mentees. They're incredible, doing amazing things, and what they do is work on projects they're feeling passionate about, and we support them with those mentors, and then they're able to present them at the end of their program. And so now that we have the community center, we've been able to host talking circles, we have monthly beading workshops, we have a co-working space, we have a small computer lab that we offer our community, and really working to develop we have this makeshift conference room, storage thing going on. But we're working right now to develop and implement our behavioral health program with direct services. So we're really excited about that, and that's under construction. And 2 years ago when I was here, I shared we had just got the keys for the space. And so this is what it looks like now furnished. We're a few blocks actually that way. So if you want to stop by during the week, we're open Tuesday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And I would love to have you come by and see what we're up to. This is a video, but because this is a PDF, it's not going to play for you, so you'll just have to take my word and come visit us at the Urban Indigenous Collective. So you can scan that QR code if you want to get in touch or you want more information about the work that we're doing. Machwawainen Yako, thank you. It's always such an honor to be welcomed here in this space.
Oh, I guess I'll just introduce myself. My name is Hud Oberly. I'm Osage, Caddo, and Comanche. I currently live here in Brooklyn, but I'm the founder and creative director of Here's to You. It's a fashion brand that centers artists and kind of intertwining with the artist's life through content, clothing, and events. I just want to thank Sutton, though. I think that was a really good presentation. One thing I took a note of, which kind of relates to Here's to You. I don't have a presentation, by the way, so just wanted to chat. And then I also want to kind of like talk about marketing and advertising, because that's where my background is from, and that's kind of the role I play in some different things I'm involved with, which I'll touch on later. But something that you said was there's no better expert than the community you're serving, which I thought was just like a great line and something that I really like was attracted to, because Here's to You being centered around artists. I'm always trying to listen to what they're doing or going to exhibits and performances in the New York area just to like see what's happening, maybe even see what they're wearing, see how they market themselves for those performances and as themselves as an artist, as an individual, and also like how artists are operating as a business by themselves as an individual. One of the things I'm involved with now is being a lead facilitator for New Mexico Community Capital, which we're building out a business and marketing essentials program in Oklahoma City. That'll be coming up in September. They're trying to expand outside of just New Mexico, so this is going to be one of their first events outside of that state. But they're kind of handing me the keys, which is a little odd because I just met them in March at Res, actually. And one thing I'm implementing is that there's going to be a creative track and an entrepreneur track to their training program. And that's because I wanted to really give the opportunity for artists based in Oklahoma to learn how to run as a business, figure out the details of QuickBooks, all the advertising stuff, of course, and just operating as a business. So with Here's to You, that's kind of like my thing that I really care about and I love, which is kind of interesting because I've taken a step back from it for the summer. I've had a real realization point, which I feel like hopefully is something that you kind of may have to deal with when you're starting your own business, is like taking a step back and evaluating, like, am I on the right path with this business? Is it going towards the goals I've always wanted? In the beginning, I was sewing a lot, and I really loved that. Although I was in my like 9x13 studio with no windows, loved sewing, really enjoyed that. If money and time was no object, I would definitely be doing that still. But I got into this wheel, kind of like hamster wheel of trying to keep up cash flow, and that kind of like inhibited my creativity with what I was doing and being able to spend that time sewing and designing. So I've taken a step back to evaluate how I can add in assistance with maybe an employee, but also taking my time, because you kind of mentioned about, we all know the cycle of capitalism. Being able to figure out a system where I can take a step back and design how I want to and be proud of the things I'm putting out. So that's what Here's to You, but I'm also serve on the board for Native Forward Scholars Fund, which was formerly American Indian Graduate Center. On that board, that's something that I play the role of the marketing voice, I guess you could say. I don't want to say expert, I don't know. It feels weird to call myself an expert at this point, but we went through a big name change when we were American Indian Graduate Center, 50-year history, and then changing to Native Forward Scholars Fund. So being a part of that was a great honor, and thinking about all the students that have been affected or have been a part of the American Indian Graduate Center through that 50-year history. So those are a couple of things I'm involved with. Also just doing some freelance marketing and advertising work as well. So excited to hear what, I guess, questions you have, or if you have anything else, but that's kind of my story. Yeah. Thanks.
Do we have any questions?
I have a quick question. Hey, and HUD, great to see you. Good to see you guys. Sutton,
Thank you so much. What a great presentation. My question is to you, Hud, and you sort of talked about this a little bit on your journey, but what was the aha moment that you're like, oh, I'm going to transition my skills into a business?
Yeah, I think it all, the journey that I had before Here's to You was a big part of that. And I do want to thank National Center because I think it was mentioned a little bit, but I was 40 under 40 this past year in March. So that was a great honor. So many things have come from that, and I'm really happy to have been a part of that conference, massive conference. So let's see, my background has always kind of been in the arts. So I worked for the Sundance Film Institute in their Indigenous program, which was a great opportunity, just getting to hear stories that could be in the modern context of an Indigenous individual or community, all the way back to hearing stories that are being translated that have been in nations and families for millennia. So started at Sundance Institute, moved over to fashion, working for Urban Native Era, which is definitely I consider a small business, but I think a business that's well known amongst our community. The Year on Native Land design that's usually on hats, but all different items. So I think learning in that environment, that learning experience, because that was kind of at a turning point of the pandemic, not knowing what was going to come. But I took the leap from Sundance to Urban Native Era on March 2nd, 2020. And we had a big event planned with 600 people coming in from Arizona. Oh, this is when I lived in Los Angeles too, for context. From Phoenix, San Francisco, Las Vegas to this event. And just the ability to think on your feet, especially as a small business. We ended up not having the event, having to let all those 600 people know that we were not going to have that amount of people gather. So we ended up turning it into a 7-hour live show on YouTube and Instagram, just to give a feel, hosting almost like a news show in a way. But we did crazy things like a mukbang, and it was something to think on our feet. But it was kind of to share the collection that we had created that was going to be released and shown at that pop-up event. So just thinking on our feet, I can think of another moment that we ran out of tags for these hoodies, the Year on Native Land hoodies, and we had just the tags, that didn't have the size or the brand name on them, but we just had the ones that said Year on Native Land, and then had to scramble to get the mini size tags, and because our release was the next day. So I think a lot of having a small business is thinking on your feet, being creative, and not just for a brand that's focused around creativity, but you have to have those solutions, and just having an awareness of what resources are available to you. Because you never know when something comes up, like the previous talk about, you may have a contract that comes up and you got to figure out the ways to make this happen. You're really doing that on your own, and not on your own, but you're having to use your own intuitiveness to make those things happen and create those opportunities for yourself. So I think to the question, I think it's just being around small business and then implementing those skills, and then once you don't really know all the things you got to think about till you're in that seat of being a founder and owner of a business, but you learn quick.
I'd love to also kind of riff on that. I think, something I've shared with a lot of women when I talk about social entrepreneurship is that a lot of the times our entrepreneurship comes from a place of a trauma response, right? And I think for me specifically, it was my first job and first role was in a tech startup company in Chelsea. And I led the development of one of the first culturally tailored simulations to train law enforcement how to engage with Native youth without re-traumatizing them, while also adapting suicide prevention technology. I was able to implement that throughout 80 different tribes and really learned the way of the startup world and how it's really not in alignment with Indigenous values or even the pace at which we operate at, and how that can be inherently traumatizing and perpetuate a lot of harms. So that was kind of my first job and first role, and I did that for 3 years before I became the director of New York Indian Council. And there I shared some of the issues and challenges that I had in that role. And what I really thought in that role is that if I had $1 million, I think I could create something that's more accessible and more supportive and more in alignment of what decolonizing truly means in terms of Indigenous health equity. And so I just kind of bet on myself, right? And I think with that, it was also having a plethora of mentors who really saw and spoke life into me, right? I think I just got off another speaking engagement before I came over to this one, and it was with Crisis Text Line. And there was this conversation about imposter syndrome, right? And how everyone feels that and everyone experiences that. But for me, it was really being able to create a sense of belonging with what I was co-creating within the community that I was developing my businesses in. And I'm a serial entrepreneur, and I think that really comes from just understanding that a lot of the things that I heard in different roles were, oh, you don't know enough, or you're a woman, or slow down, or you have so much more to learn. But really realizing through the support of mentorship and my community that I am an expert in my own experience, right? Although I do have much to learn, and we never stop this journey of learning, and it's beautiful, and it's also equally challenging, that we all have that entrepreneurship spirit in us. And I think the way in which we're supported either feeds that or it diminishes that, right? And so I think really me continuing to be around other people that are inspiring, who are entrepreneurs, who really hold social entrepreneurship and steward ownership models at the heart of the way in which they do business, helps me realize that it is possible, right? And many of those mentors today sit on my board, and I continue to learn from them, right? But I think it's a challenging and beautiful journey of entrepreneurship, and I'm continuously inspired, whether it's HUD, here's to you, or Karina with Relative Arts. Hey, Karina. You know, there's amazing Indigenous activists and entrepreneurs that are budding up all around, not only in New York City, but globally, and really taking back, you know, this understanding that we have to work for someone, right? When we can actually create something that's more sustainable and be able to employ our community and make sure that resources are flowing back into our economy.
Awesome. We had another question from our media team. Michaela, she asked about marketing tips for small businesses.
Yeah, I think it can vary based on your business, but one thing that I found a lot of success with for just having a clothing and product-based business was in-person events or in-person markets. Those were actually the ones where you get to meet or find new followers of your brand, of your business. Those were things I did that in around Santa Fe Indian Market, and then I did one in Los Angeles and did one in New Mexico, so all over. But those are opportunities for you to get the word out about your business in the matrix of social media, handing out business cards at events like this. All these things contribute to like the larger goal of sharing about your brand and the brand awareness. I say markets if that's a product-based business. I think that's a great place to go. And of course, social media is kind of king to that. You know, there's all different ways to go about it. I think like talking about Relative, they're so good about posting every day and doing like a themed concept of like favorite things on Friday. So things like that where you can just get people involved. It can be on stories, it can be on TikTok, it can be on LinkedIn. I think you know, everyone has different opinions on this, but I think really pushing social media as many platforms as you can physically do, as much as you can for some platforms. But I have a content calendar where I have things color-coded and it's on an Excel sheet, but there's like different colors for LinkedIn, Instagram, even my personal Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and stories, and that's also for like the brand and my personal. And so all those colors are laid out there, and I try to find a time to plug in the ideas or concepts into what I'm going to post. But just having that kind of like laundry list of possibilities of where to post and what to post, that kind of, you know, that can be daunting. So it might not work for some people to like see all of that and like try to tackle that. But just I guess the saying of shooting for the stars, landing on the moon, I think is a great way to attack social media. I think social media and then those in-person markets is my best advice. Do you have the in-person? I feel like you kind of shared about that.
Yeah, well, I think you really hit the nail on the head with all of the different marketing strategies. I think, maybe to riff on that and kind of think about a step before your marketing strategy is your protocol and the way in which you come into community. I think it's really important. And I think for us in particular, because we're an intervention, people need to trust us with their health and also their traumas, right? As well as, traditional ways. For us, it was understanding that many of us had been living here many, many years before we decided to co-create the Urban Indigenous Collective. But understanding Urban Indigenous Collective is something new to our community. So what we did is sat down with all the legacy Native organizations and different tribes to really be able to talk about our intention, our why, for them to really understand who we are. And I think when we lead with authenticity, I think when we lead with our why and our purpose, people are able to understand the depth in which you're trying to co-create this vision of, right? And it's really being able to find a way to be able to communicate that. And so I can remember sitting down with Kevin Tarrant and he has since passed due to COVID, but really a staple, an Indigenous leader in our community. And remember sharing, here's our intention. This is why we're trying to create this. This is the gap that we're trying to fill. We're not trying to be competitive. We're trying to be additive with something that we're not seeing that we need to exist, and really getting that support from our elders was really important for us, and continuing to do that, to be able to come in a good way, right? And what is your protocol around that? And I think, with health services, it can be a little bit more challenging and a little bit more, there can be some nuances there, especially when you have different organizations who may have held a government contract for 40 plus years, and now that's changing, or new organizations are popping in, right? How can we say, hey, we're not trying to compete, we're just trying to be able to create something that can supplement the gap that exists in the healthcare resources that we're seeing here. And I think that strategy has really paid off, because I always say, that's not the fastest strategy, but we move at the speed of trust. And by moving at the speed of trust, you're able to ingrain that sustainability, right, into what you're trying to create, because we're not trying to be here for 5 to 10 years. We're trying to be here for the next 7 generations, or to the point where our services are not needed anymore.
Do we have any more questions? One more question? Okay.
Hello, this question's for Sutton. What sort of community health needs have you observed for Native people in urban areas versus in the rural areas? Have you identified so far?
Absolutely. Well, when we look at Indian Health Services budget, we know that only 1 to 2% of the line item is going to urban spaces, right? And we can see this along the Eastern Seaboard with 7 urban Indian health programs that operate only at outreach and referral, right? Primarily. We don't have a full ambulatory care clinic. And so when I think about in rural areas, many times you see these tribes who are practicing their self-determination and really implementing their own tribal healthcare clinic, by utilizing IHS funds, or you also see IHS full ambulatory care clinics, right? And that was my experience living in Wisconsin, right? I was able to go to the Oneida Healthcare Center. I was able to go to the Menominee Healthcare Center. So maybe it takes a year to get an appointment sometimes, but that did exist. As in relation to New York City, where I showed you that map, the closest full ambulatory care clinic that's also intertribal is 4 hours away on the Oneida Reservation, right? And the other clinic that does exist is out in Long Island for the Shinnecock, but it's only for their tribal members, right? And so I think what I'm seeing in terms of needs really is culturally tailored mental health care support. I can't tell you the number of emails and calls that we get since we have opened in 2019 asking for these resources, as well as support with shelter. New York City is a very expensive place. And so some of the things that we've been considering outside of really getting our behavioral health program off the ground and implementing that is how can we support with housing? How do we get access to a building and maybe this movement of land back where it's free, but really be able to provide a facility that also encompasses, lodging, right? Also has maybe a garden on the rooftop for, food, right? Sovereignty, right? But also has a place for able to receive resources for mental health care, right? Our goal and our vision is unequivocally a full ambulatory care clinic. That's what we're moving towards. That's what we're working towards. And I think when you look at the disparities around urban natives, they're similar to those that you see on the reservation, but they tend to be exacerbated as well.
Do we have any more questions? Okay, we'll do one more and then, okay, one more and then we'll wrap things up. Here you go.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, I see the Urban Indigenous Collective social media links, but HUD, can you share yours and your website as well?
Yeah, you can find Here's to You. Instagram is at Here's to You _H2Y. You can find me at Huddleberry Finn, HUDDLEBERRYFI, or Huddleberry Finn. Like Huckleberry Finn, but with 2 Ds. But one closing note I wanted to say was I think one of the important things that I've learned in my journey is kind of diversifying what I'm involved with. Because there is this idea of get locked in, zeroed in on one business, and I think that is, I think that can definitely be successful. But being someone with so many different interests, like the clothing, and then being on the board for Native Forward Scholars Fund, I love college football, so when fall comes around, my Saturdays are completely booked. I love wine, so I'm trying to that's something I'm getting my feet wet in a little bit is the wine community. So all these different things. But I think the key of being involved in all those different things is being extremely observant in all those different communities and groups, because sitting on a board, you get all this information of a 50-year legacy nonprofit that has this well-oiled machine of learning their systems and how they handle their books and how they handle their marketing, how they divide up their budget, and how they have a huge budget for marketing. So having all those different things that you're involved with, I think, can be really helpful to your passionate business. So yeah, those are the main things. Huddleberry Finn, and I have some cards too. So find me, and I can give y'all one of those. Thanks for the question.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Sutton and HUD. Yeah, we'll get a round. We're getting ready to close up. I'm going to turn it over to Chris James to give some closing remarks. But also, we have some roundtables in the back where we can meet with some of the speakers that are still here. I see Eric and Joanne. I think, is Aaron still here? Aaron Andrews is here. And so if you want to speak with them, we have some of that space in that area for them. Thank you.
Let's give Kai a round of applause. First of all, thank you so much. I hope today's been a lot of information, so packed with all sorts of stuff from, entrepreneurship to finance. We got to hear all about bull riding, which is probably a surprise to a lot of people, to an inspirational speaker, to exporting. I know you got a little bit of a lot of information. Please reach out to the team if you need additional information on any of those programs. This event, probably in a couple of weeks, will be, we archive, as you see, we have a live audience, but we also have all of our trainings archived. We do have a large audience that unfortunately can't always come to a live event, so it's great to have our online presence. So all of our events, Native Edge Institutes at least, have an online presence. And follow us on all of the platforms. I think we're on everything. Thank you so much to all of our partners that came. MBDA New York, thank you so much for being here. Next year, we're doing a big partnership. I'm going to hold you to it. And you hold me to it. So we'll commit each other. And all of our other partners that made. And next month, we are going to be in California, and then the month after we will be in Nevada. October. Lake Tahoe. So always have access to our information. Yvette and I host the every other week. We have a new podcast, Native Edge podcast. So follow us, like us, enjoy us, download all the information. And again, thank you for supporting the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. Please enjoy your time. Please speak to all of the speakers, and thank you so much.